back. And I believe we have the Bryce cam on Michael McKnight here. Looks like it might have froze, so let's go ahead. Yeah, there we go. We got Bryce right alongside Michael McKnight. So Michael McKnight moving up a little bit.
Our fifth person we have coming through here, coming up out of Skull Valley. He looks like he's moving really well too.
Yeah, I think running a really smart race up to this point. Obviously, there's still a lot of race left for all these runners, but Michael really having a pretty good run up to this point.
Yeah, I think so. If you're just tuning in now, he's our fifth runner coming through. We had Jason Coop, Joe McConaughey, Annie Hughes, Simon Whitman already come through. They look to be just past that 40-mile mark, all bunched together pretty tightly. And then we had McKnight coming through here right around 38, 39 miles. So pretty close so far as we're 40 miles into this race. And it's been interesting. I think it's been a faster day than maybe people were initially expecting. Lots of smooth terrain, lots of dirt road running on ups and downs. So, earlier they were on sub 17-hour, 100-mile pace. I'm not entirely sure where that's out now, but people have been moving pretty good here. So definitely been a good day for running, and the action's been exciting so far.
And we do have some follow cam here. That is Kylie Aldez. That's
Chris.
her Bryce. It's her 34th birthday. Make sure you tell her happy birthday. She decided to celebrate it with us here. And then Chris Ragsdale is there as well. So they are both also having pretty strong runs.
Yeah, a lot of people looking pretty strong so far. I haven't seen anybody who looked like they weren't having a good time. So the weather's been relatively favorable. The terrain's been favorable. People are feeling good out there as we head into our first evening here at Cocodona. The leaders are right around mile 41. They should be hitting the Finch Wells aid station here for the second time as they head out on this out and back. And then they are approximately 20 miles outside of Whiskey Row, which is the next time they're going to meet with their crew and have the opportunity to pick up a pacer. So things are really going to get interesting here once that stream hits that After Dark segment.
Which I know everyone is stoked for.
A lot of talk in the chat about Aravaipa After Dark, so people are getting pumped up for that.
Well, I don't have the live chat popped up here. So I apologize for anyone who
here we're watching
currently commenting on the live chat.
Kylie and Ragsdale, the birthday girl, and Chris Ragsdale running down the hill here as they approach the Skull Valley aid station, which is at mile 36 here, just right shortly after 50K. So we got that nice drone shot of the mountainside outside of Prescott, Arizona. As we watch Ragsdale and Aldaz run their way down towards that Skull Valley aid station.
And we should be seeing some more runners making their way up here soon. It looks like maybe right there.
Yeah, looks like could be Versteeg, could be somebody else. We'll find out here shortly.
There's someone hiking.
That looks like Versteeg coming up right now. Well, 2 people hiking currently.
Yeah.
Could be Versteeg and Kevin Goldberg.
Oh, we have. Oh, and there were shoes.
Oh, he's got shoes. Let's see, he's getting
Versteeg had
serious
shoes
now.
on. He means business. He's ready to mount a comeback.
That's last year's winner and current course record holder, Michael Versteeg, former Arizona Trail FKT holder, hiking up here out of the Skull Valley aid station. Wearing shoes for the first time today, so that's an exciting development here.
His legs look really long.
I
know that's something maybe weird to say, but I don't know, they just look long.
Maybe he put on extra legs when he got to that aid station, just...
It's the shoes.
Yeah, it's really time to get serious now. We're trying to add an extra 3 inches of leg height.
Oh, man.
Got Sydney, Australia in the chat. Cool to see that international angle. Thanks for popping in, watching the Cocodona 250. As Michael Versteeg, he is currently sitting in 5th place, just a few minutes behind Michael McKnight. Got the battles of the Michaels here in that top 5. McKnight was a DNF last year after leading a good portion of the race, and Versteeg was our winner last year and current course record holder. So definitely a good race developing here in the early stages of the Cocodona 250. These guys are just coming out of that Skull Valley aid station 36. They're going to pop into the Finch Wells 2 aid station at mile 41, then on to Copper Creek, and then heading into Whiskey Row at 60, which is where they'll see their crew for the first time since mile 36. So that's exciting. First runners should be getting in there sometime around 9 p.m. this evening, just in time for that Aravaipa After Dark.
Let's get some drone shots here.
Yep, and we are currently following last year's winner, Michael Versteeg, as he runs up out of the Skull Valley aid station toward Finch Wells, about mile 38, 39.
And that is the climb up.
No big deal.
Looks all right.
Looks all right.
I mean, it's a road.
It is a road. They'll get up to about 7,000 feet after a long descent for about 7,000 feet. So we got eyes on another athlete here.
I'm going to need to get a bib here, Bryce, whenever you have a moment. We'll see if Bryce can get us a bib in the meantime. Let's just enjoy some of these views.
Looks like 1:30, maybe. Is that Kevin Goldberg we have popping in here? I know he was.
That's Kevin Goldberg. I got to give him a shout out because he's got a crew here in the chat.
So he's our 6th person coming through right now on that climb. Looking smooth too. Got a nice loaded pack, lots of gear to get him through to mile 60 at Whiskey Row.
And we got a tractor coming through. Hey, I grew up in the Midwest, so I've seen plenty of tractors. What drone shot is that? There we go.
Doesn't look like it's kicking up too much dust, thankfully.
It wasn't moving too quick.
That could be the worst when you get dusted like that out there on a dirt road. So.
Pete Mortimer draft behind that big boy. What was towing? It was towing something.
Yeah, it had something
Well,
back there.
maybe you could just hop on. Who knows?
We got Bob C. Versteeg switching out of those JCs into running shoes means top 3 by midnight. So, as we've been talking about here, it's time to get serious for Versteeg when he gets the running shoes on. So, we'll see.
Did he really just refer to them as JCs?
Yeah, got the Air JCs.
It's like Jordans, you know? Oh, and there we go. Versteeg getting passed by a tractor. Not kicking up much dust, which is pretty nice. We got Colleen Lingley in the chat, Aravaipa Racing Team member. I believe a former standout at the Arizona State University as well. And she was a member of the Javelina commentary team for the Javelina 100. So shout out to Colleen as our drone is just getting set for another shot.
According to Colleen, that tractor is hauling the mail.
I can't tell if she's kidding or
I
not.
can't tell either. Really tough to tell sarcasm through the chat here.
Pete in the chat. Mike looking fluid, must be freezing down there if his shirt's still on. That's actually hilarious because I believe Versteeg ran into downtown Prescott last year at like midnight in the middle of the road with no shirt on. Wait, what did I don't know what I missed here. Oh, Diggs Diggler. I might have missed it, but was Kerry Ward running this year? Kerry Ward in the chat. Mr. Full Tilt Ward, the legend himself, according to an unreliable source. He is not. Well, Kerry, we hope to have you back one day. You were amazing. It was awesome getting to follow along with your journey last year. And thanks for tuning in.
Somebody here on the Bryce cam, see if we get a bib number.
'53, Matt Smith.
And Matt Smith from Big Bear City, California, heading down into the Skill Valley Aid.
Looks like we got someone going up on the drone shot here. That is still Versteeg, I believe, yeah? Yeah. Who do we have over here on the Bryce cam? What bib number do we have there, Bryce? Bib number 41.
That is Todd Holmes.
Todd Holmes from the great state of Arizona.
Prescott.
Oh, so he's just out in his backyard right now.
Just out running on the home trails. Nothing like running in your backyard. It's interesting. We've seen a lot of running and not a lot of hiking so far. I'd say Versteeg's the first of the leaders to see really hiking for any kind of duration at all. So people,
there he goes.
There he goes. He must have heard us talking about him. Yeah.
He's got the live stream in his headphones, I bet.
He's like, crap, camera's on me. Got to get going.
Let's see, what do we have here?
Got Jacob asking about the temperature. It's been in the high 80 or mid to high 80s at its warmest, and we're probably in the mid to low 70s right now. So it's been warm, especially a lot of these runners have been in the direct open sun for most of the day. I'm sure they'll be welcoming this cooler period before it gets dark and gets cold then, unfortunately. We saw at Mingus Mountain low of 41, so quite the temperature swing here over the first kind of 12, 13 hours of the race.
Looks like someone might have their phone out, taking a photo there, maybe. So these runners are on their way down, I believe, to Skull Valley here.
You know, we're getting to golden hour, so now's the time to do it for the gram.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. I think Versteeg is the first person we've seen like hike quite a bit here.
Yeah. Yeah. As we talked about, they're moving at a pretty good clip, and they've been moving fast all day. I had a question out, what is considered the toughest section of the race? We've kind of been over this a little bit. We seem to think Sedona tomorrow could be tough depending on how warm it can be. It can also be pretty techy, but there's a couple big climbs coming too. They're going to climb up over Mingus Mountain here tonight. They have to climb up onto the Cocodona Plateau, which is pretty steep. So, yeah, there are a number of tough sections, and you can't forget that the biggest climb of the whole thing, up to 9,000 feet, it's like 240 miles into the race itself. So these guys are definitely, and ladies, are going to be going through some interesting terrain.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be right to take people to Flagstaff and not get them up to Eldon, right?
Yeah.
And so...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be an Aravaipa race if you just threw one big climb there at the end. Usually it's up a ski slope, but we'll go with Eldon on this one.
Yeah, and I think one of the tougher sections I think is still going to be that section from Jerome to like the village of Oak Creek, like once you're past Sedona, because it's going to be so hot. Just because like the leaders are probably going to be hitting Sedona at 5 p.m. So like the mid and back of the Packers maybe will hit it overnight probably.
Yeah.
But for some of the front of the Packers, it's going to get really hot.
It's going to be hot, and it's going to be exposed. There's not a lot of shade on that descent coming from down to Jerome into Sedona either. So it's going to probably get technical. It's going to be exposed, and it's going to be hot. So absolutely going to get tough out there. So we see some beautiful drone shots here of the area surrounding Prescott AZ and the terrain that these runners are going through right now as they climb, as part of the group is climbing their way out of Skull Valley, and the other half is descending their way into that Skull Valley out and back. You can see the kind of terrain and the climbing that they're having to do out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still just blown away by these views here.
We got some runners coming
got
through
the
here
jam
on the
cam here. What do we got? Bib 141?
That looks like David Odell,
And then
Californian, Santa Barbara.
I couldn't get the other runner's bib there. Looks like maybe bib 19?
Anthony Tadeuski was 19. He's in Arizona.
I don't know that was him.
So can't say for sure whether that was him. Definitely David Odell, though, rolling through here. Got a question.
Oh, it might have been Mandy Goody, bib 16.
Bib 16,
maybe.
yeah. Got a question here asking how much faster do you think the time will be this year without the hot, hard first day? It's a great question. People are moving fast right now. They were looking at under 17, right around 17-hour pace for that first 100. So they're on a pretty quick clip.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot faster than last year. There we have Mark.
That's
Bib 69, Mark DeFalco.
one of our youngest here, 23 years old from Tucson. He's been having a great day so far. Really been running well. Matt O'Brien asking when the first cutoff is. First cutoff is 4:30 a.m. at mile 36 at the Skull Valley aid station. So a lot of athletes seem to be on track for that right now. So everyone seems to be doing fairly well as we watch Mark DeFalco on his climb out of Skull Valley as he heads towards Whiskey Row at mile 60.
So he's in probably 6th?
He is in 6th, yes. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we've had Jason Koop come through, Joe McConaughey, Annie Hughes as our top lady, Simon Widman, Mike McKnight, and Michael Versteeg, and then Mr. DeFalco coming in here. Another guy is just doing a lot of running on this climb. So we'll see. Let's kind of see how this early strategy pulls off as we get into the overnight and into the early sections tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think one advantage that Michael Versteeg might have over some other folks who maybe this is their first time is he knows that he can get to the finish sleeping one time.
Yeah.
You know, taking one nap of a couple hours, he knows he can get the rest of the way from there. What is this, Bib 142? Are all of these people friends? They've got matching hats.
Aaron Linehan. I think we saw a bunch of those matching hats out at the aid station earlier at White Rocks. So it's Aaron Linehan, Bib 142, coming down here on the jam cam. Looks like they're having a great time.
Oh yeah. Having a blast. Let's go. Looks like we
someone rolling on the Bryce cam as well.
Might be going down. Bib 25.
Killian Korth
Nice.
from Grand Junction, Colorado.
Who do we have on the drone here? That looks like Cole Crosby, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, it does.
And there we just had, we just missed it. There was Jose Sosa. We just missed Jose Sosa, and now here is Bryce running with Mandy Goody there. Erica Sargent.
And Carrie Henderson, so got a nice group there.
There's the Bryce cam once again.
With Sargent, Henderson, and who was the third?
I forget. Goody.
Goody, that's it.
Hey, we got there just in time to see Jose Sosa with the little heel tap. And looks like there's Cole Crosby right behind him.
It's a pretty tight group there from DeFalco to Korth, Sosa, and Crosby. A lot of these runners are right on top of each other 40 miles into this.
Carrie Henderson ran her first 50-mile race in March.
Oh, man, that's quite the step up.
Yeah.
We really go for it. It's exciting.
Yeah, that's amazing. And this is
73.
Is it
Yuri Hollick.
Yuri Hollick?
Yuri Hollick. Probably taking the smart approach, getting a little hiking in.
There is Sarah Ostaszewski.
That's our second woman coming through right now, Sarah Ostaszewski. I don't think too far behind her will be Brianna Grigsby. Sarah's out of Flagstaff, so no rookie when it comes to the northern Arizona terrain. Let's get a nice drone shot of some beautiful dirt roads here in outside the Prescott area. Had a question here, or had a comment here about the wind and how it could help with the heat. Can help with the heat, but when it's so windy and dry, your sweat evaporates faster, so it can be a little harder to cool yourself down and a little harder to monitor how much you're dehydrating yourself. So, you know, if you're not used to that dry weather, it definitely adds a different element to what an ultra race could look like. So, it can be a double-edged sword there, even though it is a little cooler. And I'm sure people are just getting tired of being in the wind as well. If you get the wind blowing in your face all day, you're probably ready for it to slow down a bit. Got a couple comments about our announcer volume. I think people are having a hard time
I can
hearing us. I'm not sure if that's
I can fix that in 2 seconds, I think.
We're just out here blabbing and all anyway.
While
so
we got the jam cam on.
As we got the cam here on bib number 63, we're looking at Deborah Hamberlin from Arizona out here having herself a day as she heads down the road to Skull Valley. Out here waving hi to friends and family if you're out here watching. Can't see who she's running with, but looks like they're having fun out there.
Yeah, it does. Looks like they're having a good time, which is great. Danielle Soto.
Danielle Soto. Okay.
Shout out to the great Stephen Crawford for helping us out with that one. Yeah, he is pacing her Wednesday, Thursday. Who do we think is going to have more miles at the end of the week between Jamil and Bryce?
Ooh,
Bryce is out here and then he's pacing.
I feel like we've seen a lot of Bryce out here just rolling back and forth. He might be doing more work than Jamil.
Jamil's at 1.18 miles plus his 6 mile run. What's he up to for the day? That's the real question. I'm going to unmute Jamil here. I have you unmuted on my end, and I can't hear you.
Looks like we got a lot of votes for Bryce here in the chat that he's gonna get some more miles here than Jamil. Maybe seems to be the early favorite. I'll have a good run, Marco. We'll see you back on here for Cocodona for Aravaipa after dark as the runners start to approach Whiskey Row in Prescott. So we have bib number 220.
Yep.
That's Russell Costeca from California, 46 years old, out here hiking, having a good day, giving a wave. Hopefully we got some friends and family here in the chat. Get some eyes on Russell. And jogging for the camera. That's what we'd like to see.
That's what we were saying, right?
Pressure's on, and Russell delivers and gets a little jog in there for the camera.
I think we are going to have a bit of a commentary switch here in just a minute. The magnificent voice of Chris Warden is going to be joining us. Nick will be heading out for the day. You'll be back tomorrow.
Yep, I'll see you all
for
tomorrow.
all of those people who have become fond of Nick's voice, you'll see him again bright and early tomorrow around 8 a.m.-ish.
8 a.m. I think I'm on the list for. Yep, I think everyone's been clamoring to hear Chris. There's been a lot of in the chat for Chris.
We've got a pretty brilliant lineup tomorrow. You're stuck with me for most of the day, so that's kind of unfortunate. But we are going to have Chris Warden back in again. We're going to have the great Nick Hilton back in again. And we're going to be joined by the legend himself, Mr. 8 More Miles, Pete Mortimer.
Getting his butt off the couch and getting his butt in the studio. That's what we like to see.
I also hope that Pete remembered that before I just said it and didn't make other plans. But we are set to be joined by Pete Mortimer tomorrow, which is going to be awesome so that he can kind of share some of his experience with us.
That'll be really cool.
Nick, thank you so much, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Matt. Hope everyone has a good night out here. We'll see you tomorrow. Hey, thanks. Great job. Appreciate it. You guys are crushing it. Matt's the real rock star here. He's been here for 36 hours, I think. Did you want to try and troubleshoot for a little bit? There's got to be a level that
And here we are, some more folks on the Jam Cam making their way down to Skull Valley here. Again, that will be the first cutoff of the race. So runners have until 4:30 a.m. to get to Skull Valley as we throw it to the eyes in the sky. Oh, and here it is. The people's champion, the queen of Colorado. The, I don't know, Morgan Weinberg, ladies and gentlemen. Aravaipa's own. Absolutely crushing it. Like, look at her roll. She would 100% drop me right here. That's for sure.
She is moving very well. And that smile. She's having fun. She's enjoying this.
And then she's going to direct a race the following weekend.
That's how the Aravaipa race directors roll, though. If they're not running a race, they're directing it. So I'm not all that surprised, but it is good to see her moving that well and smiling out there. It's obviously a long way to go, but it's good for the runners to get off on the good foot right away.
Yeah, most definitely. She's crushing it, which is awesome. I think she had posted on Instagram or Facebook that this time 3 years ago, she was, and there's Brianna Grigsby, who is our third female. She's having herself a really great race, running really controlled and smart, also looking happy, which that's important at this stage in the race. And what she got? Some
Almond
pretzel nuggets.
She was really excited about this race. I spoke with her this weekend at the packet pickup, and one of the things about her situation running this race is that she was all set to run it last year, but then she had an 11th hour injury that caused her to have to withdraw. So she's been, waiting to run this race now for an entire year. And now that she's actually running it, you can tell the enthusiasm and the excitement on her face.
Hey, and we got Viv's Vibe in the chat. Commentary legend herself.
Yeah,
gluten-free, our
Viv
favorite.
Did a great job this morning, an absolutely fantastic job.
Well, I knew Chris when I was, starting to reach out to people to come on the stream with me. I was like, I really need someone who's going to carry it. I need.
That's what I do.
I'm going to be the weak link. I need someone to replace Rob, which is
it's impossible.
It's a tall task, but they both did a really good job.
Oh, yeah. And that's one of the beautiful things about trying to find somebody to host with you. I've got a couple of guest hosts later this week that I know will be carrying the load, which is perfect because I figure by Wednesday, Thursday, we'll barely be able to stay awake. So.
Yeah, it's gonna be great for those of you interested. You can go over to the Cocodona Instagram account at Cocodona250. At Cocodona.
Yeah.
250. Yeah. And we have a post in our feed that lays out the live stream schedule. You can screenshot that so that you can see what hours we are planning to be live here. But to sum it up, we're going from what time on Wednesday? From 5:30 a.m. on Wednesday until 10 p.m. Thursday night.
Yes. Notice he said 10 p.m. Thursday.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. As we're taking a look here at the Jam Cam. Again, runners making their way down to Skull Valley. This section of the course to me has been super exciting. Because this is the first time I've seen any of this.
And the visuals that we're getting are fantastic too. This has been some of the better quality video that we've had in the course. And thank you to those of you that have been standing by us throughout the day, because there's only so much we can do when we're kind of out in some of the more remote areas. And yeah, we are kind of beholden to whatever we can get as far as transmission. But when we've got good visuals, as you know, and as you can see with a lot of our more recent shots, if we've got the visuals, we'll bring them, and they're fantastic.
And we got another runner coming through on the drone here. Hopefully we'll be able to get a close-up here soon. That looks like it could possibly be. Is it the Tiger King himself?
On the right or on the left, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think
So
that might be.
the filmer is Bryce.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, and there's Bryce's feed. Yeah, there we go.
Tiger
The
King
legend,
himself.
the people's champ. Eric Sensman's best friend for 15 minutes. That's all I've got.
I wish we could get Bryce to ask him what he's running from.
Oh goodness, I can't do that.
It's an inside joke.
Can we get a close up? Does he still have the Koros tattoos? Jeff yesterday decided to put a couple dozen Koros tattoos, the temporary tattoos on one arm.
I thought I saw them as of this morning.
Yeah, it looks like they may
On
have
him at
come
one
off.
point.
I was hoping for like a tan, like a branding. Jeff Garmeyer, ladies and gentlemen, the FKT King himself. He holds most of the long trail FKTs in the U.S. Unsupported.
Well, here's something interesting. Of course, Jeff Garmeyer won this year's Last Person Standing out at Across the Years. Of course, the prior winner of the Aravaipa Last Person Standing event was Tony Tadieski, the denim cowboy himself. So the two arguably best dressed people out on the course are the two men who have won the Aravaipa Last Person Standing event, and they're both out here. And I don't know how Tony's doing, but they're both very strong runners, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them move up the standings over the course of the week. But yeah, they're both out here, so.
So that's like a crazy nugget.
Oh yeah, I'm like the Dennis Miller on Monday Night Football of the Cocodona broadcast.
I love it.
Well, I've gotten a chance to talk to a lot of the runners over the course of the past few days. I got to meet a few of them during packet pickup, just kind of introduce myself and get some information on them and where they're coming from and how they're feeling about the race. So hopefully I'll be able to share some of those nuggets as time goes on, as we have
an amazing
Cam.
And we saw this woman earlier today. I can't remember the
Bib
name.
number
Hopefully
75.
that's right. It was bib number 75. Amy Palmera Winters. So huge shout out to Miss Amy there, who is absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, moving
By
very
the
well.
way. And it's it's amazing to see, especially after Jackie just had her consecutive marathon streak,
World
to see athletes with physical limitations or disabilities, not limitations, to be like just crushing things.
Adaptive athletics, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
is like, is awesome. So, shout out to Amy, shout out to Jackie on her accomplishment. Both of them just absolutely incredible.
I know we'll be following Amy very closely over the course of the next few days as the Cocodona progresses. One of the things I noticed, so
She's carrying a flag.
Carrying a
That would be
flag.
hard.
yeah,
That's hard.
yeah,
That's awesome.
for the entirety of even a 50K, and she's already basically nearly at that point as it is. So, that's pretty amazing. I wanted to say that after last year's Cocodona, when I came in for the first night of Aravaipa After Dark on day one, The mode and the mindset and the views of the runners was entirely different. The runners look like they're in such better spirits and condition as opposed to last year. Now, there's obviously a couple reasons for that. Number one, the temperatures are much lower than they were last year. They didn't have to do the Crown King climb. Not to take anything away from this year's race, obviously. It's still amazing. But they look like they're in much better spirits than they were at this point. And also the fact that they're, 4 or 5 hours into the race less than they were last year, because last year's 6 a.m. start was, by this point, they were 12 hours into the race. Today they're 8 hours in, so
I think
we're heading up into the sky.
I think we just saw Jason Mosel there. I could be wrong, but that's who it looked like. Clint Onken in the chat. Any Versteeg sightings? Has he finally put on shoes? He has. At the last aid station, Versteeg did put on some footwear. They looked like Solomon's. I don't know the model, but he did get out of the sandal.
Solomon's. Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful weather out there today. I saw that the temperatures were around the 70 to 75 mark from the sound of things for the most part.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll keep several more of the runners on course. I know that there are actually several runners who are taking part this year that are coming back with unfinished business from the 2021 event. So hopefully they'll be able to get that finish that they were striving for last year.
Yeah, definitely. And I think just circling back how we've said, like, yeah, they don't have the heat and they don't have that climb up Lane Mountain, but I think that this year's race presents maybe different challenges in maybe a different kind of carnage, given that the first part is going to be so runnable.
Mm-hmm.
I think that presents its own puzzle to solve in and of itself.
Somebody was actually asking who the Blade Runner was. As we mentioned, that was runner number 75, Amy Palmero Winters.
Yep, Miss Amy.
I mean, all of these runners are still smiling as they're going by the camera. They're hamming it up in some cases. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, yeah, carnage can be fun, but
hey, there's Morgan. Wait, no, was it?
No.
Are we sure? I think it might have been.
Might have been.
I don't know. I couldn't see the gentleman who was with her though. Michael is wearing Norda.
Oh,
not Solomon.
Plot twist.
Yeah, the runners we just saw were going out on the out and back.
Do we know what I guess it's kind of hard to say because we don't have audio on it, but anything from the field in terms of what the runners think of that out and back section? I'm sure we'll find out more as time goes on, of course, but
yeah,
we'll definitely find out.
And we got a battery change coming in.
Kevin Lara asking if there will be pizza at Whiskey Row, asking for a friend. Well, there's several places to dine on Whiskey Row. You can get pretty much anything you want over there. I don't know what will be actually at the aid station. I know that we do have different food at a lot of the aid stations. I know that one of the aid stations later on is, I believe, doing chicken fingers and grits. I thought that was kind of an interesting choice.
Yeah.
But, hey, you know what? If the runners want it, that's great. I love the anticipation of this shot. I just can't wait to see who's coming around the corner. And if it's somebody I know or, one of the leaders, I've been paying attention as I've been, as I was at the office earlier today. But that that shot right there where they're just kind of like looking up and waiting for the next runner to come down. Absolutely fantastic. Where is this camera located exactly?
This is basically the top of the Skull Valley descent
Okay.
currently. So this is a little bit further away from Skull Valley than our drone shot is. Our drone shot is doing our drone pilot's doing a battery swap right now. So that's why we are currently on this shot here as we await our
See, this is
our
the
eyes in
beauty.
the sky to come back up.
This is the beauty of a broadcast like this. We're being notified that Freak Brothers Pizza will be at Whiskey Row Aid, which I think is fantastic.
Well, that's a perfect spot.
Absolutely. Now, I think it's great to have a Freak Brothers after a 50K or a 100K, which is, these runners will be doing that, but then they've still got another nearly 200 miles to go. But yeah, that's the thing about an event such as this. I mean, you and I, Matt, have done a lot of work to try and get ready for all of this. And it's impossible to have a handle on absolutely everything. So that's why we're grateful, number one, to the people within the Aravaipa Running organization to help us out with that. And number two, I have no shame. I will crowdsource the heck out of an answer if it's something that I know that somebody out there can answer a lot better than I can. I mean, one of the things about a race like this is that, there are going to be a lot of runners we do know. Obviously, we've talked about some of our favorites, and being a local to Arizona runner, I have familiarity with a significant number of people in the field. However, over the course of a race such as this, you tend to get to know and meet and learn about people from a distance. And the crowdsourcing that we get out of the viewership and on social media is fantastic. They keep us in the know, and they introduce us to a lot of these runners. So I'm thankful for that.
We've got some runners coming through here. I couldn't get the bib. Dang it. We do have our drone back up in the air. It's amazing how beautiful this section has been.
Absolutely. It's a great area as the sunshine winds down. We've still got a couple hours of daylight, I believe. What time is it? I'm losing track. About 6 p.m.?
Yep.
So we've got about an hour and a half, hour 45 of daylight probably at this point. So it'll be pretty gorgeous in the background. The skies will turn a wonderful color. Robert, exactly as I mentioned, crowdsourcing. Thank you, Robert. For those interested, Amy Palmero Winters is a holder of 11 different world records and named the top female athlete in the world with a disability. Compliments of Wikipedia. As Mark pointed out, when somebody was asking about Jeff Browning did do the R5, the rim to rim to rim to rim to rim, about a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
So a double,
a couple weeks ago, I think.
Quadruple crossing of the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Out and back. So I don't blame him for not taking part in this race this year. So maybe one of these years to come, because he's done, he did Mogollon Monster last year and set the course record there. And we know that he'll go after the hardest things that he can find. So Jeff Browning, I could see jumping in on this race eventually. So. I mean, this is only the second year that it's been run, so we're going to have people coming in and taking their shot at this course over the years, and we're looking forward to it. I look forward to this race now, last year, this year, and for years to come, I look forward to covering this event. I had originally registered for the first year, and now I after watching the runners last year and continuing to follow them this year, I have no desire to run this race. I would much rather watch it from a safe distance.
And Brian in the chat just wanting to re-emphasize that Versteeg is wearing Norda, which we stand corrected. I appreciate you pointing it out. Are these shots between aid stations 2 and 3 or 3 and 4? These shots should be, I believe, between on both sides, I think. I believe our current shots that you're seeing with our drone is between aid stations 3 and 4. So between Finch Wells and Skull Valley. And then our static cam and jam cam, I believe, are between aid stations 2 and 3, so before the Finch Wells aid station. Rob friggin' Ricardo in the chat.
Oh, Rob.
Rob, I just want you to know that you have been replaced by Viv's Vibe, the great Vivian, and Nick Hilton. So I needed people to carry me during this live stream coverage, and those are the legends who came through so far. So,
Well, we get by
huge
with
shout out to Rob. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
Chris.
no,
Huge
no,
shout
no.
out to Rob.
Absolutely. I think that obviously it loved working with Rob when he was on the broadcast last year, but we're meeting some new people, and we're having some new guests as well. I know actually one of the first Aravaipa After Dark guest has made his way here and is out in the hallway, so we'll bring him in here in a few moments. And I see that we have a cam that we're going to try and bring up here, and it is the...
Yeah. I don't even...
It's the Spider
There it
Pena
is.
cam.
And it is the Spider Pena cam. Once again, the gentleman who is going to take us through the streets of Prescott. This year, it won't be with a shirtless Michael Versteeg, but it will still be
Do we
great
know that for
nonetheless.
sure, though?
We technically don't know. But Spider Pena, Dan Pena, going to be our follow cam as he leads runners into Whiskey Row. Runners should be getting out towards that location. Let's see. They're probably getting close to the Copper Creek aid station. If I can get the tracker to update. Yeah, so it looks like, I don't know this Alexander Benoit or Benoit. I don't know where that came from. I don't know if that's accurate.
Because all of a sudden it looks like he has a 2-mile lead on the field.
Well, Andy hasn't been in the. We haven't seen this person.
Yeah, we'll hold tight on that.
Yeah, so my guess is it's still probably Jason Coop, and they're about just a couple miles out from that Copper Creek aid station. So they will probably be getting to Whiskey Row. They've still got a little while before they're going to hit Whiskey Row. But they will be traversing these wonderful streets, and we will be sharing that courtesy of the great Dan Pena. Oh, and here we go on the Bryce cam.
Is that a Josh Locke sighting?
That is a Josh Locke sighting.
Josh
The banana hooded long sleeve gentleman himself. The 5th place male at last year's Cocodona 250. He's a father. He works.
He does it
He's
all.
incredible. He does it all, and he wears vibrant clothing so that I can easily identify him.
I think that that's a fantastic thing for him to do. Makes our lives and jobs a whole lot easier. Of course, Josh, as you mentioned, was in 5th place last year. I did speak to him, and he's got, he's looking forward to this year, and he wants to obviously improve upon his time from last year. But he also believes that with the changes in the course, that it might be difficult for him to move up in terms of a placement. But that's not to say that he doesn't think that he can have an excellent race. He was being pretty conservative about his expectations in terms of versus the rest of the field. He still looks forward to having a faster race than last year, but he looks ready, and he seemed very excited when I spoke to him on Saturday.
Well, he's definitely having a strong race so far.
Well, and he's got a great crew to help him as well. Of course, local runner, his partner Alyssa Jones is helping spearhead things. Of course, TJ Gardner. I believe that I saw was it a Polito sighting that might be helping him out as well? Yeah, he's got an experienced ultra running crew that not only knows how to run ultras and how to crew ultras, but they know this course and they know this area very well. So that is definitely something that Josh has going for him. So,
who do we got here? Let's see if we can get a bib. Looks like 97. Mark Vogel returning. He ran last year.
Yeah, had a great race.
10th place, I believe.
Do you want to see if we can get our next in-studio guest in here, and we'll see if he's around. He's out there. I know that.
Oh, he's out there. Yeah, we'll have a little commentary shift here, and I am going to try and probably troubleshoot some problems, some audio issues here.
And don't forget to eat as well.
Oh, yeah, I should do that.
Yeah, you should eat.
It's great.
I offered to bring you some food, and I'm more than happy to do it, but you let me know the rest of the week. Obviously, you're not necessarily leaving, so. Beautiful shots on the drone cam here. For those of you not familiar, my name is Chris Warden, and I am the host of Aravaipa After Dark here at the Cocodona 250. We're going to be having some guests in studio tonight and co-hosts as well. Of course, our first guest is coming in right now. If you want to just have a seat, we will chat. Just throw on the headphones, and we'll do a quick introduction here. Just make sure that we've got everything. Hello, hello, guest. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me on here.
All right. For those that you don't might not be familiar, my guest right now is a gentleman by the name of Pat Vitruba. Pat has been a part of the trail and ultra running community within Arizona for several years, and he has done a lot of events, including Cocodona. Oh, well, he hasn't run Cocodona, but you were part of.
I volunteered last year.
Yes, you volunteered last year. Which aid station were you at again?
I was at Battle Flat, 52 miles into the course on the first night.
Okay, so you were, you basically encountered the runners on day one. Do you want to describe what you saw? Obviously, it was a completely different race because you had runners that had come up that arduous,
yeah, it's safe to say that the climb to Crown King wrecked a lot of people. We weren't. My friend Matt Schenzer and I weren't supposed to get there till our shift started at 7:30, but I wanted to get there in the daylight, so we got up there as soon as we could. And they had projected runners starting to come through there early afternoon, and so there were a couple guys I wanted to see in particular. And I was like, well, I probably won't get to see them, but at least we'll get there in the daylight. And so get up there, get lost on some dirt roads, see some very threatening no trespassing signs, but finally about 5 o'clock make it toward the aid station, and all of a sudden Michael Versteeg is coming straight at us with the poles. And it's like, wait a second, he was supposed to be here through here a few hours ago. So we saw him and Drew Fraze coming right out on his heels, who was in second place at the time during the race, and then we made it to the aid station. We saw everybody else who pretty much came through. But yeah, everybody was basically everybody was saying they ran out of water on the climb to Crown King. And they were just coming through a lot later than expected.
So yeah, I think that obviously with the first 50, 60 miles being different, this race, I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's definitely got a different set of challenges. They're not heading up that, they do lose several thousand feet of climb, but they are starting out at a higher elevation as well. So they're going to be kind of rolling at that Prescott level area, which is 5,000 plus feet of elevation. So, and that's about as low as they're going to get for the rest of the course.
And I can't remember if it was you said it or somebody else, but if you go too hard on the first day, like if you can blow yourself up. I've seen people do that in races
all the
before.
time.
Like, yeah, so maybe it's better to have a little more climbing on that first day just to kind of pace yourself. So.
Yeah, there's definitely a ton of jockeying to be done over not only day one, but for a race like this, it probably doesn't even really start until Sedona. I mean, is that where the jockeying really starts to take effect? I mean, last year was a little bit different. Michael Versteeg went out and was largely, at or near the lead for the first, at least by the end of the first day, he was the unquestioned leader of the pack, and he stayed there. I think there was one brief moment where he.
Didn't he take like a 3-hour nap?
Yeah,
and then he
pretty
fell
much.
behind, and then he's still caught up. And yeah, that's pretty amazing.
That was about it. So,
and
yeah.
no, Kevin, I do not want to climb Thompson Peak. You already knew that.
Our friend Kevin in the chat, Kevin Westover, local runner here, asking if Pat wants to climb Thompson Peak. For those of you familiar with Thompson Peak, it is a grind in the northeastern part of the Phoenix and Scottsdale area. People do that when they're training for this race.
Yeah.
As somebody you're pacing later on this week will be.
Yes, she probably has the most Strava segments on Thompson Peak, I suspect. But
I wouldn't be surprised. Of course, you're pacing Lisa Kravitz. I don't remember which bib Lisa is, but
83, I believe.
Oh, bib number 83. That is correct. Yeah. So Lisa will be. I know that she's grinding along, and I have zero doubt about her ability to finish. She's got an all-star crew. She's got people like you, of course, coached by the legendary James Bonet. I know that Sherry Sadler, who's an experienced Arizona trail runner, is going to be helping her out as well. So she's definitely set up for success. So you'll be getting your taste of the Cocodona course later this week.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm supposed to pick her up in Sedona. James has a spreadsheet all laid out, and the tentative plan is for me to pick her up in Sedona at 12:30 p.m. on Wednesday, and then start heading up that climb up the Colorado Plateau.
Well, that'll be. I mean, I saw the video last year with some gorgeous views, but you're going to earn every bit of the gorgeous views that you see. So let's just slide into the chat a little bit, looking down the line. I saw Scott saying that. That Amy, athlete number 75, that was, I apologize, Amy Palmero Winters, who is our Blade Runner, bib number 75, had carried that flag for 100 miles at Rocky Raccoon in February. That's very impressive. To carry the American flag for that long of a distance, I think says a lot about that she wanted to do it and was able to do it. So, hats off to her. And, she's out there on the course looking pretty strong to this point. See if we're going to kind of play around and see what we've got in terms of static cams around. So just bear with us here, folks. Let's see. Of course, we've got the view of the course right here on our iPad. And you can look down our standings and take this with a grain of salt. As somebody has mentioned, they saw the standings and that a runner by the name of Alexander Benoit was in first place. We're still trying to verify that. Obviously, the satellite is not 100%, but last we knew on course that Jason Koop was indeed leading, and we're kind of standing by that until we get further clarification. Annie Hughes is second overall and first place female, and then Joe Stringbean McConaughey is currently in third overall and second place male. we've got Michael McKnight and Michael Versteeg within the top 10. Jose Sosa giving chase. I mean, it's still so early in the race. That's one of the things about this. People ask for the prognostications and for the predictions, and I love to do that stuff at times, but at the same time, it just seems like, a bit of a ridiculous attempt to try and be, figure out what's up. It looks like a drone is coming down, not up. Yeah, let's see if we can find a static cam here somewhere. Bryce, jam cam. Nope. Let's go back to the iPad. Oh. We've got a few camera angles. I just need to make sure that I've got a handle on them. Let's see. Enzo drone. Our setup here is actually pretty sweet. So we're glad that you're hanging out with us here on the Cocodona 250 broadcast here. It's that time of year. It is gorgeous. It is early May. The temperatures are a lot more agreeable this year than they were last year. So you were out there on the course. I mean, was it that hot last year?
I can't remember exactly what the temperature was. I think it could have been worse. I mean, I agree with what they were saying earlier in the day. It's the sun more. For me, it's always the sun more than the heat. It's more than the temperature. The sun will do you in because there just isn't any shade here in Arizona, and there are hardly ever any clouds. And so that will just grind you down over the course of a day, even if 80 degrees doesn't sound that hot. Yeah, I know it can be that hot in Minnesota or wherever, but
sure,
it's just not the same because you guys have big leafy trees there.
Of course, you're from an area where there are more plentiful leafy trees than there are here. So, for a guy who reps Colorado and Wisconsin, you're not a bad guy. So.
Well, I'm an Army brat. I get to pick and choose.
Oh, you're from all over. As you can see, we've got some gorgeous scenery shots, some distance shots from the drone flown by our own Enzo Pham with Aravaipa Running, catching some runners heading out on the course. Next year, Cocodona on Sportsbook. You know what, John? I think that is an absolutely terrible idea. There needs to be a little bit more money in the sport before we start encouraging gambling.
Maybe we get sponsored by DraftKings. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. If you know what? If they're willing to sponsor, we will air it. So I don't know what the likelihood of that is, but we can hope. I mean, I think that it would definitely grow the sport instantaneously. I mean, I think it's just, fun to kind of handicap. And I mean, I've got, picks. I've kind of refrained from talking about my picks and my ideas simply because, we're 45 miles into a 250-mile race. It's impossible to handicap a race like this. So much can happen. So many things can go sideways for people. Other people can have the race of their lives. But the one thing I do love doing is I do love following it. I do love watching this all unfold. And whether I'm here in the studio and trying to share the story of what's going on, or whether I'm at work trying to work while this is going on, I just love being a part of it. I think that it's an absolutely wonderful thing, that we're able to bring this coverage to people all over the country and around the world. This is something that really wasn't done in this country a few years ago, and through the efforts and relentless tinkering of Jamil in particular, he's out there doing work all over the course today. He is setting up drones, he's flying drones, he's setting up static cams. So, everything that is going out there is because he has helped put it, or he has put it all together. So,
well, and just the vision to put this thing together. I was I was admittedly a skeptic last year that they could pull all this off, but turned out to be a great event.
It's a lot of fun. It's not it's not easy, but it's it's definitely worth it to me. Let's see if we've got looks like we've got Troy's drone.
And just in the chat, I give a shout out to Kenny Campbell, fellow type 1 diabetic ultra runner. So been trying to get him to the Javelina 100 finish line.
Actually, that brings up something I'd like to do here. I'd like to talk to you about that. Of course, you alluded to the fact that your friend Kenny is a Type 1 runner. I wanted you to kind of tell us about what you do with regards to Type 1 diabetes and kind of give us a little bit of background there.
Yeah, so I was diagnosed quite a bit later in life compared to most people. I was 40 years old, but that's not as rare as people think. And so it kind of sparked a bit of a, health issue, midlife crisis. I had lost about 50 pounds over the course of the previous year and a half, 2 years. Turns out untreated type 1 diabetes is a ruthlessly effective weight loss tool, although I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah.
And, so that's when I just kind of doubled down on the running. I had already run a handful of marathons. I had actually set a marathon PR the season before I was diagnosed. But I just didn't know what else to do but run, and then I ended up kind of connecting with a lot of people in the online community, a handful of diabetic runners here. I work with an organization called Type 1 Run, which falls under the umbrella of another charitable organization called Beyond Type 1. And met a bunch of people. I ran the 2018 New York City Marathon with the charity team of all 20 Type 1 diabetics. On behalf of Beyond Type 1, ran the LA Marathon with a group. Just last fall, we had a Ragnar Trail team out here of all Type 1 diabetics, and I've met a bunch of people, made a lot of connections, people who are afraid to run by themselves or afraid to get out there and worried about fluctuating blood sugars or dropping too low, and just kind of like huge online community, and we try to help each other out.
Well, that's great. I think that that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring you on, because I know that not only are you well connected and well versed with what we're doing here and what we're viewing here, but that you're also you've also done work with the Type 1 Run. So we're grateful to have you here, and of course you are going to be out on the course with runners as well. So let's take a look at the cam. We've got runners heading down the hill. We've got some excellent drone shots there. Randy Cafaro in the chat. Just a shout out to Deb Hamberlin, number 63. She just did a live broadcast from a hill on her phone, looking good. We'll see if we can find that on the gram and see if we can get that on here. We've obviously got some people in the chat asking, okay, Andrew Susky asking, just logged on, whom is talking about diabetes and ultras? That would be my co-host, Pat Votruba, who is a local runner, who has become involved in the Type 1 Run. So, what mile is this, Cam? I believe that it's kind of floating between aid station 3 and 4, but I'm not 100% sure. We are all over the place here, so let's see if we might have some other static cams as well, or maybe some. I see Enzo, one of our other drone pilots, is flying around the course as well, sharing some views. And it is gorgeous out there as the sun starts to go down. It is going to be one gorgeous night as the sun starts to set. So, of course, this is Cocodona 250. We are just barely, let's see, we started at 10, so we're at, 8 hours into this race? So it's way too early to be doing any sort of any sort of handicapping or prognostication. We can just kind of guess here and there, but it is just, it's great to be a part of this event, and we've got a lot of great runners out there. As far as we know, based on what information we do have, we have Jason Coop still in the lead as far as we can tell. I'm going to try and refresh this and see if we can get a little bit more fresh information. Oh, okay. Oh, we do actually have some breaking news here. We'll go to the iPad here. According to what we've got, if this is accurate, basically Joe McConaughey, String Bean, has caught up to Jason Coop and potentially has overtaken him. Obviously, it is very, very early on, and it is hard to say with any certainty. However, it is something to note that that String Bean is now potentially in the lead here at the Cocodona 250. Jason Coop second, Annie Hughes first female, third overall. Simon Widman, I'm not familiar with that name, but according to this, he might be the third male, fourth overall. Not more than a mile back, we've got Michael McKnight and Michael Versteeg, two of the potential favorites heading into this race. And then Kevin Goldberg, who is a fan favorite. If you've been following the live stream today, a lot of his friends giving him shouts out. We are happy to do what we can to follow Kevin and his journey. Cole Crosby from Rhode Island, I know, is I got to meet him this weekend. Cole moving very well. Further down, Sarah Ostaszewski looks like she is still the second female. Brianna Grigsby in third, both Aravaipa Racing Team members. But again, this is such an early point. Going further down, obviously some more recognizable names for those that have watched this race. Jeff Garmeyer, Joshua Locke, Eric Senseman, not too far back. Dominic Grossman. So, we've got a definite, a strong, stout field, at Cocodona this year. And we've got some runners on course. Hard to keep track of who everybody is. I will say we try, but we'll do what we can here to try and we've got a drone shot of some runners as they head down. There's the ever reliable Aravaipa Dotson that's been a part of the organization longer than either one of us. But we've got, is that Dylan Harris perhaps doing some filming? So that would have meant that was probably Eric Senseman that we were actually viewing right there. Possibly.
Where's Senseman in the race right now?
He's somewhere around 15th, give or take, I want to say. Maybe 20th male.
Okay.
Let's see. Eric is, if I can see. It's kind of hard to, I'm not 100% sure on how the tracking. Yeah, it looks like he's about maybe 15th, 20th. So
I've always been a fan of his since he, the Squirrels Nut Butter guys used to always do the one of the main aid stations at Zane Gray.
Oh, yeah.
And I needed some help from him very badly, and he came through. So I've been a fan of his ever since.
Yeah, the Squirrels Nut Butter obviously is such a huge part. They've got a couple of sponsored athletes in this race, in particular. To cut right to it, Eric Senseman is a member of the Squirrels Nut Butter team. So, he's out here jumping up to a much longer distance than he's ever undertaken. So, he's obviously he's a very fast runner at 50K, 100K, distances. It's going to be very interesting to see if he's able to resist the urge to open up and throw down. I think that's going to be a very interesting thing to follow when it comes to Eric Senseman. So, beautiful views off in the distance on the course for Cocodona 250. Yes, Ryan, you are correct. Brianna Grigsby, Bree Grigsby, is a Squirrels Nut Butter runner as well. Diggs Diggler's asking, how long till dark, or should I say how long till Aravaipa After Dark? Well, I think it's technically underway.
Is it technically after dark?
I think it, well, depending on where you're watching from, it is after dark, or, potentially, maybe not quite after dark, but it's getting there. Somebody just jumped in front of the cam. I think that was actually Enzo, one of our filmers. Let's see what kind of drone shots we've got. Yes, as I agree, Pete, many more shots of the course. Shots, shots, shots. Shots on the ground, shots in the sky, shots of runners. Is that Josh Locke again? I don't think it would be.
Wasn't he wearing all yellow?
Yeah, he was wearing all yellow. Yeah, this is a yellow jacket with black shorts. Stephen Porter asks what the expected night temperature is. We can find that out.
I'll whip out my phone.
Yeah,
here.
we can. That's something that we can do in our hands. Is we can check to see what the overnight temperature.
I'm guessing in the 50s in Prescott.
Okay, and I did hear that that the expected temperatures at Mingus Mountain, of course, which is a couple thousand feet higher, would be probably under 40. So the runners that are hitting Mingus Mountain at that point will be a little bit chillier. So
Actually, Tuesday low 48 in Prescott. So, but yeah, up at the higher elevations, that'll be significantly lower.
yeah. Mingus Mountain does peak up, and that's a heck of a climb. I don't remember the exact way that they head up there, but no matter which way you head up Mingus, it's pretty steep climb up either side. So either of the main sides that you head up there. So of course that is what they hit before they make their way towards the next area of the course, the next town would, so to speak, and that's Jerome. So I think that the runners will, like the leader of the pack will probably be hitting Jerome after midnight. And
I think it's safe to say it's going to dip well down into the 30s up on Mingus Mountain.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely.
I don't know
see
what
that.
time they'll be hitting that exactly, but
Of course, the beautiful views of the mountains surrounding Prescott. Peeking in on runners where we can get them, and still getting to know a lot of them. Obviously, we have gotten very familiar with the front of the pack, but as our cameras are in different areas and following people around the course, we are going to have a chance to possibly familiarize ourselves with some of the middle of the pack and the runners further back. Of course, just in time for them to change clothes into their heavy stuff. So that's part of the fun of this, is that we can get to know a runner and get to know their outfit, but then as soon as they change, it's a whole new ball game. So shout out from Scott Boemke. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the support, of course. Of course, we both know Scott from the November Project group here.
Yep.
In the Phoenix area. So,
and Jackie, if you're listening, I still see the Aravaipa truck has the November Project tag on it.
yes,
They haven't taken that off.
No, it's still
Thought that
there.
was kind of funny.
Well, we'll actually be. Jackie will be one of our guests.
Yeah, she gets
later
2 hours. She gets 2 hours. I only get 1.
Well, to be fair, Jackie did.
I still have some testicle story or a testicle story to tell. Am I allowed to say testicle? Is it after dark yet?
I mean, well, even if you weren't, I don't have a dump button. So, no. Of course, Jackie will be on with us on Wednesday night. Is it an? Oh no, not that. We can't tell that story.
What?
Just because of. Folks, Pat worked in one of the aid stations on
Aid
Cocodona,
station
West-
volunteers aren't subject to HIPAA.
Yeah, yes, this is true. But there was an incident about I don't know if injury is the right word, but definitely an unfortunate situation for a runner, and we're gonna have to kind of dump out on that one.
The scientific term is testicular hernia,
Yeah, I don't want to.
or medical term, I should say.
Yes, that is a medical term. So, we've got. Let's see if we've got other. Well, we've got drone shots of the back of the truck. Excellent stuff. I guess we will keep an eye out. It looks like our drones are all on the ground at the moment, so we can always take a look at the iPad, where we can take a look at the map and see what we've got going on here. Obviously, Jason Coop. Okay, so this is why we don't get too up in arms about the tracker at this point. Is that okay? So, like now we're looking, and Jason Coop has retaken the lead. Annie Hughes is in second, and Joe McConaughey's in third. We are still, as we know, at the mercy of the satellite tracking and wherever the runners ping. So, we don't know with any exact certainty where everybody's at, especially this early in the race. Once things sort of sort out and as the runners gain a little bit more distance from one another, we will be able to figure out, who is in what place with a little bit more certainty. So we will
And I
do
think
that over
the
time.
runners will probably spread out on that climb up Mingus Mountain a bit.
Oh, for sure.
I think you have a.
Let's take a look and see if we can catch a little bit. Let's try this here. I'm going to try something a little bit different. I'll look at little shot of Annie leading the as the first female on the course a little bit earlier today. So we do have the ability to catch some of this stuff. So just wanted to take a peek and see that, and also just kind of experiment with it a little bit, because we can do that.
Yeah.
We absolutely can do that. We have 100 hours to play with.
I
So
I want to see how this unfolds. I think this is the kind of race that a woman could come in first overall. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
I think
yeah,
the
on a
longer
race
the
like
race, like the odds kind of shrink.
we've seen, yeah. I mean, it is not we've seen women take a race of this distance first overall, whether it be a backyard style or something like where was it Moab, Courtney DeWalter crushed the field.
Yeah.
Pam Reed winning Badwater. I mean, the longer the distance, the more it evens out, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to find out that Annie is going toe to toe with the men and till the very end, or to win it entirely. Jeff asking if this is part of the Whiskey Basin course. Yes and no. There's a lot of it that is part of the Whiskey Basin course, but there's also some other things that are not. So, obviously this course is one that they were able to put together on very short term notice with the fires that we encountered here in Arizona. Somebody's got a flag representing out there.
I guess I would say the Whiskey Basin course is a lot more single track than at
Yes.
least what I've seen on camera today. This is a lot of
This is true.
forest road.
Yeah, the Whiskey Basin course, if you're talking about the 91K, is single track, basically circumventing the entirety of Prescott, starting in the case of Whiskey Basin, starting and finishing at Watson Park. The reason why Watson Park was not available as an option for this was that it was the original start-finish of the Whiskey Basin race that took place last weekend here, and that has been made into basically a staging area for the firefighters that are fighting the wildfires due south of Prescott. So. One thing I do like about this section of the course is we do get some out and back action, watching runners coming and going, because they do have this turnaround right here. Let me see if I can find that. Find a couple more posts on the Cocodona course. Actually, we've got runners coming and going. Actually, we've got a few coming up the hill here. We'll see if we can either recognize or identify some of these runners. So it is obviously kind of hard because we don't know everybody. Obviously, we've gotten to know some of their outfits, and maybe we'll see if you recognize. Have you gotten a chance to note some of the outfits that we've seen from the runners so far? Or?
Well, I mean, definitely noticed Michael Versteeg shirtless without any visible signs of him carrying water.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, Josh Locke with the all yellow. That was easy to pick out.
I see Margaret DeHess on the camera right there. Of course, Margaret DeHess is a local runner. She's bib number 68, and she is the owner of Rim Runners in Payson and has been a part of the trail and ultra running scene for a long time. So just saw her go by, and she looked like she was moving pretty well. Got a couple other runners coming up from off in the distance. We'll catch up with them in a bit, but let's show off some of the stuff we've got on the Cocodona 250 page. Obviously, you can see right here, you've got let's go back here. Lead man and woman on the course right there. Let's see if we've got some other runners. Looks like that might be Sarah Ostaszewski. Yeah, they're loving life out there. Just absolutely having a blast. So,
interesting question in the chat. If you could do one race within the year where you're at, what would it be? What do you think, Chris? What's your opinion in Arizona?
Well, I'm biased as I am a huge fan of Crown King, the Crown King Scramble, and a lot of people look at me very funny because it's a hard race, but as far as the races here in Arizona and in the area, that would be my absolute favorite.
Yeah, Crown King Scramble 50K. Yeah, you got to love that race because it's classic. You start basically outside the Phoenix area in the Sonoran Desert with the saguaro cacti, and you go up an old Jeep road that's barely traversable. It's traversable mostly by ATVs. Like, I wouldn't even try that in like a four-wheel drive truck.
I've had friends actually ruin their trucks on that road.
And and then you climb up. What's it top out at? 7,000 feet.
Yeah.
And then so it's basically uphill all day, and then there's a 2-mile downhill into an old mining town that's only accessible by dirt road. And the finish line is a saloon.
Yeah, that's the best part.
And so then you hang out at the saloon. I would recommend, if you do ever do that race, I'd rent a cabin up in Crown King and that saloon on race night is always an interesting crowd.
Absolutely.
Mix
You've got
of
half runners and half
locals and some
And-
ATV. It's
and there aren't
always
a lot of
blast.
locals in Crown King.
There aren't a
because
lot of locals in
the
Crown King.
town population is only about 150. So
But yeah, that's a good one.
yeah, it's a great race. As we've got more runners heading up the hill, I see some other answers to that question. Well, I mean, I strictly kept it to where I'm at. So, like, thinking, Arizona. So, looks like a couple people have suggestions, and looks like somebody asking or saying Hard Rock. I mean, I've been there
Yeah.
for Hard Rock. I've watched Hard Rock.
I guess I interpret it as Arizona races.
Yeah,
so,
same.
yeah.
I mean, I was up there to watch Hard Rock last year and followed the entirety of the race, and I loved it. But number one, it's scary hard for somebody who hasn't done it before, at least in my impression. And I've done significant portions of the course, but Rob Rich with another unbelievably tough answer, Tusher's 100K.
Tusher's. I volunteered at that race last summer too, and
I
that's,
know.
Yeah, I almost died.
Yeah, that.
If we have air time to kill, I can tell that whole story. But
Yeah, your story of trying to volunteer at Tusher's was.
Well, I drove 8 hours to get to the start finish. That's at a ski resort in Utah, and it's a beautiful drive. I think one of the most beautiful drives I've ever done.
Absolutely.
Finally find it, ready to just kind of settle into the beer, and Jamil comes back from a trail run. I said, okay, and I had volunteered for the very first and last aid station, so it's something like 8.5 miles into the course. Okay, Jamil, how do I get to this aid station tomorrow morning? First thing out of his mouth, well, it's about a 2-hour drive. And 2-hour drive on some interesting roads, let's put it that way.
Yeah, for those of you that are interested in it as such, I mean, the Tusher's Mountain Runs, it's another Aravaipa race, and registration is now open. And it's in July, so if you are interested.
Yeah, gorgeous, underrated part of Utah. It's a little bit north of Zion, about halfway between Las Vegas and Salt Lake.
It gives you an excellent excuse to visit Zion and Bryce Parks,
Yeah.
which is what I did on the way back. I just saw another local runner, Michelle Wager, just went by on the cam and waved up at the drone. Michelle, as had been noted earlier, interestingly, volunteers so much that she was able to pay for this race entirely with the race credits.
Wow.
Yeah, she volunteers at a lot of Aravaipa events. So, hats off to Michelle, and I hope that she's enjoying the fruits of her labor as she tries to make it across this 250-mile course. So, and Rob Rich mentions Alunite is not fun to drive to when talking about Tushers.
That was Alunite, yes. You don't want to miss the turn either. Rob, if you go to Alunite, don't miss the turn.
Yeah, it was.
I had to turn around on a very sketchy part on the side of the mountain, and
there are no turnarounds.
I found one, but
yeah, Tusher's another great Aravaipa race, and if you get the chance to go up there, it's beautiful, it's brutal, but it's absolutely stunning. So. We've got more runners coming up the hill. Love seeing them move. They're still running. I mean, that tells you that's a completely different scene than we saw last year. I mean, as you know, being out on the course, that by the time they were, getting to you at mile 50, 51, they were just not in that same.
Yeah, even they were mostly coming downhill from Crown King at that point, and most people were, especially once it got dark, they were kind of slowing down a little.
Sure.
And then had some mountain lion sightings. That was added to the excitement.
You did.
Well, it was past our aid station. Holly Hovius, who I'm sure you know, she called Lisa Kravitz, who I'm pacing this year. She was volunteering at the same aid station, and Holly and her partner, they left, and they were a couple miles down the road on the forest road, and calls back and said they saw a mother mountain lion with cubs,
oh my,
basically crossing the forest road. So
Yeah.
we were trying to, encourage people to leave in groups. And, but I mean, even at that point, people were just kind of like, you couldn't tell if they were comprehending you or not. Like they just, people kind of out of it at that point.
Yeah, Holly and, of course, her husband, Jeff Hemperly, were the first husband and wife couple to finish Cocodona last year. I know that I do believe we have a married couple this year, but I'll have to verify that. But, yeah, I was actually I'm hoping to have Holly and Jeff on later tonight for a little bit to talk to us from Prescott. I felt that their experience running as a couple and as, last year during their time finishing Cocodona, because they both finished together, as well as their familiarity with the new course. I mean, they are, they're Prescott residents, and they know they know the area. This is their literal backyard. So, they're able to spend, a lot of time on these courses. I mean, if you follow their Strava or their Instagram, they're out there all the time. I mean, I'd obviously love to see them out there again sometime. It looks like we might have lost a static cam there somehow.
So Taylor Thomas says I want to try the Ring the Springs race this year in Colorado Springs. So I've been kind of monitoring that. Like I grew up in Colorado Springs mostly. At least when my dad was stationed in Colorado Springs, I lived in Colorado Springs. So I've been keeping an eye on some of those races because I don't get back there enough.
Of course, Ring the Springs is going to be it's going to be I believe it's a 50-miler and a 100-miler up in Colorado Springs. And is that next weekend even, or the? No, that's Ram Party. Ring the Spring.
I think it might be June 11th. Yes, because I have a thought. Yeah,
Ring the Springs is June 11th. There are 3 distances. You gonna run that 100-miler?
No, I have considered it. Friday night is my 30-year class reunion for high school in Colorado Springs. So,
oh wow!
Yeah, should do that and then do a 100-miler. But no, I'm not doing that.
Right after the high school reunion, that would make for a very interesting race. Another race, talking about our favorite race, admittedly, this is a lot of. Talking about other races that Aravaipa puts on. One is Copper Corridor out in Superior. You ran that this year, I know.
I did. Yeah, I ran a shorter distance, but yeah, that course is just gorgeous. That's just a very.
You sneak into this beautiful little riparian area that doesn't even look like you're in Arizona anymore. It's pretty amazing. So. I got to say, I'm a huge fan of that event.
And TJ Gardner's giving a shout out to Zane Gray. I will second that, despite the fact that it's not an Aravaipa race. That's a fantastic event.
Yeah, Zane Gray is an unbelievably difficult run. Of course, now it's 100K, which it had been a 50K for decades, and now it's even
50
tougher.
mile, but yeah,
50 mile, yeah.
But that
right.
Course, yeah.
Yeah, no, the Zane Gray is not an Aravaipa event, but it is put on by a friend of the family, so to speak, Joe Gallopi. And prior to that, had been put on by Linda Van, who has been around the trail and ultra running scene for a long time. So, I think that we are very lucky, very fortunate to have all of these options here in Arizona. We've got more runners coming up the hill, taking a look. So we've got a very interesting situation here with the tracking, and we're going to slide over to the iPad here really quick. But according to what we've got, Stringbean McConaughey has taken the lead again. I don't know if this is 100% accurate. We're just kind of following what we see here. But yeah, it looks like he is currently leading the race with Jason Koop just right behind him. I mean, they're so close at this point that they're basically within eye shot of one another. It's not like there is anybody out to a commanding or even significant lead at this point. But yeah, Joe McConaughey in first, Jason Koop in second, and Annie Hughes third overall, first female. A little further back, Michael McKnight, Mark DeFalco, Sarah Ostaszewski, and Cole Crosby, and rounding out the top 10, Michael Versteeg, which if you're following it to the letter, looks like he's fallen back a couple spots, but they're all within less than a mile of one another from 5th through 11th or 12th. Got an update from TJ Gardner again. Update from Henry Ward's crew. He's in and out of Skull Canyon and looking great. That is great to know. Henry Ward is a local runner here in the Valley, and he had a very rough go of it last year at Cocodona.
Yeah, I remember I left our aid station probably close to midnight, and I had seen most of the runners I kind of knew had come through, and the two guys that were on my mind who I hadn't seen come through and I had left them for dead were Henry and Andre Lee.
That's right.
And,
they came in together.
I don't exactly know what – I know he had some rough issues. I can't remember exactly the details with Henry, but I did not expect Andre to finish that race. But as many of you who've been following this race know, he was the last finisher, and made for some great photo opportunities and all around great guy.
Yeah, for those that were able to witness it last year, Andre, gutted out a finish when a lot of us, not that we didn't think he could do it, it just didn't look very promising at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, he had gone and kind of been bringing up the rear and chasing cutoffs for the last 50, 60 miles, and I was at the top of Mount Eldon looking down at him, watching down at him for the better part of an hour. And just waiting for him to make it up to the aid station, and he was just moving very, very slowly. But he made it. He made it to the top. Tony Russ, who was actually racing this year, was his pacer, and they left, and he made it with I want to say it was 30 minutes to spare, 124 and a half hours in finishing this race. So
yeah. Yeah, I remember I think you had the live stream of him on top of Eldon, and for those of you who aren't too familiar with the course, Eldon's one of the taller peaks near Flagstaff, and it's a beast of a thing to put at the end of this race.
Absolutely.
But once you get to the top, you could tell he kind of was like, okay, I'm here, I'm gonna make it, because it's mostly downhill from that point to downtown Flagstaff.
And after the race, I myself and a few friends went out to lunch with Andre and his girlfriend Jan and a few other people. And let me tell you, Andre was not all there. He was feeling pretty rough, but you know what? He did it. I mean, my hat's off to him and to everybody who finished last year. And, coming up here in just a little bit, we're actually going to be having somebody who did finish the race last year as part of Aravaipa After Dark. And I see him out there in the hallway. And tell you what, one of the things about this race that we've been talking about all day, and seeing people talk about all day, are the beards on the race. Like some of the great beards that are on this course, and some of the runners who have some amazing facial hair.
I guess I shouldn't have shaved today.
Well, but this runner who is going to be joining us here in a little bit, he's got an all-timer. Oh, and he also brought whiskey, but he can keep that out. He knows that I don't do whiskey, but he'll be joining us here in a few minutes. Of course, for those of you familiar with him, it would be Stephen Crawford, Dr. Stephen Crawford, as it were. So I love doing But he has an excellent beard. I mean, he has an absolutely fantastic beard. So I guess I want to kind of bring it back into the studio. Pat, thank you very much for coming on with us. I appreciate your time. Once again, if people were interested in finding out more about Type 1 Run or supporting diabetic runners, how can they do that?
Search Type 1 Run on Facebook, Instagram. I've got a local running group I started called Type 1 Run Phoenix. We kind of put a halt on the group runs as everybody else did, and had a couple requests for those to come back. So hopefully we'll be doing those again relatively soon.
We just missed the runner you'll be pacing.
Did we miss Lisa?
We missed Lisa Kravitz.
That's all right.
We'll catch her on the way back.
Her hair stands out, so you'll see her.
Her hair stands out. And do we have a drone turning around potentially? We shall see. Yep, there's your runner. There's Lisa Kravitz.
Well, maybe the drone will catch us together, and that'll be the biggest size ratio between pacer and runner that
Yeah,
there
you
probably
are.
is on the course.
Yeah, you're a good, what, 1.5 2 feet taller than Lisa? But
Oh, yeah.
here she comes right up here.
But she'll be crushing me on that climb, I guarantee it.
And she knows that we've got her. She's looking up at the camera. So, Pat, it's been a pleasure. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. And we'll be talking soon. I might reach out to you when you're out on the course later this week and see if we can get an update.
All right, sounds good. Wait till I'm done with that climb.
Once again, everybody, that was Pat Vitriba. He's a local runner. He was a volunteer out on the Cocodona 250 course last year. And all-around great guy, experienced trail runner, and he's going to be out on the course later this year, pacing and crewing for a runner that actually we just caught on camera, which was local runner Lisa Kravitz. So we are following all of these great runners and the Cocodona 250. Let's see here. Let's check in on the chat and see if we can. Okay. Robert, I agree. How cool would it be to have audio on course? It would be great. We are trying to work on it. We will have something. I mean, we just have to figure it out. We'll get there. So we appreciate you being here. Let's see. Ryan Griffiths, the ladies did crush it at Whiskey Basin, and a lot of those same miles were taking place. A lot of the miles from Whiskey Basin are on the course for Cocodona as well. So, we're excited about that. Okay, you're right, Bob. We were talking about mustaches. We did talk about beards as well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you know what? It is a facial hair kind of day. We've got another runner coming up the hill. And we're going to see, hopefully we can get some more static cams reestablished. It looks like we've lost some of our feeds, and we will work on that. But we're going to bring it back in studio here really quick for a couple reasons. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you this beautiful shirt, this beautiful flannel shirt that is part of the Cocodona collection. And
yeah, I left mine backstage because I wasn't going to make us look like twins or something.
I think it would have been a fantastic.
We can fix that before the night's over.
Yeah, we could. We
can fix that.
And, of course, this is Stephen Crawford. Stephen, welcome.
Thank you,
Good
man.
to see
Good
you.
to see you.
For those of you unfamiliar, Stephen finished the Cocodona 250 last year and had a blast doing it. He was all smiles.
I think I'm the only one who enjoyed Lane Mountain, the Bradshaws, and, okay, no one enjoyed the airport around Sedona, but, I think I'm the only one who enjoyed the Bradshaws the way I did.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were very you didn't rush yourself. That's one of the things about your race last year that I appreciated. I watched you. I mean, you were, you slowly made your way up the, up the, I don't know, standings or up the board, so to speak. I mean, you were not among the, the first people to leave any aid station in the first half of the race, but by the second half of the race, you finished pretty much in the middle of the pack.
I was 58 out of 108.
Yeah.
And that was one of those things for me coming into Sedona on late Wednesday night. It was that moment where I was like, I know who I am as a runner, and from here on out, I am a solid mid-packer, and I'm very proud of that. And so that was one of the things I think for me is like discovering, hey, I'm a grinder. I'm not one of those people who's going to come run really fast in the first half of the race and then hope the fade is not too bad. So yeah, I'm a grinder. And that was one of the things this year is like looking at what I'm calling the flatter course. I have a feeling that this is going to have Javelina style carnage as opposed to what we had last year. And that is, as the race progresses, these folks who are, this is some beautiful road that I would have loved to have had myself last year, except for the fact that I think a lot of people are going to end up with a fade more than they expect because some of these folks, they've trained a lot more on the course than we did last year.
Yeah.
And we had over 40 people on Lane Mountain last month. And a lot of the runners you've been talking about, Lisa Kravitz, Danelle Soto, just a handful of folks. But we also had a large number of people come in from out of town. We had folks as far as Florida, Texas, and Tennessee, and British Columbia join us, and just to see what that first 40 miles was like. And I'll tell you, it was harder this last month than it was last year. Last year, you had the trail get regraded right before the race, so it was soft. But this year, we had the devastating monsoons that just washed all that out. And so it really created some very technical terrain that was, in my opinion, harder than last year. And then we'd see how the heat and water would impact with the changes this year. But this year, this flatter, faster course, I think, is going to lead to a little bit more excitement across Fain Ranch. I think it's going to lead to a little bit more excitement, especially across the Verde Valley approaching Sedona. And then we'll see what happens after that. I think listening to you guys earlier, the real race, I think, is going to start somewhere between Dead Horse and Sedona.
That makes sense. I think that we're in a situation where, like, while it is not necessarily as difficult or technical as it was last year, maybe the urge to run it out does tend, or might potentially hit them in in a bad way.
Yeah, I wish I was out there running, but I remember you guys were. Deb Headland got a shout out right before I came in, and I saw her Facebook video, and it's windy up there. So let's not take that apart out of the equation. While it's cooler than it was last year by a little bit, especially with the altitude, it is definitely windier.
Yeah, it's windier. There's positives and negatives. They're going to hit Mingus Mountain, and they're going to be cold. Tonight. They're going to be pretty cold. So, as you can see, we had some coverage of the start line and some of the anticipation that the runners had as they were there. You can see Jamil there with not one cam but two cam, as well as his Koros Vertex 2. An excellent timepiece, if I do say so myself. I don't have one. But maybe I'll get one for Christmas from Santa, because I have a newer Koros Apex, and I'm very happy with it. But it, you look at the Vertex, it is pretty amazing. So we'll kind of take a slide around the course and see if we can get there's some interesting shots. I'm not quite sure. Is that the...
That looks like Whiskey Row. That does have a familiar look to it.
I'm looking for the Whiskey Row cam. I can't quite find it, so we're going to come back to the iPad and look for some other shots of... okay, so for some runners coming into Ironwood Springs.
Yeah, there's some great photos on that course.
Absolutely. Of course, hey, there's Hector Rodriguez right there in that photo.
Shout out to him. He has my bib number from last year.
Yeah, I spoke with Hector on... Saturday, and he looked good, except for the fact that he was wearing all of that San Diego Padres gear when he came in to pick up his bib.
Well, at least he's got a good bib number.
Yeah, but he's looking forward to it, and he feels like if he has his all of his nutrition under control, that he can have himself a good day. Let's see if I can find our spider cam.
And for those of you wondering, it is now sunset here in Phoenix at 7:09 local time, which means I guess it's officially approaching Aravaipa After Dark.
Yes, it is now currently Aravaipa dusk, I guess you could say. So, there's Spider Pena looking like he's, I don't know if he's on the course somewhere, but I see that we have a Whiskey Row cam setting up somewhere, and I would like to see if I can figure out where that is. But let's go to the leaderboard. As we mentioned, and I'll tilt this so you can use it as well. Okay, so it does show that there's a runner at mile 60. That is not the case. Nothing against Timothy Gore, but he is not leading this race by 10 miles. So if we, slightly disregard that, then I know that I was made aware by Matt Feldake that Joe is ahead of Coop as they hit mile 50. And so String Bean McConaughey is currently your Cocodona leader. And our static cam is being moved to Whiskey Row, which will actually give us a great vantage point as the runners hit their first big aid station in many miles. You've got Annie Hughes in third place. Anything that you've noticed so far that surprises you in terms of the leaderboard or further down the leaderboard?
I think for me, as I was watching between meetings today, the fact that, I think for me, the leaderboard didn't really surprise me too much. I'm not giving too much stock in it right now because, like I said, it's too early, and we're going to see how the running styles play out. Michael Versteeg last year wisely took a nap in the heat at Dead Horse, and when he woke up was in second place, and then retook first place when Dax unfortunately was at Deer Pass trying to problem solve unsolvable problems. And so I'm kind of this year just seeing how things are. I think it's a lot like last year where you're seeing some folks who are together. It's nice seeing the ladies right up there, right there in the overall totals the way they are right now, and I'm hoping that keeps up. Looking at the pack, seeing how they're strung out, it's not nowhere near as it was last year. So I think there's a lot of smart running going on there. A lot of folks in that mid to back pack are just going, nope, we got our pace, we know how to be smart, and we're just going to keep it moving. So there's not too many surprises. Been trying to figure out a couple of the weird pieces. I think like one of the runners kind of caught you guys off guard and showed up in Whiskey Row way in front of everybody else, and he had been at aid station 2 for a while, and I think that was a ride back scenario, but not officially flagged in the database, so we're not sure what's going on there, just like with Timothy Gore. So trying to figure out how many runners may have actually dropped so far.
That's a good point, actually. It looked like one of the other runners who had been, who were under the impression was leading the race earlier, or was showing up in the standings, is now listed as a DNF. So maybe that's what it is that their GPS is actually catching them, further up. Maybe they're getting a ride ahead to Whiskey Row or something like that, so their crew might be able to.
And I'm sure it takes time for whoever's running the back end of the database to officially log them in the system. They've probably been logged in the intermediary points before the public gets this information, so which includes us because we don't have a back channel to the RD or the aid stations. So
question from the crowd is Steven from the band ZZ Top with that beard?
With my musical talents, that is not the case. I do not have any musical talents whatsoever, unfortunately.
But you have some running talents, and that's why you're here with us, and that's why we're going to hang out and have a good time tonight.
And with any luck, we won't be on OnlyFans tomorrow because I got us kicked off of YouTube.
Let's see. I've got the Dan Prescott cam. That is not.
That's for. I'm gonna say that's only Cam's territory there.
Yeah,
OnlyFans.
That's exactly what we were hoping to avoid. I've got another feed. Okay, I think that this is what it is. That I see where to look for the names now. We've got Ruth in Whiskey Row. You are on, but it looks like she's kind of trying to figure things out. So we'll come back to her. We don't really have much in the way of live feed on the course right now, so we'll take a look and let's take a look and see if we got anything on the social media side of things. Of course, Ace team member Jen Laughlin is on the case when it comes to the gram and putting up some of these excellent, gorgeous photos for us all to enjoy.
And this is, I went back and I watched the live stream in the course of the weeks after the race last year, and it was just such a blackout situation. There's no signal between even before you get to aid station at mile 11, and there's just pretty much no signal until you get past Lane Mountain practically. I mean, it's all super spotty when you do have it, and so the fact that we are able this year to watch so much has been just fantastic. Don't count on it next year because we need to go back to that original segment.
We've got Melanie H. I'm not sure who if that means she's crewing for somebody, but she's a floating crew cam. So Melanie is following some runners. I know that runner on the right is Michelle Wager.
Okay.
Local runner. Let's see if we've got some other. We'll keep an eye out. We've got cameras all over, so obviously they're coming and they're going. So we're just trying to.
And I'm going to praise the runner I see with poles. I mean, I went out from poles from the start, and yeah, they do two things for you if you're a mid to back of the pack runner, and that is slow you down when you're running too fast and speed you up going up the hill by taking some pressure off you. So I really recommend becoming friends with poles. And I tell you, in this out and back piece, the fact they could high five each other, that was something I was hoping to see a lot of, and I'm glad we've got some of those shots.
Yeah, it is a pretty neat feature of this year's race as opposed to last year's. So, knowing that there is a bit of that. I mean, you didn't have that last year.
No,
no. It was, everything was basically a through situation. So.
Plus, last year we weren't sure we wanted to touch each other yet because of where we were in the pandemic. Most of us were just getting vaccinated at that point. So
this is a good point. Yeah, I mean, things are so much different in so many ways, and that's another thing that that we definitely will be noticing over the course of this race. Let's take a look at the. Dora trying to follow the 60-plus age group runners on live tracking. There's more than several out there. Let's go Boomers. There's a few runners in that age bracket. We just saw one on camera a little bit ago, Margaret DeHess, who is a long-time ultra runner, and I know that she and her crew. Shout out to her. Crew chief Alicia Judy, who is a big-time trail runner as well. So that's the thing about this race is that a lot of people have an all-star crew. Did any of the people who crewed or paced for you last year elect to run the race this year?
No, last year my crew, I had 3 folks on my team. One of them is out there right now at Skull Valley, and that is the medic. My wife works for MedStar, so she ended up taking a number of shifts there, and so so that's where she is. But my crew, Jonathan and Stephanie Reed, what was great about that was I was able to join them a couple months later in a little place called Death Valley for Badwater 135 to help Jonathan and crew and pace him through
Nice.
Through Badwater.
That's one of the beautiful things about the about this community is that it's if you're crewing or pacing for somebody, odds are that you're going to be able to have them crew or pace for you somewhere down the line as well. It's such a collaborative effort when it comes to this sport and this community.
Yeah, and I had a great opportunity to meet with a number of the local runners here to kind of share my notes and my approach to how I did things. And so I had a couple of dinners with folks and just different opportunities to share, going, hey, look, this is how I approached it. Here are my dropbacks. Here's how I handled, the night close versus the day close. Here's what I handled when I was off by 12 hours and had to readjust everything. And so, I'm a planner by nature. And so my backup plans had backup plans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's it's just part of it's one of the things that this sport appeals to people for is that it's all troubleshooting, and you're troubleshooting but having fun while troubleshooting, and trying to figure out problems. It's almost like you're trying to figure out what kind of video coverage you have and trying to find the cameras.
Well, it's like, I see the comment, Starlink, and it's not the first time I've seen that today. And I'll say, if you've ever looked into Starlink, the problem is they want a terrestrial fixed address. So they don't like us mobile people.
Yeah, if you're running around the course, that in theory, I don't know anything about Starlink.
I've looked into it a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about it. I am as technologically clueless as you can tell by the way that I'm careening around the
You are doing a great job. You got a lot of tech going on here, but
yeah,
when Starlink becomes available to the RV crowd, that's when it's going to become probably more accessible to us.
Well, Charlie, thanks for tuning in. We wouldn't be doing the live stream if you weren't watching and following along. So, thank you for tuning in. For those of you that are watching, if you want to support the live stream, buy some gear. We've got the Aravaipa, running shop. We can probably pull that up, can't we? We can pull up the shop and show some of the cool Cocodona stuff that we've got here. You've got the tees, of course, as I'm wearing the long sleeve plaid. It's a pretty sharp shirt.
I'm not a print or plaid type of guy, but I have one, and I love it. And
I think it's fantastic.
it's a
shirt.
great, even for the desert. It's a nice, good fit for the desert, and so I'm looking forward to wearing mine out on course this week.
Yeah, I am definitely a fan of it. Of course, if you want something more traditional, you can get the, Cocodona unisex tri-blend tee, or if you're not running in the desert, you can, or if you're going to be running at night at Mingus Mountain, you can be wearing this Cocodona 250 unisex hoodie.
If you're wearing that on Mingus Mountain, you're going to need more than that.
Yeah, especially tonight. It is going to be chilly. So
I think the forecast for Flagstaff, I think tonight's like 29 degrees. I'm trying to pull up I have a whole list of all the places, and so like the Flagstaff forecast. I mean, actually, sorry, it's tomorrow night. It's supposed to be windy and 29 for a low on Flagstaff. So anybody who's going over Mingus on Tuesday night, which I don't think any of our leaders will be there, but if they are, they better have their layers ready. It's supposed to be about 33 degrees on Wednesday night, so you could, but at least less windy. But the winds are supposed to pick up on Saturday night. So the good news is it's going to slowly warm up in Flagstaff. The lows are supposed to be in the mid 40s overnight on Friday night, Saturday morning. So that is just one of the things to be aware of as you're doing that, because that was one of the things last year was like I was just wearing short sleeves the entire time. I threw my jacket on a couple of times in some of the late night segments. But man, once you get on that rim, you're really looking at some cold temperatures. And I had to double layer my tights. I had to double layer my shirts. I'm glad I had a lot of smart wool on hand because otherwise, I mean, you're moving as fast as you can, which may not be that fast. And so that's one of the things that I think our runners, like I said, there's a lot that's going to happen between now and then. It's going to get hotter as they get past Mingus, but it could get chilly on them depending on when they go over Mingus, and it more than likely will get cold at some point after Sedona.
Yeah, so riddle me this. When you ran last year, knowing the changes that you were going to be going through in terms of the terrain, were you tending to travel lighter and carry heavier, or did you kind of just have it from station to station where you were going to be able to pick something up as you went?
My goal was to have things at stations before I needed them, and that's the nice thing about, I mean, I don't normally carry a pack. I have a very lightweight kit that I use that's basically just big enough for 2 water bottles. I used the same company's Adventure Pack this go around last year, and so by doing that, I was able to drop gear and just slide it into the bag. So, I have a nice lightweight jacket that's a very good run jacket. And I bought for future races. I want to do UTMB one day. So let's make sure we have a jacket that's good enough for that. Let's make sure I have rain gear and get lightweight, good quality gear that's rated high enough for UTMB because they have some pretty high standards. Again, working with crewing Badwater, I had bought sun gear specifically for that. So I just made sure I had things where I needed it that was lightweight, high quality, and just dry, and being able to put them in my pack before I needed it. That way, if I hit a drop bag and going, well, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, who cares? But then let's say 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then say, oh, now it's 7:30, 8 o'clock, sun went down, temperature dropped like a rock. Let me pull this out right now. And that was the way to go about it.
As 8 more miles, of course, Pete Mortimer is saying he was going to buy bucket hat stock after this race. I'll be honest, Pete, I think he missed the boat on that one. I think that last year after Western States was the time to buy bucket hat stock.
Yeah, he missed that one. That was last year. I think that was the other thing is last year we saw only a couple of people with the sun shirt hoodies, and I looked at a couple of them after the race going, I don't know yet. I will tell you that looking at it now and seeing folks today, I was like, that would probably be my next gear purchase is because like I sunburn really bad in the back of my neck. So I have those nice desert style floppy hats. And that was just it. Those hats are miserable once the sun goes down, for me at least, because there's no air. So I carried 2 hats with me after I got past Crown King. I had my day hat in the pack and I had my night hat in the pack after Crown King. And I just kept swapping back and forth as appropriate.
Yeah, speaking of other gear, TJ asking if I wore this shirt so I could take it off for Aravaipa After Dark. No, I'm keeping this shirt on. Everybody wins if
Yeah.
I keep as much clothing on as possible, if not more. I'll see if I can find a coat or two to throw on over myself.
If you were to take that off, not only would we get thrown off YouTube, we may even get thrown off OnlyFans.
Yeah,
so
that would be
we can't
not
do that.
good. So looking at a few more sites of the start line of Cocodona 250 on the Instagram account. I did actually ask some of these teams and participants to post these pictures, and we'll see if we can pull them up because a lot of the crews have matching outfits and uniforms.
This is great. I love it.
Yeah, it's a team effort to do something like this. I mean, it really is. Somebody with a Koros
that's
temporary
Shelby.
tattoo
Isn't
and
it?
a Koros watch.
No, it's not. Okay.
Of course, there's
Oh, she's putting them on people.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that would be, of course, Jeff Garmeyer right there with all of the Koros logos on him. There's Howie Stern and Scott Rokas, excellent photographers, putting together all of the photos for this race. If you follow
Some
Howie,
of my best pictures.
yeah, I mean, Howie captures a race like nobody else. So hopefully you're able to tune in and see what Howie does. I believe it's at Howie Stern Photo on Instagram, but he truly is he's the best in the business in my opinion, and we're fortunate to have him shoot as many events as he does here.
I'd like to know who has the most cover photos in the last 10 years on Ultra Running Magazine.
Oh, it's got to be Howie.
I'd like to know by how many.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, every so often I'll hear, oh, well, Howie got the cover again, because he does that work. So. Looking in, yes, this is Stephen Crawford in the house.
Hey,
Shout
Troy.
out from Troy Sandoval, of course.
He's pacing.
Yeah. Oh, who's he pacing?
Oh, crud. No. I've got about 3 names in my head, and I can't remember which one it is. So I'm going to let him type it so I don't mess it up.
Okay. Amber Myers had ordered her Coco gear. It shipped today. You got to let us know what pieces you got, Amber, because I think that this stuff is fantastic. I mean, I'm obviously sporting some of the gear myself. It feels good. It feels comfy, and I'm gonna have to actually go out for a run in it sometime here soon. So let's see what else is going on. Oh no! So of course Pete Mortimer knows you. So he's asking Steve, what whiskey are you imbibing?
Well. And it's his fault because he talked about bringing whiskey into the studio, and I was like, "Hold on, Pete. Stay in your lane. You are, in my opinion, the grill master. But if you want to get in my lane, I might get into yours." And so I did bring with me a local from here in Tempe, their rye whiskey.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we want to buzz market. I'm more than happy to buzz market them.
Okay.
But I'll stay away from brands unless you want me to.
Okay, so Troy is pacing Lori Robinson. Of course, Lori is Lori and her husband Lee are involved in the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival up in Las Vegas. So,
and Lori joined us for the trading run out of Crown King the day after the Crown King Scramble. So that was something that Andre and I kind of said last year. Hey, wouldn't it be crazy if? And Ryan Ingram joined us, and that for us was a wake-up call on what we were about to get ourselves into because we ran the original course. Yeah. Originally, they were going to take us to Battle Flat on this really nasty single track that had been more or less abandoned. And then I'm glad we didn't do that because of the Mexican spotted owl nesting there. There were a lot of there were a lot of scratch marks and a lot of the cougars letting us know that they were there watching us in the snow, and we were very happy to not see them and then leave us alone. So that's one of the benefits of not being in the Bradshaws is they're not going to be dealing with that much wildlife because of things like that. We're not just Bradshaws is where a lot of that's living because of how rugged it is. But yeah, she joined us there, had a great day, and she's going to do really well out there, I think.
So discuss, obviously you ran the original course, the one that started at Black Canyon City and ran up into Prescott through Whiskey Row and then, and then went from there. Would it be, do you wish you were running this course, not necessarily more than last year's, but do you wish you were getting to experience what they're doing this year, simply because it is different.
Definitely. I would have done it in a heartbeat if it wasn't for my work schedule. Originally I said I didn't want to do it back-to-back years. I had other plans for this spring, and I beat myself up doing those. So I'm not sure what shape I'd be in for this year because of what I did in February and March, both on the road and trail. You really, in my opinion, if you're going to approach this needs to be your focus for the first 5 months of the year. And so when you look at my ultra sign up, you see a lot of races basically from January through, and every single one of them was a training run for this. It's like, there's Black Canyon 100K, except for the fact I trained through it and I ran it like, how would I run Cocodona? I ran the Coldwater 100 basically as a training run. I mean, I was like, how would I power hike and manage myself so that I feel great and ready to go run literally the next day? And that's pretty much what I did. So you really got to come in this from a point of view, especially if you're a mid to the backpack, you've really got to come in and say, this is my number one goal. All other races are solely to prep for this. Yeah. And I have to train through them. I have to do 0 taper, 0 recovery because I need to keep moving. And if you run them too hard and you have to take a recovery, then do that. But at the same time, be careful because you don't want it to take away from this.
John Harper asking if there's any more trail video of the runners. The answer to that is an absolute yes. Right now, though, our drones are probably down for the night at this point. As it gets darker, it just
FAA regulations, all those
the
things.
whole don't fly drones at night thing. Especially as they're approaching Whiskey Row, you just can't fly a drone in a central.
I mean,
town
you
area.
could, but you might not fly again.
That's true. That's an excellent point. We're trying to get some word to Whiskey Row that we would love to have some video of the area. We do have a couple of cameras that look like they're getting ready to set up, but until we've got confirmation, we've got monitors on them. So once we've actually got a quality picture, we will bring it to you. In the meantime, we're just trying to keep up on the leaderboard and make sure that that we're kind of apprised as to where everybody is at this point. So it looks like we've only got a couple of drops at this point, which is fortunate.
Yeah.
Just like a couple. So hoping that that stays to.
And that's one of the things last year is I learned to hate the word resilience and grit because, chatting with some of those runners who their race was over at mile 15, partly because of what happened in the months leading up to the race. You've really got to come in feeling great, feeling healthy, and just feeling ready to go. And so I know last year there were a couple of folks who had COVID battles 3 and 4 months prior to the race, and they just never bounced back. And so it's one of those things that for me, it's like the start line is not the beginning. It is really it's truly only the beginning of the end. And so a lot of runners had a lot of things to overcome to get to that point.
Yeah, it's the kind of race where, you've really got to just kind of go at it in chunks,
Yeah.
You can't win. I mean, you can't win the race on day one, but you can sure.
You can,
hurt
but you
your
can walk
chances.
away. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, and I think that is what I'm waiting to see. Like I said, this is not an easier course. This is just a flatter course, and we've seen at Javelina when you have a runnable 100, there's some good runners who realize around mile 60, mile 80, oh wow, that was probably a faster first loop than I should have done, and I'm wondering, where people are going to be come tomorrow, where they're going to wonder, maybe I should not have run as fast out of Skull Valley as I did, or into. I mean, I was amazed at how fast they were running. I thought I was looking at some of the predictions from the runner's guide, and I was like, well, those are some pretty. And I was running through my spreadsheet, going, man, those are some quick paces. And then to see them get beat, I'm like, that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah. We've got, of course, as the runners are approaching Whiskey Row, we just to follow up on an answer for John. Yeah, we'll have some we'll have some more video. We're just trying to, get it established as day folds into night here for Aravaipa After Dark. So we're going to take a quick pause, and we've got something, I guess it's from Prescott.
Good morning up here in Prescott, Arizona, here on Whiskey Row, and going on another training run on the Cocodona 250 course. This is going to be our ending point today, and meeting up with Peter Mortimer. He's on the Aravaipa racing team and also is running Cocodona. So we are going to hop in his car, drive to Camp Keepa aid station at the base of Mount Union. We're going to tag Mount Union and then run our way on into town here. So I think he's right over here. Good morning. How's it going, Peter?
It's going great. I woke up on top of Mount Union this morning, and I'm excited to check out part of the Cocodona course. So
Sweet. You got in a run yesterday as well?
yeah, first run in a week, and just kind of explored some of the back trails out there, and then connected with the course. Only I did it backwards, so so uphill.
And you're running Cocodonas here?
I am. I love these distances, so I'm excited to do the largest point-to-point in the country. So.
What other 200s have you done?
I've done Tahoe 200, that was my first, Bigfoot 200, and I ran a 200-mile race across Wales in Dragon's Back. Like 200 miles.
Go Church. Oh man, we can talk about that. Yeah, what's going on with that?
I'm Matt Springer. Pete, nice to meet you.
Jamil.
Jamil, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Seen the videos.
Yeah.
We're out the course a little bit, getting ready.
Oh yeah, you're running?
Getting psyched up. I'm running.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can I get you on video a little bit?
Sure. Yeah.
Sweet.
I was excited. I'm literally shooting my own video coming down the street. This is the course, and you're turning on Whiskey Row. I'm going, that's Jamil.
That's awesome. What was your name again?
Matt Springer.
Matt Springer, and you're running this year.
I'm running. It's 3 weeks. Be heading back.
Awesome.
Pretty psyched. Just out touring the course. Just went to Wamatachik, or however you pronounce it. We're gonna head up all the way through, and
So you're doing that today?
we just came
you
from
just
there.
did it?
Yeah, we're heading up
Oh.
up north.
Awesome.
Get a few little runs in here and there, but for now there's all the.
Get the turn sheet out. Love it.
But it's so funny though. Literally, we're walking around, driving around the corner. I go, I know that guy.
I'm getting my own little scouting in too.
Driving into Washington, and damn, there's
Yeah, there he is.
Washington.
Do you live local?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, nice.
Yeah. So we're gonna come up.
You're running as well?
My pacer.
I'll probably run nights. I'll
Yeah.
pace, then I'll help at night.
He gets the hard work, dragging me through the nights.
Yeah.
But it's
Well,
very
this should be our
exciting.
aid station right here. This little
Courtyard's
that
it.
courtyard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not so much an athlete as an athletic supporter.
Great. That's important. We need that
We all
too.
need those. But very excited. This is going to be super cool.
Have you run other 200s before?
Did Moab.
Moab.
Yeah. In 19. Last year I got blown out of everything. Set up to do Tahoe, and that got canceled. So this is the next one. And we got
Awesome.
Tahoe on the list for September too.
Got a good plan.
Yeah.
Big plans. Well, I think you're doing a great job here. This is
Yeah, I was gonna say.
fantastic. All this stuff coming through these little towns.
Oh yeah.
That is cool as hell, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's going to be really, really fun for the crews.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think they're just gonna have the best time
Yeah.
because they get to send you on your way and then come and enjoy the different towns and
That's what I said.
like it's like amenities
Corona.
everywhere.
Yeah.
You get your own experience.
Yeah, I've got Pete, and then my wife's gonna be driving the RV, catching me, a couple of points along the way, and yeah, I think it's gonna be great. Really, really excited for this one. And so, yeah, right.
The wonderful thing about doing those races in Europe is like going from town to town,
Yeah.
and all the supporters come out and they're just like cheering you all along the way. They all know it's like a festival.
It's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope this becomes a standard. Everybody wants to do Coco. Run Coco. Yeah, I'm sure.
All right, got my pack ready. Ready to hit it?
Let's do it, man.
All right, let's go. Mountain above Crown King, like way out in the distance there. We'll be able to see it up here. Very cool. All right, I know I scared all of you with my last video, but note, we're up here above Prescott. It's 40 degrees in the morning here. It's really nice, and we're gonna be on some smooth, nice downhill trails today, so it's good. Welcome to Camp Peter. Do some shotgun shooting last night?
Yeah. It was like a shooting gallery out here.
Man, nice spot.
Yeah, I know. I got the hammock going, and yeah, it wasn't too bad. A little home base.
Oh, it's so nice and cool up here. Love being up in the pines. So what's on tap today? We are running from the goal is to summit Mount Union, which we are near the top of right now, and run all the way down to Whiskey Row. So you can see maybe a little bit of view off to that. You can see, I think Towers Mountain is maybe way off in the distance there. Maybe a bit tough to see, but we're gonna be running through 2 of the aid stations. Ooh, the altitude's getting to me a little bit. We're about 7,000 feet up here. So Camp Keepa and Camp Wamatochik are the next 2 aid stations on this section. So hopefully get some eyeballs and some video of that to give you guys an idea of what those look like. Wamatochik is about mile 71, and that will be 9 miles before Whiskey Row. That's where you can pick up your pacer for the first time. So that'll be a pretty clutch aid station, I think, for a lot of us, where we want to pick up our crews. Just an update on some of my race stuff. I kind of assembling my team right now, which is really exciting. So I've got my dad, and he'll be crewing me the whole way, which is very exciting. And then I've got multiple pacers lined up. So Skylar Hall is joining me, Skizzle Fresh. I've got, I think Eric Sensman might be running at least one section with me. And then the big news is that Courtney DeWalter and her husband, Kevin Schmidt, are going to be joining me. She just texted me back this morning. They're going to be checking out some of the sections and figuring out where they want to join me for. So it's going to be really great having just a full team to help support me. I think it's just going to be a big party. So anyways, we're going to get suited up here and hit the trail.
That's a sweet setup on the GoPro. I like that.
Yeah, it's got the mic mod or whatever. This is my first time using it, actually.
Is that the 9 or?
Yeah, it's the 9.
Okay, awesome, man.
Yeah. All right, ready?
Yeah, dude.
Let's do it.
Get all the kicks.
I know, right? Oh, it's so nice to be running up here in the pines. So good. Okay, Camp Keepa, which is a Lutheran church camp. This is mile 65, aid station. We'll see if we go through there. We might try and sneak through on our way back down, but we're gonna tag Mount Union, which is the high point of this part of the course. Well, I think the actual course misses it slightly due to the owls, unfortunately, but you'll get very near to the top. And I'm definitely feeling this altitude. I can't remember the last time I ran at altitude. It's not good.
And you live in Flagstaff, so
Just like home.
you're good.
Okay, our goal is just ahead of us. We've got Lookout Tower on top of Union. We retreat to some incredible views of the Bradshaws. We'll likely be able to see the entire course from the top here, which will be incredible. Can already look back and see Towers Mountain above Crown King, where I was last Friday on the last training episode. I guess this is our viewing platform. Unless it's open. No, it's locked, huh? What do you think, man?
Solid. Beautiful. Holy crap, there's so many awesome mountains back here.
All right, so we gotta do a little tour here of what we can see. First off, we'll look south. You can see, this is where you're coming. So that high point is Towers Mountain over here. So just below that on the other side is Crown King. That's the first climb of the Bradshaws, and then below that is Black Canyon Trail. So Black Canyon Trail itself is in this valley here that you can see. We're traversing this whole area where like Battle Flat is along the Senator Highway, and then all the way up to, you get just below here on the road. We don't come to this exact spot. And then if we look this way, this is the section we're doing today. So we're heading down through Prescott. Granite Mountain is out there, and you can see all the houses of Prescott below there. And then if you look off this way, you can kind of see more grasslands out there beyond this mountain ridge where it's kind of a little bit drier. So that's all Fain Ranch, Prescott Valley. And then if you look far enough out, you can see San Francisco Peaks. The mountain range in between there is the Black Hills where Mingus is. Mingus is kind of this flatter plateau. The other side of that is the Verde Valley and Sedona. So you can literally see from Black Canyon City, the start, to Flagstaff, the finish from this vantage point. We are about mile 64 on the course. Pretty amazing.
Just gotta run home.
Yeah, you're just running home. No big deal.
right. We just kind of wanted to give you a taste of some of the course that, unfortunately, we were not able to be a part of the race this year due to the fires that were taking place. We're going to head to Whiskey Row here. We actually do have a static cam set up, but there was a question. I'm hoping I can find it here really quick.
Yeah, well, go scroll back up a little bit more.
Back up, okay. Let's see.
A little bit further up, because we were talking about poor Bob.
Yeah, poor Bob. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Tom Levine asks an excellent question. Are there any mental toughness books recommended by runners in prep for races like this? Of course, you had one that you wanted to share, so let's go to that.
So this is from Ultra Running Magazine from 2019, and the book they are referencing is The Mindful Runner. And the guy who wrote this, I had a chance to meet him at Burning River in Ohio a couple years ago. And this is one of many good books, but this is one that is focused specifically on the mindfulness approach and just kind of coming up with those different techniques of the mantras and the ways to kind of just stay focused in the now of a good run. So that's going to be my first recommendation, and I wanted to put that out there because that is a huge piece of this. Because when you see that sign that says, congratulations, you've gone 100 miles, as we were crossing Fain Ranch last year, it'll be a little bit further up this year, your first thought is, where's my buckle? And holy cow, there's another 150 to go.
Yeah, it's such a huge undertaking to do 250 miles, and of course this is the next big pit stop for a lot of these runners. This is, of course, Whiskey Row, and we will kind of lock in here for a little while until we've got some more reliable coverage on our screens that we can share. So,
and this is a beautiful aid station.
Yeah,
I mean, so last year, many of us came in after sunrise. I mean, we had plowed up Lane Mountain through the day, got through the heat. Many of us were fortunate enough to get through Crown King Saloon at or just after sunset and going down Senator Highway to what was then Battle Flat. And then we had to go through the Bradshaws on single track, which again, I think I was the only person who enjoyed because I had seen it in daylight a month and a half earlier. And so it's daylight, and that section, it's beautiful. It's a nice little aid station. It's an empty space between the buildings, but that wall you're looking at just to the right are the double doors to go inside the ballroom where they had cots, and I'm sure they have cots this year. So this is a great sleep station. So if you are having trouble tonight and you're going, I had a good day, but I need a quick little rest for a pick-me-up, this is a great place to do it because if you can time your sleep with your getting up with the sun, you're going to be in a really good spot mentally because there's a lot of research that shows if you can get a short nap and go up with the sun, it fools your brain into thinking you got a full night's sleep sometimes. And so this could be a great opportunity for some of our runners.
Yeah, as Bob mentions, this spot is the pit stop, or it used to be where a bar was that burned down. It was actually in May of 2012. I want to say, because that year, it was almost immediately after the Whiskey Row Marathon of 2012, where they had the fire that unfortunately claimed a couple businesses. But and I've been up to Whiskey Row a few times since then, and I while I am sad at the loss of the businesses, they did clean it up very nice. It is a nice patio area. So
yeah, they turned it into a beautiful outdoor venue that's gated, so they can do things like that. And I know there were questions earlier about when will I be imbibing, and I will do a whiskey shot for the first runner. And of course I sip, don't gulp. So, and so I will definitely salute the first runner to make it to Whiskey Row, even if they don't take a similar refreshment.
Yeah, and from the looks of things right now, it looks like that first runner might be either Stringbean McConaughey or Jason Koop, because they're still currently atop our leaderboards as we go to the
Yeah, I'll tell you,
the
one of the
map.
things about tracking, when they're within a tenth of a mile, I don't trust the positioning
Oh, absolutely
because it's
not,
all
yeah.
about the timing of that peeing off the thing. But when I see, essentially what 0.8 mile difference, I would think it's safe to say String Bean is definitely in the lead at this point.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at this point it has stretched out to a mile, which, compared to
Right.
last year, it took a lot longer for things to stretch out. Or actually, it was a lot quicker, rather. I take that back. Things stretched out in the front of the pack a lot quicker last year simply because of the nature of the course. So.
It stretched up, but did it seem to, maybe you might remember because you were doing the commentary, did it seem to, even though it stretched out, did it seem to remain somewhat clumped, where it was like groups of
That
four
is
or
true.
five as opposed to, I mean, I'm looking at this here and I'm looking at and now with the update that just came in, it's trying to tell me that it's now more than a mile and that Jason hasn't gone anywhere. But again, that's just the satellite being the satellite. So I'm assuming there's like a half-mile difference, maybe a quarter or so with Annie behind Jason. And then maybe a full mile behind Simon, because it looks like Simon and Michael McKnight are close together. So there's not that clumping as much, though they are strung out quite a bit.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point. Last year, it did seem like runners were running in groups of 2 and 3 or more for the first day and change, and it looks like they have kind of just they're a little bit more spread out in that regard in terms of it's more single file than it was at this point last year. So we did lose our static cam at Whiskey Row. We're trying to get it back up here, and once we do, we will go back to Whiskey Row. But once again, we are here. I am Chris Warden. I am here with Stephen Crawford, and Stephen ran Cocodona 250 last year, and he's here joining us to provide some insight and some background on the race and his experience last year, as well as what he interprets for this year's race as far as, I mean, I've avoided prognostication. I don't know if you're, you're feeling as braver than I am in order to, call some shots on the course.
The only shot I'm feeling comfortable on is calling the over-under at 9 p.m. for Whiskey Row, and I still think it's going to be a smidge on the under.
Okay.
That's the only thing I feel confident on. But frankly, I'm not good enough at these games, and I trust a lot of those runners. If you tell me that Mike Versteeg, where he's at right now, wins, I'm not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
If you tell me that Michael McKnight wins, I'm not going to be surprised. If you tell me that Annie holds the whole way through and takes an overall win, I still won't be surprised. I mean, they're all very capable runners, and there's a lot that can go right or wrong between now and then, and I'm just, nope. Not going to make that guess.
Yeah. I mean, and also we tried last year, and if I remember, and you watched the coverage after the fact, so you know full well that people were saying, oh well, and comparing it against other races of this distance, because this was a first time thing, we didn't know we would be off, but. Man, we had no idea how far off we were going to be. People were thinking that maybe the first finishers would be finishing in 56 to 58 hours.
I thought that was reasonable. I thought I was going to finish in less than 100 hours. And I thought I had a chance to break in 4 days. And with the course that was originally planned for this year, I thought that it took away some of my weaker areas. So I had a chance to get closer, but I didn't know if I could get my time that fast this year. So it's, that's one of the things about last year. Last year was the hardest Cocodona will ever be unless something really, really bad happens. And that's mainly because the fact none of us had a clue what was really in store. I mean, we had no idea of the terrain we were dealing with. The course wasn't really locked in. It got locked in sooner than it did this year, obviously. But frankly, we just had no clue. And there were some areas that, I think, like I said, the videos before, removing the area around the Sedona airport was nice. That was that was the one area I probably said the entire race we probably could have done without. And so I'm glad to see that got pulled out. I loved Kasner. I loved the climb up Kasner. This year they'll go through Kasner Canyon instead. But I was fortunate enough to, even though I went across the heat of Sedona, on Thursday, I got to watch a beautiful sunset off of Kasner, and maybe that just seeing Sedona is just a gorgeous place, and so I have I had so much fun. Who was the Santa Hat guy from last year?
Okay, so yeah,
I see that question come up. I was bringing up last year.
Emily Donner as the runner who wore a Santa hat last year back. That was Stefan Fiandero, and right. Stefan is not here this year. Stefan actually was the youngest finisher last year as well at the age of 20. Wow. So, and I believe that he turned 21 like maybe a month afterwards. So he couldn't even have that celebratory whiskey or beer, at least as far as I was concerned. I didn't see it. So
he couldn't publicly have it or acknowledge it. What he does in private, I'm not going to ask.
Yeah. Well, I didn't ever have a drink until I was of legal age.
Same here.
21. Of course. Roy Quinn asking if I am doing sleep deprivation training again this year with Cocodona After Dark. Actually, it's #Aravaipa After Dark. But no, I'm getting a decent amount of sleep, a good 5 hours or so. I do plan to come in and if I can manage, I'll help Matt wake up, and maybe we'll go over whatever carnage was here last night, so he has somebody to talk to. And, we can just kind of talk about and, rub the sleep off, from our eyes. And
I think I'm going to be challenging on that sleep deprivation because I have my normal workout at 5:30 tomorrow morning, and then I'm going to end up, when I get off work about lunchtime on Wednesday, drive straight to wherever Danelle Soda is and just pace her from the first opportunity I have as long as I can, and as long as she needs me. So unless she takes a nap, I may be going until Thursday night and then having to go to work Friday morning.
All right, we're going to try something here. I have a guest here, and I don't know if we're going to be able to make it work, but we're going to give it a shot. Jeff, I see you on camera, and I am going to try and – whoops, I don't know what I just did. I know what I just did. All right, let's give it a shot here, but this would be on the Chris guest – oh, wrong direction. I think it's guest one. Sorry.
And I tell you, for those of you at home, it's been a lot of fun watching a lot of these live streams over the years, and now to sit over here and watch behind the scenes them trying to figure out the buttons. It's a very impressive setup. So I have a lot of nice things to say about this, and it's amazing that as much of this works as it does, considering how much we're doing on the fly here.
Yeah, it's one of the nature of the beast kind of things where we're trying to do what we can to provide more
there we go.
Depth to the broadcast. Let's see. I see them. Can we hear them? Let's see if we can get the audio levels up here real quick. Hold on there,
see, and that's one of the things that they didn't have today that they do have today now is that Matt can sit behind the scenes and fix things because he was trying to run things while fix things, and it's hard to do both. So he chose keep it running as it was, which was great for all of us at home. So thank you, Matt, for keeping it rolling today. You had some great partners with you on the microphone too. I'm gonna give them a good shout out.
And Matt is trying to see if we can get this. Our guests are actually two runners who ran the race last year, Jeff Hemperly and Holly Hovius. And if we can get this figured out, we would love to have a conversation with them about their experience. As the first and I believe only married couple to complete complete Cocodona last year, and I until somebody else does it, they're the only ones.
Yeah.
So let's see.
But while you do that, I see a question from Jan Eves, and is Aravaipa documenting or others like Ginger Runner or Billy Yang doing any videos? And I know last year Billy was here pacing, and he did a video with the runner he was with, and I know Billy was in the chat earlier. I don't believe Ethan came down last year at all, and I don't think he's here this year either. But it doesn't mean that other people aren't doing a documentary of some sort. So we had a number of great videos. Wes Plate, for an example, documented his run as he ran. I'd be stunned if he didn't do that again this year. I know that Sonia Glover, I saw the what's that the Back of the Pack podcast. I can't remember what the name of the podcast is all of a sudden, but she was on
Chasing
there.
Cutoffs.
Chasing Cutoffs. That's it. The Chasing Cutoffs podcast. Well, she was on their episode that dropped yesterday, and she's out as crew chief for Denel Soda, and I know she's documenting through TikTok. I know that's not the same thing you're referring to, but there are probably. I think even Versteeg had his own crew that did a documentary for him as well. So. All because, the names we all know and love aren't here doesn't mean there aren't some other great names to know. Yeah, I'll try Kerry Ward. He had a great video as well. Thank you. So that's just there's so many great videos that some of the runners do themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
And that's the beauty of technology now is that runners are capable of actually, doing their own documentation. And, I know that you've made videos from various events that
I have, and I kind of there are days I want to get back into it, and then there are days where I just enjoy the journey so much. It's so hard to kind of do both the run and just be part of it. But yeah, looking at the mileage right now, what I'm seeing on the leaderboard at the moment says that Joe's at mile 54, and so he is working his way over Wolverton, and which is part of the Whiskey Basin Trail Run. If you get a chance to come out here in April, I think it's the best ultra marathon in April to run here in Arizona. So it is definitely one to check out. Jason Coop is about a half mile to a 3/4 of a mile behind him, depending on how the sidelights pinging. And then Annie is not far there.
Jeff and Holly, can you try and unmute on your end? It looks like you might be muted inadvertently.
Oh, there we go.
I can hear you.
Can the people at home hear us or hear them? Nope.
I can hear you, but we want to make sure that the people at home can hear you. And that's, yes, we do want your people to hear you. I was really excited to see if we could get you guys on, and I'm hoping that we can make this work. If not, we might have to table it until later in the week. Obviously, I wanted to talk to you guys about this event.
We're getting some yeses and nos.
Yeses and nos. Okay, can you hear these two happy people on the other end? They're getting input. It's not getting output. That's the thing that's so weird. So
apparently it came up briefly. So something got clicked, worked briefly, but
we're going to try something else here really quick. And thank you, Matt, for sticking around to see if
so we'll keep filling the airtime while they're doing the tech, and I'll shut up when they tell me to shut up so they can see if our guests can join us. But yeah, so right now we see some great folks coming down Wolverton. They're not too far away from getting across White Spar Road. And when they get to White Spar Road, for those of you who are familiar with the fire closures, that is the border of the Prescott National Forest as it meets the city of Prescott. So they will hit the road and go up slightly and cross into the city of Prescott, and that's how they're staying out of the fire closure. And otherwise, they would be taking the trail through White Spar and join where we joined last year. But that area is closed. And I know our folks, they're saying, hey, call on the phone, it might be easier. And you know what? It might be, but the thing is, we still got to get the audio plugged into the system, and it probably still wouldn't work. So we're getting there.
Let's see. Go back to the Matt. I apologize, Matt. Is that simple? Oh, that's mine. Never mind. So, yeah.
Can you imagine how great this is going to be on Saturday?
Yeah, just in time for us to take a nap.
Especially after dark on Saturday. talking about that, I tell you, I would like one of the things I want to see, and for any folks who are nearby to pull this off, my goal is to see the finish of Cocodona like UTMB, and I'd love to see the 1.5 1.25 from Switzer Canyon Trail all the way to Heritage Square, just lined with people. And I know this year when I get off work on Friday, I'm working on Friday after pacing on Thursday. I'm going to be driving up the flag, and if there's nobody that needs me to pace or crew, I am going to just put a chair somewhere in the middle of that street and cheer runners respectfully for the people who live there, because I don't want to get arrested or get us kicked out of the town. But I would love to see down the road just a line of people all the way shoulder to shoulder from basically the hospital, Switzer Canyon, all the way to Heritage Square. And since we all have the trackers, we'll know who the last runner is. I'd love to see a massive parade behind that person just to escort them into Heritage Square, because I think that would be amazing. And so if anybody's bored on Friday night, Saturday morning, come join me in a chair somewhere along the course.
You want to try and maybe connect with Jeff and Holly later, Matt? You think that's probably what we're going to do? Hey, Jeff, Holly, I apologize. We're just trying to still work out some of the bugs and some of the kinks. And obviously, I look forward to talking to the two of you, and Stephen does as well.
Yes.
And I appreciate your flexibility on this. But is it all right if we try and reconvene either like later tonight or maybe tomorrow? Obviously, whatever works your schedule. We'll love to have you on. I look forward to having you guys on because we've got a lot to talk about. I think that you've got a great story. So we're going to – oh, go ahead. Absolutely. So when we can figure that out, Jeff and Holly, we will bring you on. So thank you very much. All right. We're going to
– All right, I want to hop into YouTube. There we go. We're back.
All right, we're back here, and we've got a camera on Whiskey Row. We're just trying to figure out whether or not we're going to have, as somebody was actually asking, if we're going to have any more live footage tonight. Yeah, Terry, we're going to do our best to get some more live footage out there tonight. We're just dealing with some movement of the cameras, and we did have a static camera literally on Whiskey Row facing the aid station. We'll see if we can get that up and running again. Not sure what.
Yeah, that's outside the aid station on Whiskey Row now. That's a mobile cam, it looks like. And
it looks like that's Ruth. I mean, if you can kind of keep it on the stable and steady for us, Ruth, we'd love to stick it out there. We've got a couple other cameras that we're working on getting on. I know that we've got Spider Pena out there, and actually I think I do want to go to Spider Pena's camera because so what we've got here is we've got Dan Pena, follow cam extraordinaire. He followed Michael Versteeg into Whiskey Row from the outskirts of Prescott last year during the first running of the Cocodona 250. And we're hoping to have him take on the first runners. He's just sitting there waiting in his car for the first runner to come by, I think, and then he's gonna figure out where to follow and film. So
let me share a story from last year, and it's a shame we're not on the same course that we did last year coming out because of the fire restrictions. The couple who owned the house, the first one on the right, how's that for memory for you? You come out of the forest into this neighborhood, and the woman, the woman of the two, she sees you coming. She hits play on her iPhone, and it's the Rocky theme. and her husband runs across the street with a ribbon. And they hold it there for you to run across. Now, they drop it so you don't have to expend the energy, thankfully, because at that point, I'd been going for 24 hours, no sleep, and I was in a calorie hole due to some caffeine mistakes. And so, yeah, you come through, and it was so amazing to hit that neighborhood because it's a kind of a gated community. It's not gated, but it's a very closed, private community. And you were like, I wonder how much they're going to like us being here. And when that's the first house, it was really, really tremendous and a lot of fun. And then you run through the rest of Flagstaff. Prior to getting there, running on the trails, there might have been some trail marking issues where some of the locals might have think they're picking up the orange things as trash. Mm-hmm. I adopted a joke during that period that I carried on the rest of Cocodona. I would look at some poor unsuspecting local and go, is this the way to Flagstaff? And then just watch their face go, did you say yeah, it was so much fun. But I'm really glad we have this cam here so you can see folks here on the road, because it was, on the course profile, it looks like it's going to be all downhill, but you got a little climb up that sidewalk, and then before you get that nice cruising downhill. And I'm really looking forward to seeing some of our first runners coming through there. I have the over-under at 9 o'clock for our first runners in Whiskey Row, and I'm taking the under by a little bit. So for those of you wondering when we're going to see some runners, I would say keep your eyes out. It could be any time now. I know we're sitting at 8:20 local time, so I'm keeping an eye on things here on the map, just like you guys are. If you're not on Cocodona.com doing the live tracking, go ahead and hop in there and just pick your favorite runners, and you can see what's happening there. Just make sure it's refreshing every 60 seconds, because sometimes it gets annoying when you realize it hasn't refreshed in 20 minutes and no one's moved. But it's a great way to track your favorite runners. You can mark your favorite runners and keep doing that. And we've got some great people in the chat. I see we've got Jubilee hanging out with us. It's a party when Jubilee is there. And maybe I'll save the pocket dog story for tomorrow night.
Colleen Lingley, Aravaipa Racing Team member, mentions that she wants to post on all the Flagstaff pages to Facebook about coming out for the final hour of Cocodona UTMB style.
Final 12 hours.
And, of course, Aravaipa's own Jubilee page is saying that they can make it happen. So apparently there's going to be a party in Flagstaff at the finish line this Saturday.
If nobody needs me to pace, I'll be there as early as potentially 9, 10 o'clock, and I'll be respectful of the people who live there, because that's important. It's like this year we can actually say the J word, right? I'm saying, okay, I can say Jerome. Last year it was
Send it in, Jerome.
Last year it was the town of Redacted. And to be fair, as somebody who's been to Jerome a number of times, Instagram ruined that town. For those who don't know, Jerome is a very beautiful mining town that slid down a mountain in some cases. Literally, the jail slid down the mountain, and it's a landmark now. But there's a lot of artisans there who've turned their yards into beautiful places, and some are open to the public to look around because the houses are shops, and some are houses, and they don't like it when people walk through their gardens. So a lot of Instagrammers in the early days was trespassing and taking a lot of pictures. So it really, social media caused a bad thing. It wasn't us. It was just their experience. The good news is we were very respectful last year. And now I can actually say the word Jerome. We're allowed to take pictures in the town of Jerome, not of the houses, but of the town itself, which we were not allowed to do last year. We weren't even allowed to post video admitting we were there. And I'm really excited that that we had such a positive impact on that town, and we can honor that town for who they are, and it's a beautiful town.
Absolutely. I love Jerome, so I'm happy that we'll be able to actually catch some footage there. Cocodona 250 on Instagram. There are some new posts up, thanks to our ace social media person, Jen Laughlin.
That's a beautiful shot.
Absolutely. We've got some great shots here on the course. The runners are, doing a fantastic job out there this year, moving. I believe that's String Bean right there, and then Jason Coop, and just the fact that we're able to get some great footage. Is that Anthony Culpepper? It looks like in that picture here. Jared Buchanan.
Like I say, you can see the wind on. Oh, there's Lisa. You can see the wind with some of the hair and clothes they're wearing is definitely. It was a good blow out there.
Yeah.
And looking at, and I'm keeping an eye on the runners, and it's getting hard to figure out who's back of the pack and who's mid pack and even who's front pack now that we have this out and back section. Not all the runners are on that stretch to Skull Valley yet, but we definitely are seeing where almost there's a couple left who aren't quite there yet, and we're going to see how we're going to keep cheering them on. I mean, right now I'm keeping an eye on Shanoa Creer from Decatur, Georgia. She's working her way trying to get to that out and back section, and so we're going to keep cheering her on. I see it looks like she's running with another runner, and that's Kelly Hutchins from Olympia, Washington. So it looks like two people have there who are in that last position holding up, together. And if that's the case, I got them to finish. If they can just keep egging each other on and supporting each other, that teamwork makes a lot happen.
We've now got our eyes on Whiskey Row. As you can see, the aid station is fully set up, and they're good to go. Of course, you see Jamil Curry in the shot right there, talking to people in the aid station, and people anticipating the first runners to come in. Obviously, we've got our prognostications. Some of us have said 9 o'clock.
Well, that's the over/under, and I'm taking the under.
Yeah.
It might be 5 minutes under, but it's still the under.
Well, we can always take a peek at the tracker and kind of thumbnail it. Take a quick peek at the...
Yeah, it looks like Joe he's not quite to White Spar Road yet. He's getting close.
Yeah, so how far is that? That looks like that's probably still about 3 or 4 miles out.
I think it's only a mile to the road. And then he's got to work through town. So
yeah.
that's probably another. But that should be a quick. 9 o'clock may be hard now that I'm looking at it. Depends on what he does with the pavement.
Yeah. So.
And if I'm looking at this, did Annie take second?
It looks like Annie, according to our tracker, has taken second place overall.
Interesting.
First female. Jason Coop in second place male, third overall. About a 2.5 miles back of Stringbean McConaughey, and then Simon Widman, currently in third place among the men, fourth overall at 51.5 miles. Looking at the women's side, Sarah Ostaszewski is in second place female, I believe 9th overall at 49.5 miles. And of course, these are not exact, so we just want to stress that. Our third place female is Brianna Grigsby, and she is roughly about 3/4 of a mile back from Sarah. So obviously way early at this point of the race, and we're just kind of anxiously awaiting our first runners to hit Whiskey Row tonight. And one of the things that's nice is the first few runners will be hitting Whiskey Row much earlier than they did last year.
Much earlier.
Yeah, they were hitting it. We were actually ready to sign off last year when the first runners hit Whiskey Row, and then all of a sudden we had eyes on Versteeg when Spider Pena went out to get him and ran with him for quite a while. It was actually a lot of fun to follow. And for those of you that have seen Inaugural Year, the film created by Dylan Harris, there is a point where Dan's handiwork following Versteeg as he's waving his arms as he's running down the middle of the road in his hometown of Prescott.
And I love this commentary during that video about the people in the mid and the back of the pack, how they were effed.
Yeah.
It was, for me, it was a very weird experience. I keep talking about, I had no clue how bad things were around me. I just I remember there was somebody came out and told the camera guy you had outside of Lane Mountain that, that there were dead bodies all over the trail. And I remembered when I came across my first runner taking a nap under the tiny little mesquite twig, because, there's no shade here. And his phone was going off to wake him up. And I was like, well, that's weird, taking a nap already. And then I started seeing more afterwards. Obviously, we've seen none of that this year because we're higher up. While it was in the low 90s here today in Phoenix, I mean, I think it got to like 92, 93 degrees because they started so high up. And Skull Valley isn't that much of a descent. I mean, it's down to below 5,000. But it didn't heat up as much, and the wind out there is definitely keeping things dry, and keeping runners cool. But I think that's one of the things you're seeing different this year. They're looking a lot more fresher this year because they had plenty more water opportunities. They didn't have to carry as much. I carried 4.5 liters, and I should have realized I made a mistake when I heard Jamil the week before saying he was going to carry 4.5. I had the ability to carry 5.5 and should have. And I, and that was my mistake. And I didn't run out until the last couple of miles. And so this year, just seeing this change, again, everyone looks great today. I've already had a couple of texts about some different runners having different blister and different issues that you did not see as much of last year because of things. So we'll see what happens with foot care today. It's far more dustier out there on that forest road than it was last year on Lane Mountain. That's going to play into things. I think foot care is going to be an issue, and I think you're going to see the carnage more spread out. Hopefully nowhere near what we saw last year, because I want everyone to succeed, and because they've put too much work into this. So
is that a yes? I was going to say I saw a question in the chat, and Roy Quinn has a question that I kind of have as well. Will the course revert back next year, Mother Nature allowing? And I assumed that it would. I mean, as successful as things look like they've gone this year, I think that the intent is to go back to what it was
meant to be this year.
Yeah, what it was meant to be. You had, the climb up to Crown King is just amazing. I mean, I know it was amazingly brutal last year, but that's part of the concept of the race is to try and, as Jamil said, I'm paraphrasing here, but to connect all of these iconic Arizona towns. So,
make sure we don't get some collateral.
Yeah, let's.
But one of the things I want to carry on what you said about that
Sure.
Connecting those towns. I think that is going to be critical. Connecting Black Canyon City and Crown King into this is going to be part of where we go with this race. I think coming back to that is going to be critical. As a runner, it is my hope. I am not a race director. I'm not on staff here, so I don't get a vote. But as a runner who will be coming back to this course one day, I do hope that those are back into the factor. And I'll tell you, one of the things, I got to do Lane Mountain, like I said, a month ago on the training run, and I had never been up on Lane at night after sunset because it was a little bit earlier than it was this month. And to stand there and see this glow off to the side and go, oh, that's Wickenburg, and see this big black mass in the middle, knowing that's Lake Pleasant, and then seeing the massive glow of Phoenix. It's gorgeous up there at night, and it's and to see Lake Pleasant from so many different angles. It is I didn't really grasp how big Lake Pleasant was until I did this race.
Yeah.
And to stand in one spot and see the start line of Cocodona, and then at the same view see the start line of the Crown King Scramble, which is nowhere near each other. It's amazing to be able to stand there in one view and see all of that at once. I've lived here since '08, and it's just gorgeous. And so I hope we get to share that next year.
Pete Mortimer, of course, Cocodona runner-up last year, asking if we can get a red carpet for Jeff Garmire's finish so he can showcase his entire fashion wardrobe. Pete, I don't think that there's enough carpet in the state of Arizona. I mean, if Jeff has, as many wardrobe changes as he's brought to other races, we just don't have the physical capabilities to have that much carpet on.
I'm amazed
course.
at his style. Oh my goodness. He is so talented and stylish at the same time.
Yeah.
All I have is my beard.
He loves the, he loves to, mix it up. And, sometimes he's wearing a tiger print. Other times he's wearing something completely different. But he's just having fun. Oh, Rob Ricardo, no. The new twist. The course changes every year. Well, I don't think that's a plot twist that we want. That sounds like a Black Canyon thing.
Frankly, I think it's going to change every year for the first couple of years because we weren't originally going to go up Kasner Mountain. We were going to go to the east of Sedona and go through Kasner Canyon to Munns Park. And then we weren't going to reconnect till we got to Fort Tuttle. So we are on track to have 3 years, 3 different courses.
Yeah. Well, it was like Black Canyon the first 3 years that I think we both did it. We had 3 different finish lines.
Yeah, because our first 3 years that was the case. It was not the case for those who came just before us, unfortunately, because they had consistent years with the 100K, and then we had the weather courses. Those were my first 2 years because the middle year I took the year off, and that was interesting.
That's a good question. Do we keep track of the states represented? Guessing AZ is topping the list. Fun fact, actually, I can't say that I'm personally keeping track. However, if you actually go to the tracking, as there is a link on the YouTube page, if you go over there, you can see that each runner to the left of their name is represented by their state flag. So.
And while there's more there's more Arizona flags in the mid and the back of the pack, there are definitely a lot of Colorado flags at the top
front,
and
yes.
throughout. So I would give California and Colorado as definitely making a run at Arizona, and I'm not sure who's winning without actually counting.
Well, it looks like Joe McConaughey, String Bean, has crossed White Spar Road, so he is only probably about 2.5 miles out from Whiskey Row.
Yeah,
so,
and he'll clear that time before 9.
So, yeah,
it's
your shot. It's going to be close.
Yeah, because he's on pavement now.
Yeah. And, I don't know how hard he's going to press as he's heading into the aid station.
So we probably should go to Spider.
Well, is that where Spider Pena is set up? Is he set
He's
up
going
on
to see him
White Spar?
first regardless. So let's just sit there until we see something. Because I can't imagine him getting to the aid station without passing Spider Pena first.
We are on the Spider Cam, keeping an eye out.
And I probably should get my whiskey ready to salute. Give the people what they want.
Well, let's keep an eye out. If there's sudden movement on the Spider Cam, we'll head back there. But as you can see here, we've got the Whiskey Row aid station. Oh, wait. Oh,
did I call it? Did I call that?
It looks like you called it because all of a sudden Dan has gotten out of his car and is working towards the.
So Dan thinks he's close enough to see something here in a minute. So. And I tell you, one of the things last year with the aid, I'm kind of glad we don't have the audio from the aid station because the music, I think, would have shut down the YouTube for copyright.
That's a possibility.
So folks going, I wish we had audio from there. There are some things we're kind of glad we don't have.
Yeah. Jason Cutoff's asking if there are any international runners on the course. I know that there's at least a few from Canada. I can't speak to anyone else, but I did check to see, or I did meet a couple of the.
Well, Stephanie Simpson. Is from Quebec. I know there's a couple of British Columbia runners, and I don't recognize their Providence flag quickly because that's how I recognize that flag.
Scott Jenkins has the Union Jack on his logos or on his line. So it looks like Spider Pena is setting up and sees somebody, but.
But so he's on Hidden Valley Road at this point.
Okay.
So at least according to my last update on what I'm seeing on my screen. So he's across White Spar Road. He's on Hidden Valley Drive, working his way to getting to where things are.
So he is at the corner of Rim Trail and.
Oh, how's that? So I'm going to zoom in.
Rim Trail and. What is that? Hazley Road? Where exactly?
Hazley. Okay, I'm seeing Hazley.
Okay, so So he's actually closer to downtown.
Yeah, he
I
is.
see exactly where he's at. He is about a mile out from Whiskey Row. So actually,
I found it.
Yeah, he won't be. It's right here.
Right. Yeah,
so
I've zoomed all the way
he
in.
won't be on. He won't have eyes on String Bean for
Probably another 10 minutes
yeah,
at most.
So we'll go back to the Whiskey Row static cam, but it's nice to know that we've got Dan Spider Pena on the case because he's a heck of a guy, heck of a runner, and and he can he'll be able to keep up for a while. So this is a great thing that we've got him out there.
So yeah, I'm going to keep a close eye on that corner on my map. So
yeah, as Pete Mortimer is saying, runners will actually make it before last call this year. Yeah, I think only one or two made it before last call last year. Of course, as we mentioned, we were ready to, and Matt can attest to this. We were ready to go off the air. We were, kind of dialing down, and all of a sudden there's buzz and there's action, and all of a sudden we had eyes on Versteeg, and we followed Dan all the way into town.
But when you BYOB, it's always before last call.
Yeah, I mean, you can, if you can't make it to the bar, bring the bar to yourself. You could always go that route. So.
One of our Flagstaff runners, David Duran. If you've been following him, I've had a chance to do some great runs with him and some great conversations, and he had planned, and I don't know if there's video of this. His plan, and you see the picture.
That's David Duran.
His
right there.
plan was literally to crack a Pabst Blue Ribbon. He was going to crack, guys go low volume. He was going to crack that beer at the start of the race, and the reason for that was his goal was to do that. And that was going to force him to slow down. It wasn't that he wants to be drunk. It's not that he wants to do anything, irresponsible. But that was his way of kind of keeping the edge off and to keep him from overdoing it. And I was like, that's different. And if it's working for him, fantastic. He had several during the course of the Lane Mountain climb and did quite well on that day of training. So great for him.
And he's looking to have fun out there. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not looking to get hammered. We don't want to give that impression.
Yeah, I want to make that
all.
very clear.
But at the same time, over the course of 250 miles in 5 days, I think if he wants to have a sip or two, he's entitled.
Well, and I've run with enough nutritionists who can tell you that's actually probably a healthy move because they can tell you what pieces of that it's good for you. And like everything, overdoing is a bad thing. And I have a reputation sometimes as being a good whiskey drinker, but I'm also going to be very smart about it as well. And so yeah, I think that's the joke. Having a beer at Crown King, having a whiskey at Whiskey Row, having something at Jerome. Sure, if you're feeling good and it's helping you keep what needs to be kept in check, go for it.
Rob Ricardo, of course, reminds us that Whiskey Row was the spot where Versteeg demanded to meet the Phoenix Suns if he won.
Yeah.
Of course, unfortunately, we weren't able to make that happen. What will String Bean demand this year, or what will any of the runners demand if they win this year? I'd be kind of curious. Not that we can fulfill these things. We have no power.
We demonstrated that last year.
Yeah, we couldn't exactly get Versteeg on the floor with the Phoenix Suns.
And I can understand it being the end of a pandemic, but I think a year later we probably should get that. See if we go back again.
I mean, if Versteeg goes back to back, then I think that he darn well should get a chance to go meet the Phoenix Suns.
I mean, and I know he's sitting right now 7 miles or so behind String Bean. Don't sleep on him. I mean, I would not. He's not out of it, and I look at a lot of these names, and I'm going. Their race is nowhere near over. They're just getting warmed up.
Yeah,
and that's the thing is like we're seeing Jason Koop appears he's now running close to Annie, and that's good to see because he kind of fell back quick. But that's like I said, coming into Whiskey Row, we're going to get some great stuff. I'd love to see. I wish we had a cam at Skull Valley so we can see some of the back of the packers and mid packers running through there now. But the fact that they have so much time with 4:30 being the cutoff, there's a lot of good things waiting for them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And to reiterate, it looks like if we were to just go to our camera really quick. So, as we mentioned, Joe McConaughey is only a couple miles out of Whiskey Row, and we expect that he'll be there right around 9 p.m., give or take a few minutes. And we expect our filmer, if you can see on that road, that Rim Trail, where Rim Trail hits the red line on Halsey, that's where our filmer is currently stationed. And so we're hoping that we will be able to see
And
him.
that's getting close.
Yeah.
That's getting close. Yeah, they haven't. He hasn't gotten. He's probably around Maple Leaf Lane right now, and working his way to Crestwood. And then after that's the Northwood Loop. And then, and then Rim Trails right before he gets to Senator Highway.
Conrad Stevens predicting that Denim Guy will smoke a Marlboro at Whiskey Row. Well, Whiskey Denim Guy is a friend of mine, and I gotta check to see if he's still wearing denim. I gotta find out. I don't know if Tony Tadejewski is wearing the denim this year. So.
I saw the video earlier in the day. And I was like, yeah, good for him. Not my thing. It's kind of like the people who wear the full firefighter gear and stuff. It's like I am just having a hard enough time getting myself from point A to point B. I don't even have time to think about outfits and gear and stuff like that. That's non-running related. So.
So yeah, we're hoping to catch eyes on our first runner approaching Whiskey Row here fairly quickly. Following not too far behind, according to our tracking, Annie Hughes is give or take, and again these are estimations. We're kind of at the mercy of what our satellite pings show us. Annie Hughes is about a mile and a half back if our pinging is accurate. Jason Coop.
He's within the margin of error. He could be with her for all I know.
I mean, depending, I don't want to press too many buttons, but it depends on when their satellite's pinged. It could be.
And for those of you who aren't familiar with those satellite pieces, they're basically plastic boxes the size of a deck of cards that is Velcroed onto your shoulder. And so whether you have a vest or a pack or whatever, that's Velcroed on there. And I will tell you, it does get irritating about halfway through the race. So I ended up wrapping mine with a head wrap to get that Velcro, because a lot of us have some sore shoulders because of that. But wrapping that with a head wrap really took that edge off of the Velcro and everything. So, but you got to have it where the satellites can see it, because if you put it deep in your pack, no one will know where you are, and that's a bad thing.
Yeah, that's.
And Eric, come on, we got plenty of room in Arizona. I don't know where you'll live because it's too expensive, but come on down anyway.
Well, it is a gorgeous place to live. I mean, I've been
half of California's moved here already.
I've been out here for about 17 years, and I have no intention of going anywhere else. And I enjoy everything that I get to experience here. I was never a runner or a hiker or anything like that before I made it out here from the Midwest, and so I'm glad that I could experience a lot of that now that I'm out here. Interestingly, there is a bit of a gap between our top three and the rest of the pack, as you can see. McConaughey, Hughes, and Jason Coop are the 1, 2, and 3. Michael McKnight has moved himself into the conversation at currently tracking in 4th place, 3rd male. Obviously, as you mentioned, talking about margin of error, only a tenth of a mile, according to our tracking, separates 4th, 5th, and 6th between Michael McKnight, Simon Widman, and Killian Korth. And so we don't know exactly who's where, but it is something because Michael had been running pretty conservatively, and maybe after what happened last year, he kind of wanted to play it cool during the day, and then once the night, came through, and once he was able to, feel more confident with how things have cooled off,
Yeah.
he decided that he would go.
Well, I'm scrolling down through the rest of the standings as we're looking at things, and so I'm seeing a lot of runners. I mean, like you look at 35.9, there's a ton of runners in that group, and so I look at people like Danelle Soto and Jeffrey Foote, who are locals here, who both they've had some conversations with me together, and so I'm not surprised to see some of these folks who are banding together. I mean, I see. Well, I'm not even going to bother counting because it's definitely more than a dozen that I'm looking at. Hey, there's Jan and Andre on our screen. We'll have to show them here shortly. But looking through, in fact, Jeff is being crewed and paced by them. But I just look at how many runners are at 35.9 miles. Margaret DeHesse, again, I know our friends up on at the Rim Runners are big supporters of hers. I'm looking through. Corin Brown, Larry Phoenix, Casey Merle, Hector Rodriguez is in that group. I mean, you look at that. That is a great thing to see, and that's something we did not have last year. Last year, we were all. I mean, I pretty much felt like I ran that race almost entirely by myself at times, except when I had my pacer with me. So I'm really glad to see a large group like this together. Because that is going to be great for the spirits. And hopefully they're wearing their Kagala lights and they're not wearing them on super bright, because that was one of my biggest annoyances last year. Was there was this one runner who had it super bright. He'd come over the hill on Senator Highway and I thought a car was about to hit me. And so having, when you pull those lights down to a lower setting, that battery can last. In fact, I went through 2 batteries and only went through half the battery in both cases. And that was the medium-sized battery. So there is some great, headlamp plus that is fantastic. And so that is just, I'm really happy to see so many runners in that 35.9 mile group just hanging together. And as you go down the list, you start seeing some of the other runners. You see a lot, what looks to be some pairs. So how are we looking on
Are we going
folks?
to that feed?
We're about to get a feed.
Let's test it. Hello, new feed. Do we have you? I can.
Can the people hear Jamil?
Looks like they cannot. Okay. Yeah, things are going, obviously, we're rolling with what we got here, and we're anxious.
Yeah, unfortunately, the people of the chat are not hearing Jamil yet. So Jamil, what you're seeing is Jamil driving back to Phoenix after setting up at Whiskey Row. So he's heading back in this direction, but the people can't hear him yet.
We will make it so the people can hear Jamil at some point. So,
I'm not touching that, Patrick. My goal is not to get banned from YouTube.
Let's see. Let's check in on what we've got going on in the chat. See if we've got. Oh, I did not realize that McConaughey's pacer is Shelby Farrell. And so that is interesting. Of course, Shelby is a veteran of this race, having run it last year. So,
is she the one who put ice everywhere?
I don't know. Was there a runner that put on ice everywhere?
Including, she was in one of the pre-races, right? Videos earlier, like a week or two ago.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, she's the one who put ice in her socks as well.
Oh.
Yeah, don't do that. She'll tell you that too. I remember her talking about that because I remember passing her on the course, and I was surprised to have caught her if it's who I'm thinking it is. And I heard that story later. I was like, oh, okay, yeah.
Well, I apologize to everybody, for we're trying to get audio on Jamil on there. It's just we're not able to at this time.
Hey, we should Rim Trail. He should be almost at Rim Trail, but we don't have a camera there anymore, do we?
No, it looks like Spider Pena's feed cut out. So
we finally get a runner in camera range, and the camera cuts out. That's okay.
Yeah, well, that's welcome to live streaming.
Welcome.
Rolling with the punches, because sometimes it's just you troubleshoot what you can, and if it doesn't all work out perfectly, then you just kind of keep moving forward. And
it's funny, I'm an old ham radio operator. I mean I'm an old lot of things apparently. But I it's like just knowing how radio signals work, or should I say don't work in some places. And my parents, who are ham radio operators, I was trying to explain to them on the East Coast for you guys, you drive down I-64, I-95, there is cell phone coverage the entire length of that interstate. Going on I-17 from Phoenix to Flagstaff, you will lose. In fact, I was in the middle of a conversation with my parents after Black Canyon, and we hit a spot right after or right before Sunset Point. I think it was right after. Mm-hmm. And the cell phone cut out because we were just too low for any signal. And that's one of the things that folks on the East Coast may not quite realize is they're so used to having 100% coverage of their interstates and had since 2000. Out here, we're still trying to get cell phone coverage on the interstates, much less forest roads.
So McConaughey is roughly 2 miles out from Whiskey Row at this point. We do believe that we're anticipating that his
my over-under might be off.
His
shows you how good I am.
He might be picked up by Spider Pena by this point. And once we've got eyes via Spider Pena, we will go directly to that feed. So,
and I saw where someone asked my call sign. So my call sign's N4OXT, and I started running because of ham radio. I used to be the guy who was on a bicycle following the last runner of marathons and triathlons, and because it was the only vehicle that could go slow enough and not annoy the runner. So that's how I got involved in this in the first place. And yeah, it's much more fun to run now. And I saw there was one of the runners from Virginia Beach, and I left Virginia Beach way before I had a chance to meet that person. So though I was there running the Shamrock this spring.
We have had our second and third runners cross White Spar
Excellent.
Road on their way to Whiskey Row. So we are going to start to see some runners actually hit Whiskey Row. We'll have a handful of them hit before we go off the air tonight. So
yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we had at least the top 10 overall.
Oh yeah, I would think
Easy.
so as well. I would say, well, let's see. It's 8:54. We're going to be on for another couple hours. We'll probably get the top 3 for sure. The top 4, 5, 6, 7. After that, we might see if obviously we don't have a hard out. Like if we've got
What time's the stream start? What time's the stream time out? Because we started
exactly.
Yeah.
I just got a
that wasn't a good
I got
look.
a look from
that wasn't a good one.
Matt Feldake saying he didn't say anything. All he had to do was look at me. So
see, yeah, you never know when ham radio operators will pop up, and what they do for Western states is amazing. That's the only way that race could have any tracking whatsoever is their ham radio using what's called packet radio.
yeah.
We are far more fortunate not to have some of the challenges they have with their canyons.
It can't be that cold at Whiskey Row. I mean, I see Patty Curry, Mama Curry out there. She's actually standing in the center of the frame behind a post, I believe.
I've got the current temperature in Whiskey Row. It is 62 degrees, and it's supposed to drop below 60 before probably before midnight. So they're going to see those runners who are in the mid to back of the pack could see 50 degrees before sunrise tomorrow morning. And that's another challenge that they need to get ready for.
Is that our race director?
That's our race director. I thought I saw his tracker show up on the map.
Yeah,
and it is
our
him.
race director, Stephen Adderholt, hanging out at Whiskey Row, having a beverage. I'm sure it is something that is...
Probably chicken broth, probably.
It is probably
it's
chicken
probably
broth.
chicken broth. Something warm and
speculate
nice.
Too much.
But, you know, one of the challenges I think our runners are going to have that they didn't have last year is the Dells. And you're going to wait a minute. You did the Dells last year, but most of us got through the Dells in daylight.
Yes.
And so you're going to have a lot more runners this year going through the Dells at night in the early morning hours. And one of the artifacts I saw when I came through, because I came through, I saw sunrise right around Camp Wamatochik, or Camp Wama is how I kept calling it because I couldn't get it right. So I was in daylight after that. So I did see expended glow sticks on the Aravaipa trail markers as they could put them in the Dells. Now keep in mind that there's nothing to tie things to. There is nothing to stick in the ground because it's solid rock. And so it's a very hard course to mark. And there are some blazes painted on the rock, but I do recall seeing expended light sticks. So I think that's something our runners can expect to see in the coming hours, especially our leaders. And hopefully those glow sticks will get refreshed sometime around midnight or 2 a.m. because the runners who will be dealing with, coming through before sunrise, that's going to be a challenge. How far under last year's pace
Brian
are
asking,
we?
how far under last year's pace are we at this point? It's hard to say because it's an entirely different race at this point.
I mean, we're talking lots of hours here because I think this time last year you were just seeing Pete Mortimer and Jamil and others sit by the campfire at Camp Kippa wondering what the heck did they just sign up for, and Jamil going, why am I doing this to myself and everybody else probably. But that was just it. It was such an incredible altitude climbing challenge. With it being a faster, flatter course, the challenge is going to be spread out in other places. And so I think we're going to see more runners get through this section faster, but they could pay for that price later. They could pay that price much later.
Yeah, I mean,
we need to pay real close attention because it looks like we're 2 turns away. He's on this we're going to see our first runner here very shortly.
Yep.
I need to get my whiskey ready to toast, and it's over there, and I'm over here. So let me go take care of that real fast.
As Pete Mortimer says, shout out to Mama Patty Curry. Absolutely. For those of you who are not familiar, Patty Curry is the Aravaipa matriarch, so to speak. She is the person who puts together all of the aid stations to make sure that they run smoothly and that every runner is fed and hydrated. And if you've ever run an Aravaipa event, she has made sure that you are taken care of, and she does a wonderful job. And the menu for this event this year
cheeseburgers in Skull Valley.
Yeah, they've got it real good this year.
Well, and again, last year we had COVID concerns, and if there's anything we learned from the pandemic is that health and safety needs to become a bigger piece of our aid stations. I don't think we ever want to see a sweaty arm dripping into a bowl of M&Ms ever again. And that means more trash, and I hate that.
Yeah.
But if it's healthier and safer for the runners, so be it. And yeah, Jan, I will own I missed the once again, this is why I don't go to Vegas, and this is why I don't bet. I felt confident when I said it, but hey, I felt confident when I said it 40 minutes ago too.
I mean, it's going to be a few minutes.
But that's why I said 9 p.m. because that's a hair. You were cutting it. I had no idea if it was going to be 5 under or 5 over.
According to this, he's basically maybe.
Oh, I see him further up.
Kilometer and a half out, but
I got him further up.
Oh, you do?
I'm refreshed. Oh no, he's about to hit it. Mine just refreshed. he is going to be there in the next minute and a half. So if that crew is hearing to get that Whiskey Row cheering and ringing the bells right now, because he can hear you.
Are they?
He is close enough to hear you.
So this other cam we've got in Prescott, the Ruth cam. I don't know what they're doing.
That's the courthouse. They're in front of the courthouse, aiming. They're in front of the aid station, aiming at the courthouse. He should be getting ready to cross South Cortez Street, if he hasn't already, and going by the courthouse. He might be stuck at a stoplight for all I know at this point. So
yeah, I think that we should probably just park it right here.
This is the place to park it. The other cam, the signal there is just not the greatest. It's
yeah. I've got him as being like, at my last check about 150 meters in.
Yeah, you're seeing him where I'm seeing him, so that's great. Yeah, they're at a crew van.
So
that might be him at the crew van.
So he didn't actually go into the aid station yet. We're gonna go to this.
He's across the
cam
street.
here.
It looks like.
And yeah, it looks like his crew has advanced it up. So here we go. As Charlie is saying in the chat, absolutely. We just lost that cam.
There it is. Hold on.
There it is. So
it's going to cut in and out.
Yeah, it looks like we've got So we do have our first competitor that has made it to Whiskey Row, and that would be Joe Stringbean McConaughey. The 60-mile mark in the race, give or take, 100K mark.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact mileage in front of me, but it looks like Joe is taking in a nice big swig of water, and his crew is got everything set up in the back of his van. They're sitting down there. Hopefully we've got somebody there. Maybe I know that Jan and Andre are there. Maybe they can take some still shots and post them to Instagram, and we can pull them in from there. Jan and Andre, much love to the two of you being out there. So what kind of whiskey are you sipping tonight?
My selection for the evening is the Lost Dutchman Rye from Adventurous Stills here in Tempe. I like to drink local, and so I have the Lost Dutchman Rye.
All right. Now
in my collapsible shot glass.
Oh, do you carry that with you on races, or?
No, I carry a flask. Yeah, you.
Oh, I can smell it from here.
This is, and I brought Miles stuff this time.
I think my car needs gas. Let me bring that downstairs.
I could have brought the one that was aged in Syrah barrels, but I went with the one that's more accessible.
That would be more fragrant at least.
All right, I think they're about to hop into the aid station, so switch over.
All right, yeah, you are right. So we've got the
Look at
first
that. Here he comes.
Runner. Is that okay? So that's Patty Curry. I see.
That's Patty. That should be
in the
them.
middle. But yeah, okay. So
here they come. It's funny seeing the camera. What we're seeing is some of the cameras slightly out of sync.
But yeah, they're about to.
It looks like they're right in front of the aid station, but they're not walking in yet. So.
I mean, regardless, he's got to check into the aid station.
Yeah, you have to at least check in.
Yeah. I mean, even if he doesn't need anything from the actual, aid station that's being provided, it looked like he had exactly what he wanted and everything. So, let's keep an eye out.
There's a couple of comments in the chat I'm going to come back to later. Because I can come up with better titles than that, but we don't want to get kicked off of YouTube.
Autobiography titles?
Yeah. And Charlie asked about non-alcoholic whiskeys, and I can tell you there are some people working on those. I do know that is a very niche thing being worked on. It looks like Joe stayed at his van.
It looks like Joe is actually still
Let's
out
see if we can,
on the road. Let me go back. You're seeing Joe Stringbean McConaughey, who is currently leading the Cocodona 250. His closest rival at this point, I still believe, is Annie Hughes, who is probably about a mile and a half back at this point.
And it looks like she has about 3/4 of a mile on Jason Coop at this point. Which,
Yeah, and obviously, like we said, you take the tracking with a grain of salt because we just, we don't have any. I mean, we can check to see when they were peeing, but at the same time, we're just we're wanting to try and focus on what we've got in
never
front of us.
underestimate the power of the aid station reset. I mean, sometimes spending an extra 10 minutes in an aid station can actually save you 30 in a race like this, a whole hour or more. Because of you just have that opportunity to just get those nutrition and okay, I'm low on salts. Let me get some pickle juice because I know that will get into my system faster. You know what? Let me lay down for 5 minutes. Maybe that's because that's what I had to do here. Is like this was my first unplanned nap, and I managed to get about 15 minutes, maybe 30 at most, and I try to get more than that. But my first real sleep wasn't a dead horse. And yeah.
So I see that friend of the family, Jan Rice, is here and came in right about 9:01. So you were as close as you could be.
But that's why 9 p.m. was the over/under, because I knew as a good betting person, it's got to be hard.
So it looks like Joe has gotten up. Hey, Jan, if you're still there and you're able to, can you take a couple of pics of String Bean as he's heading out and,
all right.
and
I think
post
they're going
them
across the street.
Post them to Instagram and use the hashtag Cocodona250, and we will be able to pick them up and use those images. And
all right.
I would be grateful, Jan. I'll owe you a beer.
I'll owe her some more whiskey. Oh, that's her right there in that one stream.
Yeah, I see her right there. See, she's awesome. She's so on it. Did he not actually enter the aid
Maybe
station
he went
area?
in long enough to check. Maybe he checked in with the aid station captain at the gate, and that's as far as he went.
I guess that's possible. I know we've got eyes in the aid station. So if somebody can clarify what Joe did, if he actually had already headed into the aid station, because I see that the Ruth Cam is already kind of parked back towards the entrance of the Whiskey Row aid station. So I'm guessing that you were right.
Yeah, as long as he checked in with the aid station captain and he's on the clipboard, it doesn't matter. It's not like, and this is one of the things that, other races that Aravaipa does, we have timing mats all over the place. We do not have 20 some odd timing mats out there. So he does not have to walk across a timing mat to be considered officially in or out of an aid station. It's a clipboard in this case.
Yeah.
So yeah, if the aid station captain saw him outside the gate and said, yeah, you're good, he's good.
Absolutely.
And it looks like Jason and Annie are together again. Like I said, this margin of error thing on the, it is what it is. And Jan's got a video on Instagram that we might want to find.
Let me see if I can pull that up here. Of course, we are also, one of the cool things about this now is that we do have that energy going. We had our first runner hit the aid station, and now we're going to be having more of them hit it as time goes on. Let me see if I can find.
And while you're looking that up, just seeing Ranger Amy in the chat. For those of you who have not, who were not part of the chat on snake awareness, Amy is our local expert because she's our park ranger and a very awesome trail runner herself.
We're going to have Amy on this week. We were going to try and have her on tonight,
good.
actually. But one of the things about Amy is that she knows,
she's far more interesting than I am, too.
Well, I mean, you're both very interesting individuals. But Amy is an expert on she's a ranger with the Department of Fish and Game, and she knows the critters and creatures that all of the people will be encountering on the course. So I consider her an invaluable resource. And for instance, before Haviland 100, I actually went over to her house, and she has this menagerie of animals, and was sharing all of these different snakes and tortoises and lizards and all these things, holding a scorpion in her bare hands. That's
just what she does.
How she rolls.
It's just what she does. And the thing is, I put in the Cocodona group the Arizona Trail Talk, or the Aravaipa Trail Talk she did years ago here in the office in the old original setup, and she was just yanking snakes out in front of Jamil and Jubilee.
Let me see if I can get this video from Jan's Instagram.
Could you get a plug-in
Yeah.
on your not?
Well,
oh, hold on.
Yeah, Jan's Instagram is private, so.
But maybe I can get to it because I'm logged in here, and maybe you can plug into mine. Live TV, nothing like it, folks.
Yep, absolutely. Let me see. Okay,
right.
so Jan did tag Aravaipa and Cocodona 250. Let me see if it comes up. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried because since Jan's account is private, that it might not come up.
Yeah, I got it on mine. I don't know if we can switch over to, we can plug mine in and it not blow something up.
I want to hit as few levers as possible.
Exactly.
Oh, she's going to make it public. Thank you, Jan.
Cool.
See, this is live interactive television right here. This is what happens when you have, a crowdsourced program. Yeah, cheers, I'm just drinking water. So, but yeah, so we actually, in addition to the people that are filming and people that are volunteering, we just
try it again.
We have a lot of good friends out there, and so we'll go to see if we can.
You might,
check to see. Oh, there
it
we
is.
go.
Oh, here we go.
So we're gonna go to what we've got here, and she has footage of this is it right here. Joe Stringbean McConaughey leaving Whiskey Row. He basically just high-fived and headed out. So, Jan, thank you so much for sharing this. That's excellent work and great video. So yeah, you can see.
Yep, there he is.
Basically,
that's his check-in.
Yeah, that was his check-in to high five on his way.
Good. You got me.
Yeah, and he's like,
Boom.
all right, now I'm heading out. So thank you so much, Jan. We appreciate you helping us out there. So great quality footage of Joe as he was leaving Whiskey Row. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and that's just it. And one of the things, he had a nice van set up. And I tell you, for those of you thinking about doing this in the future, the route I took last year was I rented an RV. It was a really nice RV. I am not doing that again.
Oh.
I will tell you, it paid for itself in Dead Horse because on that morning, that would have been Wednesday morning when I took my first real sleep. It was like 10 o'clock in the morning. And I've been up for what? Well, I started at 5:50 because I was last wave. So I've been up for, at that point, 52 hours with a short 30-minute nap at most. Mm-hmm. And so I hit the taco bar at Dead Horse. And then full of calories, I went into the RV, turned on the generator, turned on the AC, got cleaned up, took a 3.5-hour nap, came out in the heat of the day. My shoes were completely dry. That Verde River, I will tell you, there's two things to know. It's super, super cold. You want your shoes to dry out. Make sure your phone is not in your pocket or your pack. Otherwise, it may not be your phone much longer. I did not make that mistake. But I would have loved to have submerged myself because it was so cold and it would just rattled my body. But I'm kind of glad I didn't. And then my shoes were dry by the time my nap was over. And I was, being in that air conditioning, I was re-energized, ready to go, and took off into the heat of Lime Kiln and just had a blast.
So, as we mentioned,
what else we got?
Stringbean McConaughey, I was going to just say he literally high-fived last year's DFL runner, Andre Lee, and headed off on the way. So, for those that missed it, everybody is excited to see race leader Joe McConaughey, and he's heading off away from Whiskey Row. So, thank you again, Jan, for sharing that video clip. It was absolutely fantastic. So, that's the kind of community we have here in Arizona with Aravaipa. Is that as Pete Mortimer mentions, bless you, Jan, boots on the ground. Just absolutely fantastic work by Jan. So,
and I just keep looking at all the runners who, like I said, who have banded together. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see these folks come through Whiskey Row when we have a great signal throughout the day tomorrow. I
Sure.
hope the camera is up because you're going to just have wall-to-wall mid-pack, backpack. It's going to be a party.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, looking at the difference and some of these differences of mileage, I mean, 238 runners are listed, and it seems like 100 of them are in a 10-mile group, if not more. And so that's, again, I think that bodes well for the mid-pack and the backpack. I look again, names like Scott Myers and Stephen Turner, Fan Yang and David Odell and Tracy Dimblick. I just see those names and I see they're all kind of hanging out together. Now, those are a little bit separated out between miles 40 and 39.7, but again, that's margin of error as far as I'm concerned. But just the number of runners who are in that group is just amazing. And there's going to be I think a lot of great success stories throughout the night. And so we're going to have hopefully some good stories tomorrow morning. Hopefully the aid station crew will be able to tell us just some great stuff tomorrow. Hope they have some good storytelling for you.
Good question by John. Is there any snow anywhere on the course? No. Is there?
Well,
is there?
Yeah, there's a little.
Oh, there is.
Yes, there is.
As soon as I spoke, I knew I was wrong.
Yeah. The Flagstaff area.
I was just thinking about like my brain hasn't even made it to the last 50 miles of the course yet. I'm thinking Sedona. I'm thinking Jerome, and so I entirely misspoke. That's on me. But yeah.
Here, let's the DNF question from Cassandra. Cassandra, this is the sad news that we do have. There are three official DNFs that we are seeing on the tracker. We do not have inside information on anybody else, but we do see Justin Polnett, Alexandra Benoit, and Timothy Gore. Alexandra is, I believe, from Quebec, and Justin and Timothy are from Colorado. So. And again, the thing is that, it's hard to tell where runners are. These races for these runners started months ago, in reality, where they may have had an injury, they may have had something come up, and it's always heartbreaking to see something like that, to see DNFs in a race, and so sad to see, but hopefully we'll see them here next year, and they'll do it.
And you can see that our next couple of runners are actually going to be hitting Whiskey Row fairly soon as well. Annie Hughes was only about less than a mile and a half back from String Bean, and Jason Coop is less than a mile back from Annie. So over the course between now and 10 p.m., we're going to have a couple of runners actually hit the Whiskey Row aid station as well. So we've got some action happening, and other runners are actually coming up on White Spar Road, maybe a mile out from there. Simon Widman, Michael McKnight, Killian Korth, Kevin Goldberg, crowd favorite Kevin Goldberg, Michael Versteeg, Mark DeFalco, and our second place woman right now, Sarah Ostaszewski. Coming up behind them, not too far, basically within a mile. You've got a lot of runners.
It's
Jose Sosa, Jeff Garmeyer, Cole Crosby, the pride of Rhode Island, Brianna Grigsby, another Aravaipa Racing Team member, and last year's fifth-place male finisher, Josh Locke.
This is looking like a 50K, where you have them trickle in at the front, and then there's a huge slam of a bunch of runners. And they're just going to keep coming every couple of minutes, if not sooner. And so
a lot of talent hanging back. Lauren Jones, back a little bit further. Eric Senseman, Dominic Grossman.
Don't count him out.
Yeah,
I mean that's just it.
Andrew Glaze. Is
really,
still only a few
we're
miles back.
we're looking. It's going to come down to nutrition and timing of sleep. Some of these folks, if they time it just right, they're going to do great. If they manage the heat across Sedona, they're going to do great. This is everyone's race.
Yeah, Yeah, there's. I mean, obviously, we're not even a quarter of a way into it from the in terms of the leaders. So
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, I think the real moment of truth will occur somewhere between Dead Horse and Sedona. We'll start to see. We saw last year Pete, make his move at Fort Tuttle. So I'm not saying the race is going to be over there. I'm just saying you're going to start to see, I think, your separation around that point. For a lot of the backpack runners, when they get to Sedona, to the aid station in Sedona, I think for a lot of them that's going to be that switch that says not can I do this, but the question is when will I finish, because they'll know they can do this. There's just something magical about getting out of that Sedona aid station and just feeling really good. And for those of you who are watching the cutoffs, I was doing some math because this is what I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say this with the word only, and then I'm going to qualify that more appropriately later. So don't shoot me yet. Doing the math to get to Skull Valley or out of Skull Valley by 4:30 in the morning, tomorrow morning Arizona time, you needed to only run a 30.5-minute pace for every mile. Now, the problem with that, and this is the qualifier, is that means no time at aid stations. That means no sleep, and that means no bathroom breaks. That means no problems. So you really need to be obviously moving faster than that. I think that is one of the things last year that we learned with Lane Mountain, is to be a little bit more gracious with those early cutoffs. After you get out of Skull Valley, you only need to run a 42-minute per mile pace. What do we have? We have some runners?
Yeah, we have.
Let's
I
switch
believe
to
on
runners.
Our Ruth Cam, we've got our first female runner hitting the Whiskey Row aid station. That would be Annie Hughes.
I still have some whiskey to salute her with because I'm sipping and not gulping.
And
Look at
I
that.
can see
Look
at
at
the
her.
static cam, she is coming into the aid
There
station.
she is. Look at that
she
light.
Is.
So she's got the 2-light system, the waist light and the headlamp, which I recommend to any runners doing this. The waist lamp shows where you're going. The headlamp lets you look at the cow that just scared the snot out of you.
Yeah, so we've got eyes on our. Okay, so we've actually. So that would be the Michelle. Okay, let me see if I can find that one.
So it looks like she's going to do most of her work in the station.
Yes.
And she's going to do it by the heaters, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very different from what we just saw with String Bean, where he's like, I've got my van.
Yeah.
I got my stuff right here. I'm good to go.
She's not sitting down either yet.
That says a lot. That says a lot about the course, because these guys were moving well, and she's not going to be here long.
Yeah,
campfire. We got a campfire.
Oh.
Aravaipa After Dark.
Yeah, hashtag Aravaipa After Dark. So Annie Hughes is the first woman to hit the Whiskey Row aid station at mile 60-ish. I'm just saying that simply because I don't have the exact mileage in front of me, but she is fueling, as you can see, and her crew is circled around her. Like we said, you compare and contrast what what she's doing versus what Joe McConaughey had done, and Joe had sat down with his crew at the back of.
It was almost like a NASCAR style. He had his crew doing work. She's just sitting there. Her crew, don't get me wrong, they're doing work, but she's just standing there chilling out, drinking a beverage of some sort, whether that's chicken broth or some other, some other nutrients to get her, what she needs.
It looks like we might have our third runner as well.
Because he should be Jason. That could be Jason Cooper. He could be doing the van method.
Let me see if I can find the.
So we're gonna make Chris punch a lot of buttons, and I get to sit
so
here and do nothing but yap.
We've got eyes on Jason Coop as well, who is in a setup outside of the Whiskey Row station. So we're gonna bounce back and forth between that as well as the The Michelle came. Okay, so Michelle has actually sat down
Yeah,
finally.
she took a
I'm
seat.
sorry, not Michelle. Annie. This is Michelle's camp. So.
And now Jason is doing. He's got what looks like a Class B camper van, and that's the route I would go when I do this in the future, because that can get to more aid stations than an RV can.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons why I wouldn't do an RV. And so he, as opposed to what we saw with String Bean, he's actually gone into the van to sit and relax and switch things out, which is really nice to see for him. I see where Annie's got her pack off, and I'm going to assume her crew is doing a reload of the pack at this point. Looks like she's got a goodie bag next to her of stuff, but she's just chilling out at the moment. So it looks like Jason's going to try to get in and out as quickly as he can. Trying to figure. Annie's got her lights off.
Is he filling a pack, or is he eating something? Let's go back.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out that one can we
so
have.
He's messing with a pack. He's obviously got his Freak Brothers pizza right there as well. Although I hope, is it his or his crew's? Maybe they're. Oh, I see.
Maybe we're drooling over. We want it.
I know, right? We didn't get our Freak Brothers yet, so Annie had gone over to grab something at the aid station, grab a bite to eat. We're just going to keep eyes on the two of them.
And folks are making predictions about the weather. And like I said, yeah, you're in town. Once you get to Lake Watson, it's going to be a little bit open there. For those who've not done the course, it's once you get to Lake Watson, you get into the Dells, you're kind of protected from any wind that's going on. But once you get closer to Iron King, that's where things are going to change really fast, and you're just going to be exposed out there. So these folks taking their time. Yeah, it looks like Annie's getting her pack back on already. This is good stuff to see. They're getting in and out very quickly, not wasting any time whatsoever. So.
Well,
we've got
So
that's runner number 6. That's Annie heading out. Looks
Yeah.
like she's like, all right, I've got one. Oh, hold on. Is she going for the double doors? I know where nope, we're not going to talk about where she's going. So those are the double doors I was talking about earlier. She's gone into that beautiful area with all the cots laid out in the ballroom, and there's real bathrooms on the other side. So we're just going to say what it is. She's taken an opportunity to get, and here's another thing. If she's been wearing sunscreen all day, I would have done what she just did solely to take one of those showers in the sink where you just wipe when you're just washing all that stuff off. I'm the one having the whiskey, and you're the one drinking liquid death. For those who didn't see that, too bad. But that's just it. So she's doing that. We ought to switch over to Jason if we can.
Yeah, if we can. I'm not
watching
quite sure
her
what's
come out is not going to
Dan's
be
got
exciting.
going on here.
But it looked like they were showing some stuff like in his van. I think she just
Jason
popped out of the bathroom. But yeah, so this is one of those things. If you are going to, this is a great opportunity to hop into the bathroom, especially if you got a real one, get cleaned up, wash off the sunscreen, wash off the dirt, apply some more squirrel's nut butter, and make sure that you've got everything taken care of and ready to go, because you don't want to have to do it in a porta potty, because that's what's at Iron King. You really, when you have those nice facilities, take full advantage of it.
So somebody was asking about the weather tonight in Prescott. This is what we're looking at. It's 60. It's going to get down into the.
Still a little breezy. I mean, look at the breezes are going to drop down a little bit overnight, but still around 12 right now.
And that's that's also at 5,000 feet elevation, so it's going to be chilly out there.
Well, look at
for those
what's the humidity? Because let's talk about the humidity, folks. I mean, I'm seeing where it's 31%, which is very high. We are used to we've seen a lot of single digit lately, and so that's high for us, and that's still very dry. And she's gone. I think that's her heading off.
Her? Was that Jason?
I believe that was Annie heading out.
Because we've still got a camera focused on where.
I think I saw her come out earlier, though.
Had gone.
Good
nope,
question.
nope. She's coming out.
Oh, okay.
So that was Jason.
That was Jason. Okay.
So that is the Michelle Cam.
Too many things to look at.
I know. Hey, trust me, this is
I'm glad you're punching the button.
this is a whole new experience. I'm learning to
glad
be a
you're punching
producer
them.
on the fly.
And you guys
so.
are seeing me look across because I can see what you guys are seeing while I'm seeing like 5 different things in front of me. I'm just gonna. I need to get. This is going on Instagram. This is what we're seeing, folks. This is what we see.
So yeah, it looks like Jason Coop has already left Whiskey Row. I'm gonna verify and check to see on our tracker to see if I can confirm that. I mean, we do have a couple of filmers there, and there is some motion amongst those filmers. So my guess is that he has. Yeah. At least, yeah. That's what. Well, no. It looks like they're. Need to refresh my feed here.
So looks like she's back by the fire.
Yeah, it looks like she's grabbing a bite
Okay.
to eat. Okay, so the Dan Cam is now.
Let's see, who do we have coming up?
That's Spider Pena's follow cam. Looks like he's following Coop there. At least that's what we're thinking right now. At least we're operating under the assumption that that Spider Pena is following.
Because the problem is my map is still showing Coop hasn't got to the courthouse yet, and we know that's not correct.
Yeah, I think we're going to go back to Whiskey Row Aid because
it's definitely. Yeah, I don't know who's in that U-Haul. I think that may be a crew getting ready for somebody else.
That's my guess.
And that's another thing. So we do know next up on deck should be Michael McKnight and Killian Korth and Simon Widman, and then it should start to really just be a little rapid fire after that. We should start getting a little campfire group.
Yeah, we've got it's still
break out your marshmallows.
Like you said, it's still a little bit spread out.
But it's going to get busy.
According to, margin of error, but it looks like Simon and Michael are basically neck and neck as they both hit White Spar Road at this point, which is kind of that's our notice that once we see them cross this red line in our coverage, that
and our
we
reporter,
know that they're close.
And our reporter on the street, Jan, says that Coop is gone.
Yeah.
And good morning, Sweden. It is wonderful to have the international audience, and it's great to have. I know we had Australia earlier, and so it's great to have the international folks check in. Please join us next year if you so dare, and if not, come join us anyway and volunteer and have fun. Like I said, this race is not for everybody. Let's make that very clear. But for those who are ready for a challenge like this is a fun one to take on.
And it's interesting how people undertake it. I mean, you talk about somebody who's known for being a genuinely fast runner. Chasing Cutoffs had asked a few minutes ago, do we think Eric Senseman is laying low and being conservative? And based on where he's at in the field, I would say absolutely.
I would say not laying low. But I would say definitely being conservative.
Yeah,
I don't think it's an intentional thing on his part. I think he's like, this is what my plan is, and not everybody is a Nick Curry who can run negative splits. Now, maybe Eric has been listening to Nick, and he's going to negative split this course. Who knows?
Well, we've got. It looks like Annie has left the Whiskey Row Aid.
Annie is out. Good.
Let's see if we can get a decent visual from the Dan Cam.
Hey, we got South Africa on the chat. I love this.
Welcome in,
Jamaica.
Welcome in, Hank.
2 a.m. Australia time. Oh, good.
When did they start? They started at 10 a.m. local time.
Yeah, 10 a.m.
So just under 12 hours ago.
Yeah. So for those who aren't aware, Arizona is permanent Mountain Standard Time, which means this time of the year we're Pacific Daylight Time.
We don't change our clocks.
Yeah, and so when the rest of the country potentially will stay on daylight savings time permanently, good for them. We don't care.
Yeah. We march to the beat of our own drum here.
Yeah,
There's
we
no
don't
doubt
need
about
to say
that.
daylight. We already have enough. Thank you very much. And as you will watch the coverage later today for you, tomorrow morning for us, you will see we have lots of daylight with nothing blocking it.
Yeah. So we've got one of our follow cams on Jason Coop right now. We wanted to try and see if we could have a decent cam, but it doesn't look like we're really getting that coverage we'd hoped for at this point. Looks like Ruth might have some people. She's talking to some people. I'm trying to figure out who they are. I know that race director Stephen Adderholt is up there at Whiskey Row, so it's possible that he's in that little crew of people.
So that we were seeing from Bob that was in the neighborhood right before Senator Highway. So that may be some incoming runners. And my map's not refreshing anymore. Is yours?
Mine isn't either.
Okay, I feel better then.
Yeah.
So for those of you having problems with the maps, so are we, and that's
Yeah.
okay.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell because I can see that like McKnight is refreshing, but it doesn't look like I've gotten much from much movement from McConaughey. So,
And I'm not seeing much.
but again, it's basically it's what we get in terms of our satellite coverage. So. We have people all over the world watching.
I'm
this.
loving
I
this.
love
I'm
this.
loving
of
New
course,
Zealand.
Friend of the family, Jem Rooney, is reminding us that it is 2:35 in the afternoon on a Tuesday in Sydney. So
I know last year my parents who were in Raleigh, outside the Raleigh, North Carolina area, my mom wouldn't leave the house, which was good because it was a pandemic still. But she would go nowhere in the house without her iPad while she was watching the live stream continuously for the approximately 5 seconds I appeared on the live stream last year, Matt. Every time I got close to the camera, they switched to somebody else.
I want to see your setups. I want to see how you're watching this event. I want to see. I want to see your television setups. I want to see you with the laptop where you're working and you've got it on in the background. I want to see running stores. I want to see classrooms. I want to see people watching this event over the course of the next couple days. If you can post those to Instagram and hashtag Cocodona250, we'll give you a little bit of love. So you show us love, we'll show you love. It's
I posted my shot.
Admiration Society.
Yeah, I posted what I saw here, just because this is a really neat view. I want to recognize Christina. Let your friend know that we don't know when the 2023 registration will open, but I can tell you it will probably be sooner than you expect. And
it usually is.
And go to Ultra Sign Up, go to the Cocodona 2022 page, and just hit the watch button, and it'll give you that warning right before it opens up.
Ruth giving us a tour of somebody's van right there. That's the U-Haul that was outside. Oh, there's Andre Lee.
That's Andre, yeah.
Whose van is that? Is that Cody right there? Like, I'm not getting a fully clear visual on this, but yeah, Christine, we'll probably know by the end of the race when registration for next year opens up. So if we get that information, we will share it with you. Of course, strictly in the interest of just sharing information. So we'll bounce around to we've got a couple of cameras going, so we'll kind of check to see what else is out there.
And seeing the comment about being wrecked after their first 50K this year. One of the things we were talking about earlier, a lot of people who run this come from a lot of different backgrounds. And so some of their front runners are kind of relative unknowns because they are FKTers or they're through hikers. And so they're not on the ultra running type of radar. You have folks like Andre Lee who he trained by running 50Ks before he turned 50 years old.
Yeah.
And this was towards the tail end of that. just different people approach this so differently. And so I will tell you the best way to approach the training is do what works for you. And just because there is no one single answer. And
so, yeah, we're going to be expecting our next few runners to hit, it's probably going to be about,
I would say next 20 minutes.
Yeah, well,
we should start to see some more
give
folks.
or take, yeah, probably 20
Well,
to.
I don't know where people are anymore because things are kind of frozen up on my screen.
Yeah. I've got Michael McKnight. I've got him.
Him and Simon shouldn't be too far
his
away.
His last ping was 2 minutes ago, and he's still, as far as I can tell, a legitimate 2.5 miles out. So it might be closer to quarter after 10.
Yeah, because I think that was coming up like 59.2. So. Yeah.
Oh, he's coming at
No.
Oh,
the aid station came up as 59.2 from the math standpoint.
Okay, so in that case, McKnight's got just under 2 miles. So, yeah, you might be right. He might,
White Claw.
Depending on how he's moving.
You do you. You do you, Pete.
We have to question your choices on that one.
Again, I'm the one drinking whiskey
Peter
here.
Mortimer.
But I'm drinking it in honor of our top 2 runners, String Bean and Annie, going through Whiskey Row. Great job as our top 2 runners, and they're at the front of the pack and doing a really great job. I wish we had more cameras to show Skull Valley and some of the other runners back there. For those of you who aren't, I mean, they've got to have I can only imagine what they're seeing. It is just amazing, and out there you're not going to see as many lights. So we were talking about Starlink earlier, and we saw the Starlink satellite formations fly over, and a couple of runners were like, "Did you see the weird drone formations?" And at first I kind of thought they were, because for those of you who don't know, the start line wasn't too far from Embry-Riddle. Which is a university that does a lot of flight type of stuff. And I know they have a drone program. So if someone told me that someone was doing some nighttime drone show rehearsal for a senior project, I would have been like, makes sense to me. That's what they do. They do weird stuff like that at Embry-Riddle. And still, it was Starlink. It was nothing that good, unfortunately.
All right. Our current shot is of the Whiskey Row aid station. We've got a little pause in the action there. As far as traffic goes, I'm gonna check the gram to see if we've got anything posted. Oh, we have another video. This is wonderful. I believe that. Let me see. I thought I had a video here. Let me reload my feed here and see if we have anything new popping up. Oh, if you want to see the the other side of what the studio looks like, this is basically Stephen Crawford's view of the studio. So we've got We've also got a couple other laptops open up here as well. We've got a lot going on. So
yeah, that we do.
But it's a lot of fun, and I'll admit, that I'm trying to do my best to let.
Oh, that's someone's home setup.
Oh, here we
look,
go.
There we are.
Here
home
we go.
setup.
It's one of our.
This is from South Africa.
Let's pull this up.
Johannesburg.
Here. So knick-knack under the toadstool, watching from Johannesburg, South Africa on one PC and streaming from the other onto a TV screen. This is what I love seeing. So thank you very much, knick-knack. Love to see it. And whether you're streaming it in a home office setup or in a classroom, or in a restaurant, in a bar. I should probably get one of our local institutions to have it on in the background. I think that would actually be pretty cool.
That would be
fun.
fun.
It's got to be better than, if there's,
well, if we could
baseball games.
If we could get an institution to do it, say, in Flagstaff, and then have everyone go outside and just, line the street. I want that UTMB style finish like what they have in Chamonix. I'd love to see us get to the point where Flagstaff is asking us to ring cowbells for 3 straight days as runners come through. Obviously, I won't do that now because we'd probably get kicked out for annoying too many locals, and we don't want that.
The incomparable Howie Stern has some photos from
look
Skull
at that.
Valley Aid. Of course,
Let's
Morgan
get those up.
Weinberg, our Aravaipa's own, hanging out at Skull Valley.
And race director Ring the Springs, my next race.
Yeah. And, of course, H-Rod, leader of the Wolf Pack, Hector Rodriguez, chopping that wood.
That's right.
At Skull
Same
Valley
bib.
Aid
He's carrying the
Station.
same bib number I carried last year, so he's got to do it some good.
So we're going to bounce around a little bit. We still have some footage on Whiskey Row. Thanks to Michelle O for stepping in and filming the sights on Whiskey Row. Let's take a look and see what people are thinking in the chat.
Got a lot of people
Amber
getting
Myers has her first 50K in July, so she's giving herself a year or two before she tackles Cocodona. Probably a good idea. I mean, it's something you work up to a degree.
Yes or no? I think for some people, definitely work your way up to it, and for others, the deep end of the pool is where they do best. And so, yeah, I think do what's right for you. The Whiskey Row cutoff time is 9:30 p.m. tomorrow night.
So they've got time.
And that's really important here. I want to make that very clear.
That's departure time, right?
That's departure time. You have to be out of Whiskey Row, and that's a very important consideration because that's a sleep station.
Yep.
And so if you're having a really hard time, and we saw this last year, hashtag puke and rally, you could have a really bad first day and just be miserable and end up just spending day 2 recovering and then day 3 and 4 just being awesome. And next thing you know, you're finishing Saturday morning and everything is going great.
That's exactly how Dax Hawk's race went last year, at least from our vantage point in the studio.
Yeah.
I mean, we caught him on the side of the trail getting sick.
Yeah, he was the drone.
Yeah, and then
and Pete
3
was
days later, he's shimmying out of the aid station at Fort Tuttle, and
then video later popped up of Pete Mortimer on top of Lane Mountain doing the exact same thing. But Dax we had in real time. That was fun to go back and watch and see how the people were doing. And it's like, oh yeah, that's a puke and rally. And that's just it. Is I made a couple of mistakes on the first night. Like I said, I left my nutrition behind in Crown King, so I had none of my caffeine. So I had to spend a good chunk of Tuesday just recovering from that mistake, and I was fine. I got pizza at Fain Ranch. And after that, I flew up Mingus and just had a blast. I see Scotty
Traer.
Yeah.
He's up on Mingus Mountain. When we've got eyes up there, we'll spin over there and check in with Scott. Of course,
I'll have to ask him about Willy Wonka.
Scott is a staff member with Aravaipa, and he also is he's anxiously awaiting Western States as he won his way in via golden ticket at Black Canyon 100K in February.
You'll have someone who lotteried their way in tomorrow morning, I believe. Pete.
Oh, wait.
He lotteried into the Western States.
Who did?
Didn't Pete Mortimer?
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, absolutely. That's right. Pete will be in studio tomorrow. I misunderstood you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pete,
he lotteried his way in.
He will be in the studio tomorrow with Matt Feldake, and they will be and they'll be on to drive the car tomorrow.
Yeah, put that up there.
Okay, Pete Mortimer. Watching Dax puke live while running with McKnight, watching the drone overhead was a priceless memory. Trust me, it was definitely a unique moment, speaking as somebody who was watching it from this side.
So my personal unique moment was we were working our way into Sedona. And for those of you who know the Sedona area, the road that goes by the high school to Lover's Loop, we were working our way down the trail there, and I looked down, and I looked at my pacer, and I didn't look at my pacer because I didn't want to fall over, and I said, "Hey, Jonathan, you see that blood in the middle of the trail?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "That's not mine."
Oh my.
We got down, and that's where MedStar met. I can't remember her name, but you guys have her picture of the nosebleed, and she was fine. She just had a nosebleed that wouldn't stop, but literally for days.
Made a heck of a picture.
Made a great picture, but let me tell you, I had to reaffirm to my pacer, yeah, see that blood? Yeah, that's not mine.
Of course, our next runners should be hitting, as we mentioned, should be hitting Whiskey Row and Aid in the next 20 to 25 minutes, it looks like. Michael McKnight and Simon Widman. Michael McKnight looks like he has a slight edge on Simon, so.
But that could be margin of error with the satellites too.
Absolutely, yeah. We're just going with what we've got. So.
But Killian Korth, mile behind him, and Michael Versteeg, maybe a half mile or so behind Killian. So, like I said, it's going to pick up here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot to follow, a lot to keep up with, and
for those of you asking the state question, it looks like we'll see 3 people from Colorado come in before our first Arizonan.
Well, Colorado came out to show this week. Of course,
but Arizona's not far behind them. Just saying.
Yeah. That's and there we go back to a static shot of our Whiskey Row aid station cam.
And one of the things I'll mention about some of the aid stations, and I kind of mentioned this earlier, that my wife is one of the MedStar medics, and she's at Skull Valley. Those medics, if you're out there on crews and stuff right now, or you're coming out here in the near future, those medics, their goal is to keep you running. They're not there to pull you. And so they will assist you with foot care. They will assist you with whatever will help keep you moving. So if you have things going on, do not be afraid of the medics. Talk to them. Their job is not to yank you, but to keep you moving safely. And they will do everything they can to do so. So make sure you take advantage of them if you have to.
I really love our audience.
I love this.
The St. No Sports Center, couch to 50K, watching Aravaipa Running's coverage of Cocodona 250 and winding down for the night. Great banter on the stream while they wait for runners to cross aid stations. Thank you very much, couch to 50K.
Yes, thank you.
I love it. Oh, it's Ranger Amy.
Of course.
Hanging out at home with a foster dog and just watching everyone run. I hope if we can figure out our audio issues that we're having out there, we will have Ranger Amy on. And if we can't get them worked out, maybe we'll have her come in studio later this week to talk about some of the critters that are out on the course. And
I think she should put a couple around Matt's neck.
What do you think, Matt? Maybe we'll grab a couple of
scorpions, a couple snakes, maybe a javelina.
Sounds like a good idea. I think that's a plan.
I'm sure she's got a few laying around.
She probably does. Well, like I said, I've interviewed her for other Aravaipa races, and she literally does have animals hanging out. So
I'll never forget the one group run where she brought a snake to the group run for the purpose of relocating it at the park we were at.
It was at South Mountain.
Yeah.
And it was a king snake, if I remember correctly.
You remember that, Mike? I remembered everything but that. I was like, oh, it's a snake. I like snakes, especially when they're over there.
Let's see what else we've got going on.
Well, somebody is coming up. We've got someone on someone's cam.
That's Michael McKnight right there.
Okay, good. Let's get that up.
I think, that's got to be Michael McKnight. Dan.
Yeah.
Yep. So we've got eyes on Mike McKnight as he is heading through the streets of Prescott on his way to Whiskey Row.
And who's that with him?
That would have to be the other runner that was with him.
I don't have my screen up.
That was Simon Widman. Yeah, so Simon Widman and
margin of error
running in. Yeah, talk about margin of error. The tracker says they're 1/10 of a mile apart, but looks like they're about a
20
10
feet,
10 feet apart.
10 feet. That's 10 feet. Yeah.
Yeah. So our next runners are getting pretty close to Whiskey Row. And it's we're going to have a handful of other runners hit this point before we sign off for the evening. So
yeah, it looks like my map is working properly now, so this is good. So they're coming up Hazley now. So this is good to see. So, and one of the things, our Prescott-based runners are just some fantastic folks. We had some great runners last year in the race, and this year they're assisting the crews, or if not, running the aid stations themselves. And a big shout out to them, because with the fires in the Prescott National Forest that changed the course, the fact that they were able to rally and assist in the relocation and staffing of some of these aid stations that did not exist 2.5, 3 weeks ago is just amazing. And so yeah, that's kind of the community we have in the Prescott area, and so. Yeah, this is really great to see, and we're real excited that they're part of this. And again, if you're looking for an opportunity to hang out in Arizona in April and get a little taste of this, I strongly recommend coming in town for the Whiskey Basin Trail Run. It's one of my favorite non-100K 100 milers, but according to a YouTube video I saw on Aravaipa's channel a month or so ago, that could change in the near future. So at least that's what I saw on YouTube.
Well, if it was on the internet somewhere, it had to be true, right?
Well, it came out of Jubilee's mouth on YouTube, so that's even more true, right?
I guess I missed that video. Let's see.
Yeah, she was talking about a 100-miler, actually, which got my attention.
I think that would be a smashing success.
I mean, the chance to do the Circle Trail around Prescott and part of Cocodona, oh yeah. That's a great way to kind of get a taste of that. So if you're out of town and want to get a taste before you think about jumping into Cocodona, that's a great way to do it.
As Pete Mortimer is noting, McKnight coming in hot, get that mana stake stat. Of course, maybe, hey, Pete, if you knew he needed a stake, where are you at?
Well, I can tell you where he's at, because I got on top of Eldon, and the last thing I wanted was to spend any time there. I just wanted to get the heck off that mountain. I knew sunset was coming, and I thought I could get in Heritage Square before sunset. I was wrong. But he was grilling, and he was grilling like a madman, and it was the best brat I've had in years. And so I have a feeling if someone's going to get anybody a steak, it'll be Pete, and it'll be on top of Eldon.
Roy Quinn asking, I wonder if any runners watch the live stream. I know for a fact that they do.
Oh, yeah. We had some chime in last year.
Yeah, well, I mean, we did. I mean,
they were watching, and then
we had a few. Like we had Jamil, and we had Shelby.
Those were planned,
chiming in. But then I know for a fact that Jeff Garmeyer was watching the live stream.
Well, did he chime in once? I think you guys roped him in once.
Probably.
It's been a while since I watched the live stream, mind you.
Yeah, but you have watched it cover to cover.
Yes, I did. It took me a couple of weeks because I was doing it while in between meetings and working while I was doing other projects.
Yeah, as he's been coined by our own Matt Feldake, the Michael Jordan of 200s, Mike McKnight is looking like he's moving pretty well heading into the Whiskey Row aid station. And I also want to give a shout out to Simon Widman, who is following right behind him.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with Simon. I'm actually going to have to do a little bit of checking up on what his background is, because it's not a name I'm particularly familiar with. So for him to be hanging with an athlete of McKnight's caliber is impressive, or extremely aggressive.
There it is.
Okay, it looks like Simon is from BC, and he's got some 50K finishes, some top 10s in some 50Ks in British Columbia, but nothing longer than the 100K, 110K range. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to maintain this kind of this level of performance.
Well, and that's just it. We now have to check more than just ultra sign up. I'm
true.
I'm hopping on.
Who knows? He might be
I'm on fastest known times, and he's not popping up here.
That's an excellent point. It's not just about ultra sign up anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is a race that tracks so many different types of athletes, and so I mean, and this just could be a guy who's just been getting it done, but never registered for something before. Like I said, because it looks like he's an athlete from British Columbia is what it looks like.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
and as Amber says, McKnight out for revenge. I think that's exactly what the mindset is. He didn't have the race that he wanted to have last year. Of course, he had to pull out because he was having some issues. I mean, I don't want to marginalize what he was going through, but I don't really want to go into the details because it's just
it's his story to tell.
What?
And it's his story to tell.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he did. He's not shy about it, and it's been covered. But he had a brutal race, and he's out to show that he can get it done this year. And I think that I think that he's coming in knowing full well exactly what he's got to do to improve things. And I'll be honest, I think that the course alteration definitely played to his strengths.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this, and while I've never done Tour de France in any of the European races, but I've heard other runners compare it to that caliber. And this course with it, again, the flatter, faster course, is going to play to some different strengths, and it's going to play to a different setup. And so it'll be interesting to see how this compares to some of these other ultras and how some of these experienced folks who've done a lot of these other races, not just the 200s in the United States, but the internationals. I'm really looking forward to seeing how those comparisons go out over the next couple of years, because, this is a world premiere mountain 200. I mean, you really can't, it's not just a 200-mile race. It's a mountain 200 with a lot of different terrain, flat ranges and like Fain Ranch and tough mountainous terrains that just grind you up. And we're talking single trail and single track and technical. Now this year, a lot of that single track and technical got eliminated by the Crooks Fire, but there's still a lot of it out there.
So yeah, Michael McKnight's last ping was 8 minutes ago, and he was at that point like maybe a mile and 3/4 out from the Whiskey Row Aid, so he should be hitting there fairly quickly.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a read on that neighborhood he's running through. I'm trying to
follow up on the idea of runners watching. John Grotenheis, who ran last year, he was watching the live stream while running, and it was a great distraction. Anything that keeps you distracted during a 200-mile race is probably a benefit.
See, I was the exact opposite. I had zero clue, except every so often somebody would tell me how Andre or Henry Ward was doing, or a handful of other runners who I've trained with.
Well, you were also, you did go post hoc and watch the entirety of the live stream.
Because I had no clue what else had happened besides what I was doing.
I wonder if we can. I don't want to.
He's getting into town.
Yeah,
that's the courthouse, not too far away. So
that's where Michelle, one of our other filmers, is, and once he gets close enough, we'll see if we can pivot to.
Yeah, he's running down the side street that's heading towards the courthouse. Oh, not side street. He's heading down. I'm going to guess that's Goodwin. He's heading down now. So he should be waking. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he's and it'll be coming up on his left-hand side here fairly quickly. So I'm excited to kind of pivot to the Michelle cam here as soon as I can.
Are they clapping already? I can't tell. It's kind of hard. Look at if they're cheering him on.
Looks like we've got another camera on somewhere, but I don't see it in our feed.
That bottom one.
Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. Kind of confused.
Yeah, we have one that's
they're watching for him.
Yeah, we have one that's in front of the courthouse plaza looking down Goodwin, and we can't figure out how to bring it up.
I assume that's the Ruth cam, but it's not showing up on our menu to pull up, so I can't really go to it. But we do have a couple of cameras. Obviously, we've got the.
Yeah, and for those of you who are, as we're looking, you're seeing
showing
he's
it
running
there, but it's
through
not there.
downtown Prescott, and there are stoplights, and there are, got to kind of follow the law. You're running in town on open road at this point, and so you can't run
That
the
bottom one?
crosswalks, and because if you do, you might have a cop there, and we don't want that. So it looks like he is getting ready to get right in front of
Yeah.
the courthouse area.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's Montezuma right there. Is that?
No,
no, it's the
Cortez.
other
That's
side. It's
Cortez.
Cortez, yeah.
That's Cortez.
Yep. Because
So that's Cortez. Yeah, that's the courthouse you're seeing off to the right. That white square building. That is the courthouse for Yavapai County. So he's going to head in front of the courthouse, head to the next stoplight, and depending on where his crew van is parked, if his crew van is parked on the courthouse side of the road,
Was that
of
U-Haul we saw
Montezuma,
earlier?
then
needs
he
to
may
cross
not
the street.
He may not cross the street. He may just go straight to the U-Haul and then just jaywalk over later.
Doesn't. I mean, it looks like he's across the street because I see he's at the corner where.
Now, he hasn't gotten to Montezuma yet. That's Montezuma right
yeah,
there in
that's
front of him.
Montezuma right there. But the aid station, he passed by it.
No,
That's what I'm
no,
saying.
it's on the right. He's going to turn right here.
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at the other side.
Yeah, you're looking, yeah. Then okay, so he's gone across, so he's going to go to the aid station, it
And
looks
it'll be,
like.
and actually, the Michelle Cam should be having him here any second now.
Yeah.
No, go up. Go up. There we go.
There we go. Oh, look at that pan up. Look at here. Look at them come in. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Michael McKnight and Simon Widman.
Yep.
Our fourth and fifth runners overall in the Cocodona 250 coming into Whiskey Row about mile 59.2. So they are doing really well. Looking good. I see
like-
one's heading to his crew vehicle. Looks like it's parked right in front of the aid station. So that's a great location for him.
Let's see if.
Look at that setup. Everything is set there. Looks like got the camp, the sleeper on top. So that's great for the crew because they can just go to the next aid station and sleep until he shows up. But got the camp chair. Oh, he's going to lay down on the asphalt and get some of that warmth and stretch out.
We've got McKnight lying down on.
And that's some good asphalt there.
Yeah.
If you're going to lay down on some asphalt, that's not a bad spot to do it. And Christopher's asking about the city enforcing crosswalk laws, and I will tell you on the weekends, oh yeah, you better believe they do. Traffic is a mess, and that's how they can assume you may or may not be sober, and so that is the beginning of your trouble potentially.
Yeah.
That town traffic is a little interesting on Friday and Saturday nights, and so you definitely don't want to play around. I'm guessing tonight they're going to be a little easy on things, but I'm an old cyclist, and so one of the things I always say is you do the right thing when no one's looking because that way you don't get into any trouble.
So it looks like that would be Spider Pena's cam. He's gonna. I don't know if he's gonna head back out to see if there's any more runners coming in. I know we've got a few others that will be approaching.
Yeah, Killian should be about a mile. Killian and Michael Versteeg should be. Well, Killian is showing to be really tight in there too, so I'm not sure who's where
Killian
anymore.
Korth, yes.
Yeah. Simon should have been in front of them I got margin of error. So Simon should be in. I don't have Michael on my map, but we know where he's at. So yeah, we got some folks coming here soon. Is this a mountain bike race? No, that was Saturday. That was the Whiskey 50. This is the 250-mile foot race.
Yeah, there was a mountain bike race, this past weekend as part of the Whiskey Man series, if I remember correctly.
Well, when they bring it back, because the Whiskey Row Marathon's still in October, and that's
is?
the third leg. Yeah, I might have been looking that up today, thinking about that race.
Might have been?
I might have been looking it up, yeah, because my fall is not full enough yet.
So we're back. We've got the Ruth cam in
Yeah, we've got some
Whiskey
good
Row. Okay,
stuff.
so yeah, that is current 4th place male, or 3rd place male, essentially, Simon Widman. So
yeah,
we've
3rd
got
male.
Ruth covering Simon Widman, and then we've got also we've got our other camera in town, Michelle covering Michael McKnight. So we've got a great job by both of these filming volunteers. Again, we don't have audio. We're hoping to have audio out on the course tomorrow. We'll see.
There we go. Yeah, my stuff just updated. So Killian should be about a mile behind at the most. So we should see him in the next 10 to 15 minutes at most. So I expect him to arrive before they leave.
Yeah, as Bob is mentioning, yes, Versteeg did run down the middle of the street last year. He also did it at 1 in the morning. So there's Mike McKnight. He's got his shoes off. Looks like he's maybe doing an equipment change there. Just kind of set up camp in the middle of.
Well, this is a great place to do a sock change.
Goodwin Street, near the corner of Goodwin and Montezuma, and.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things I was looking at earlier in the live stream when I saw you guys this afternoon was how dusty the ankles were on a lot of runners. Again, with them being on forest roads more this year, they're going to have more potential dust and foot problems because of that. Because Lane Mountain wasn't as dusty because, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still dusty, but it's nowhere near as dusty as a forest road.
Yeah.
And so with the runners being on forest roads almost the entire time today, or single track, I mean, those are all nice buttery stuff to run on. That's dusty. And so if runners did not change socks at Skull Valley, and heck, even if they did, they probably should be changing here now. It's just one of those things. With the dust is so fine, it gets through everything. And so it just punches through your shoe, punches through your socks. And so this is where having a good sock game in place. And so, yeah, sitting down, my personal preference is to get some wet wipes out because that alcohol drives fast, and it just get the feet clean, get them wiped down, get them dry, and then pop on some new socks. And this is hopefully what he's doing at this point, sitting there like that. I like how he's sitting there cross-legged, just chilling out, talking to the kids.
Kind of stretching out. His hip flexor is probably in the process, which is smart.
Because he's going to have some climbing in front of him.
Yeah.
I mean, the dells aren't stout climbing, but it's granite rock, and we're talking sometimes, you're going to do some 12 to 15 feet up or down in a very short distance, like 20 feet.
Interestingly, it looks like Simon Widman has actually left Whiskey Row.
Wow.
He did not stick around a long time.
That's amazing.
Michael McKnight is still working on things there. And I think every so often during this 100-plus hours, I'm just going to throw up no context quotes. And I think the idea of Jeff Browning and I bought a cow, I don't need any context to that.
Yeah, I'm good. Life is
I'm
good.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. This is Cocodona for you.
Jeff Browning and I bought a cow.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's great if you're into dairy. If you're into steak like Pete is, that's a limited quantity because sooner or later you're going to eat it. And so, yeah. But, yeah, with Simon getting in and out, that could be a really good thing for him. Mm-hmm. That can be a really bad thing. It just depends on what his game plan is and how he's feeling.
As we mentioned, we've got the Dan cam on him for a few moments. Hopefully we can.
Let's just follow him. Yeah.
Looks like it's kind of frozen up a little bit. We'll come back to it. We'll see if we've got.
But Michael taking his time.
Yeah.
This is the hard thing. It's like, And for those runners of us in the back of the pack, we're like, oh, okay, I can't waste time in aid stations. And I think this is a very important distinction, is that if you come in with a plan going, I need to stretch this, I need to change these, I need to get this food into me. Yes, he may spend 15 minutes there. But that being said, those 15 minutes could pay off by making up an hour of run time throughout the remainder of the 190 miles in front of them.
Yep.
And
we're not getting a great visual from our Dan cam, but just showing that Simon Widman has left Whiskey Row already, and so he has passed Mike McKnight at this point, who is still on the ground at Whiskey Row. It doesn't look like he's dealing with any issues, but it's hard to tell, obviously.
Well,
but the thing is that, you know, how many people in this race have the experience? I mean, I'm not even talking about the resume, as far as, like, you know, the talent.
It's that patience game. And again, if Simon's coming from, again, we don't know much about him. If he's coming from that through hiker, backpacker, fast packer experience, he could be sitting there going, no, I got this. I can do this at Iron King, or I can do this at Fain Ranch. I'm not at that point where I need to do something yet. And he may have done a self-assessment on that last half mile in and hit every box and says, yeah, I'm good. I'm not worried. Let's just keep moving. And so this could be the exact thing he needs. And yeah, it's possible he may never, Michael may never catch him, but it's also possible the exact opposite could happen, and Michael can just, it's so early, and each runner has such a different strategy based off of their background. So yeah, this is the game between just different types of athletes with different backgrounds. I know for me, this is my second. I'm doing my second sock change at this point. I know exactly where I am as a mid packer. This is me going, yep, sock change.
Laurel Kendall asking where they can pick up their first pacer right now.
Yeah.
They can pick up pacers at this point. A lot of times these runners are electing not to do so. So we'll see. Christopher Kraft, the winner gets a new pair of socks and account. We didn't promise that.
I like that.
We didn't promise that.
We didn't promise anything, but also keep in mind it could be a cheap pair of socks and it could be a little toy cow that's about an inch high. So I'm okay with
Pete's
that.
on the hook for providing his lost cow to the winner.
I want to go back to Laurel real fast.
Sure. Yeah.
That's a really great question she's asked. Last year, and the original plan was this to be mile 70. So let's keep that in mind. Having a pacer 70 miles in versus 60 is a big difference, really, to some of these runners. A lot of the mid to back of the packers will be picking up that pacer. I took a pacer in this section for one reason and one reason only, and I told Jonathan, your job is to make sure I get the dells with no mistakes, and so having a second pair, knowing that is a difficult section, and because I was describing that earlier for those who weren't on with us earlier, it's hard to mark. There are no branches. There is no dirt. It's just a bunch of rocks, and we're talking massive boulders. So with paint on the rocks, and that's what you're following, trying to figure out where to go. And so while hopefully there's glow sticks like there was last year on the course, you don't know that. And the glow sticks may have burned out by the time you get there because of when they were cracked and how good they are or are not. And so with that being said, I wanted a pacer to get me through that section. And so I think you're going to see a lot of your mid to backpackers, even in the daylight, take that pacer just to have that extra help. And so that's a good strategy to think about. My pacer got me to Iron King, and then I didn't have a pacer from Iron King until I got to the top of Mingus because I didn't feel like I needed one in those sections, and I only had two pacers, so I wanted to have them ready to go. So I picked one up. I picked one up on top of Mingus. So your pacer strategy depends on who's available and what do you think you might need the most on the course and where.
TJ, can you believe it's only 12 hours in? No.
I mean, that's amazing. Yeah, bring up Philip. Bring up Philip. That's an interesting quote.
I have kind of a
Because again, I want to talk about this. You're right and you're wrong at the same time because it depends on the strategy of the runner. When you're running a 250, I think it's fine to sit like this. I think it's fine to lay down and take a nap for 3 or 4 hours too, for the record. And so I think taking your time sometimes can actually help you more than anything else. I don't think he's intentionally finished.
and that's the thing is that, I mean, if we're talking about somebody we're not familiar with, I can buy it. But this is not a normal, like, middle back of the pack runner. This is Michael McKnight, who is one Tahoe, he's one Moab,
he's watching him go through his routine.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going through a routine here. And like I said, spending 15 to 20 minutes in every 5th or 6th aid station or less, even 4th or 3rd, is not a bad strategy.
And he also doesn't nap.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't normally, like, that was the big thing about his first day at Cocodona last year, was that he was napping and he didn't, he wasn't used to it. So I think that he definitely knows how to approach a race like this as well as or better than anybody else out there.
And I want to highlight that for what it's good for one runner is not good for another. I think for some runners, Philip may be exactly right because you're spending too much time and it is harder to get moving. But I think that's the beauty of this race is that sometimes, like I think I spent almost an hour in this aid station last year. And that's why I wanted to bring that up. Is like I spent almost an hour, and people probably would have said, "Well, geez, after you did lane and everything else, you must have been cooked and ready to be done." And the answer was no. I just needed to hit the reset button, and I hit the reset button, and I was fine the rest of the day. So it's one of those things that it's hard to judge just because based on time alone. It's more about how you use that time. So seeing runners spend 10, 15 minutes. I'm more interested in seeing what they do in that period. And so, I think that's just something to be aware of for this race. For a 100-mile race, you're right. If you're spending 10 to 15 minutes in all the aid stations, that means you're leaving 4 and 5 hours on the course. And you've got a 30-hour cutoff. That's a serious thing to manage. But this with 250, again, I was bringing up the paces earlier. I mean, for the back of the pack folks, I mean, as long as they're doing a 42-minute pace from Skull Valley back to here, they're fine. And that includes taking a nap.
We also have had another runner hit Whiskey Row Aid, and that is,
good.
I believe, Killian Korth, who is now in Whiskey Row Aid. So, Emily Donner, can we acknowledge Pete's cow joke? I suppose. Mike, better get moving. So, if you're only still here for Pete's commentary, you should be in bed. Wait till tomorrow when he's actually in studio.
Oh, jeez, yeah. If you think I'm bad, wait till he gets here.
Yeah,
I'm setting the bar as low as I can for him to see if he can lower it some further.
Yeah. Like, what depths will we go to? Oh, you wait. Just you wait.
Matt thought he was bad. They brought me on board.
Let's see. Let's go back to. Yeah, I'm not fazed by this. I guess simply because I know who it is.
Yeah, and it's early in the race. And like I was saying earlier, mistakes on the first day can be rectified on the second day, and you can be in stellar position for the third. And depending on how fast of a runner you are, you may still have 2 more after that. And so there's a lot going on, and he's taking his time. My thought is good for him, because he has that to work with, and he has an experience level that doesn't bother me, because I would expect him. But, last year, to be fair, we saw a number of runners who spent a little bit more time at Whiskey Row on Tuesday morning, and they never left.
True.
I mean, let's just be 100% honest with us. But again, seeing that setup, seeing the crew and the way they're acting, looks like he's just stretching some things out and being meticulous. And
As we saw the pack of Killian Korth, current
good.
The fourth male, fifth overall, or fifth
No.
male, sixth overall to hit
Well, I have.
Whiskey Row Aid.
Is he out or in?
His pack was on the chair.
He's in. So yeah, so we're sitting there with Killian, Michael, and Simon. Simon just got out, right?
Yeah, Simon already left.
So
he actually came in right behind McKnight and then left.
Yeah, so he got in and out. So that means Kevin Goldberg is next on deck for hitting the station.
So yeah, they're getting McKnight ready.
And like I said, anybody who's planning on doing a race like this in the future, I mean, this is a good thing to watch, because you're just seeing, just checking the boxes and having a checklist and making sure that everything is good before you leave the aid station is just, it's smart, because sometime this is a race where extra time in the aid station could be paid off for faster pace on the course. You may not say that for a lot of other races.
Oh, we're about to get hit here.
Yeah,
we're gonna do a.
We're gonna
quick
close
little,
out this show with a big.
Well, yeah, we're gonna. This next 30 to 40 minutes might be a whole lot of something, because we've got no less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 runners within 3 miles of Whiskey Row Aid, and we're gonna. Within reason, we're going to try and catch as much as we can. We're not going to. Our planned out time tonight is 11 p.m. and we're gonna adhere fairly close to it. Simply because we got
a lot of races to share over the next couple of days.
A lot left to go here, so there's no point in trying to overdo it. This early in the game. So, looks like. Our man on the street, Dan, is still out there. I'm wondering if he is, once his picture clears up, we can maybe take a closer look. Mike McKnight is now in a chair, throwing some shoes on. We'll see when he gets to head out.
Hey, Jan, if you want to contact Hyde, just come over here. I got a bottle of whiskey. She was talking about how apparently there's a lot of alcohol, I'm going to assume, in the air and not anything else. I was just looking at the back of the pack, and it looks like there's about 15 people working their way to Skull Valley right now, if I counted correctly. And that's a really great number to talk about, because they have on the clock another 6 hours to close those last few miles and get out of Skull Valley. So it's looking really good.
I want to just say, I think it's way too early to say whether or not somebody is pivoting from trying to go for the win to the finish.
Nah, right?
It is.
That's a question you ask after Deer Pass at the soonest.
Let's wait until we're at least 150 plus miles in before we start to prognosticate over whether or not.
And if the field stays this compact near the front, it may not be until after Sedona we really start to get. I mean, I think you're going to see some shifting, like I said earlier, from Dead Horse to Sedona. But
who is where? There's just so much race to run. I mean, look at the way that. Well, looking at Wade Dax Hawk, third place finisher last year, he was, literally getting sick on the side of the trail. And we, we all kind of sat. We didn't know him, and we saw runners going by him, just passing him by, and he just was grind on the way back.
And that's where I want to come back. Patience really is the number one key on day one here. I mean, I look at where Sentiment is on the board. I look where Versteeg is on the board when we think about some of our local favorites. I'm like, yeah, so what? I mean, because none of them right now have won this race, and none of them are out of it.
I'm seeing here. It is. It's the camera footage is not great, but that's Michael Versteeg right there.
I was wondering.
Of course, last year's winner, Michael Versteeg, hitting Whiskey Row. One of the first 10 people to hit Whiskey Row, which is not the same as last year. Obviously, last year he was the first person by a sizable margin to hit Whiskey Row, but this year taking a little bit more of a conservative strategy, obviously. So.
And so if he's coming in, that means Cole Crosby is not too far away. Sarah O is not too far away. I mean, they're all within the margin of error of the tracker right now. So, I mean,
like
party time at Whiskey
Mike
Row.
McKnight is getting ready to take off from Whiskey Row.
Yep, just checked out. Looks like.
And he is on his way.
Getting by the bar, or maybe he's going to go in. We might have been in that saloon once or twice after a whiskey basin.
Looks like he's heading out. And then we'll bounce back to see if we can catch, as soon as McKnight decides to take off here, we will head back to the Whiskey Row 8 itself and see if we can catch Versteeg and see where he is at. I see Dan's cam. I know that he was with Versteeg there. We're just not okay. So actually, that is still Killian Korth right there.
Oh, excellent.
So he's still within the station. That is that Kevin Goldberg? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time telling.
Or is it Mark DeFalco? Yeah, the picture is not.
Yeah, that resolution is so hard to get through sometimes. Yeah, folks, our pictures are just as clear as yours.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's really interesting this year is that I look at the top 10, and it's entirely possible that none of them are on the podium.
Oh yeah,
and it's entirely possible.
For a race like this, absolutely.
This is so early, and there's so much to happen, and who knows? It could come down to a foot race coming out of Fort Tuttle. I mean, there could be.
That's what it was for second and third last year.
Which is how it turned out last year for second and third. I mean, we saw the hunt, and then we saw it occur, and Walnut Canyon's like, oh, bang, there it is.
Let's see if we can get somebody that's down there on the street in Prescott in Whiskey Row to see if we can get some Mike McKnight. I mean, not Mike McKnight. I'm sorry, Michael Versteeg coverage. Right now, in the lower right-hand corner, we've got Killian Korth of Colorado, who is he's taking his time fueling up, which is fine. Again, you know, this is not a quick race by any stretch of the imagination. Are you looking to see what?
Who you looking up?
Killian?
No, I didn't look him up yet.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not seeing anything popping up on Ultra Sign Up.
All right, I'll go hit fastest.
So I'm thinking that he must be an FKT guy. Oh, it's because my signal was actually, I wasn't connected to the Wi-Fi.
I am having an argument with my auto spell.
So actually, no, I take that. So Killian has a very impressive race resume. He finished third at URAY 100.
Oh wow!
Last year, he's also finished top 5 at Salt Flats and has finishes at Leadville. A finish at Leadville to his experience or to his credit as well. So. So I wasn't familiar with him, but you finish URAY.
Yeah.
You're pretty stout, so. TJ with an excellent point. This is something that we're not even talking about yet. Or we barely touched it.
Yeah.
Runners will have to sleep at some point. Things change when you add that to the equation. One of the things that made Versteeg so successful last year is that he slept for, 3 hours?
Well, and that's just it. So one of the things, and shout out to Billy Yang, who's maybe asleep, maybe not. I remember listening to his podcast. He had a runner ask, I think he asked Coach Coop about Cocodona and sleeping, and the few studies that are out there talk about. I mean, first off, the few studies are out there. They're hard to do because for those of us who've done research, getting them approved by the Institutional Review Board to make sure we're not abusing human subjects is kind of tough, and especially when we talk about sleep deprivation. And so we see a lot from the Navy SEALs, which is not necessarily a wide swath of the population, but essentially these athletes, if they are focused and they come in rested, and again, I know that you can't bank sleep, but you sure can come in with a 0 sleep deficit by getting some good sleep prior to the race. Wow. And then, you can probably push for about 48 hours without too many issues. After that is where you start getting into trouble. And there's a couple of tricks you can play. One of them is take a quick nap right before sunrise so you wake up with sunrise. And that's a good way to fool the brain. I pulled that in Sedona, and that was my last. I had 2 poor attempt at naps after that, but that was my second of 2 good sleeps that I had. But let's take a look at String Bean real fast, because you just pointed something out. I was like, wow, he's moving along nicely.
String Bean is already to the Dells.
He's working his way through.
Yeah.
Is he? Let me pull that map up and get a closer.
He's absolutely moving. Of course, actually, Annie Hughes and Jason Cooper are moving along just.
They're on the
just fine
Peeve line
well.
this year. That's not.
Oh, the Dells are on the other side.
Yeah, well, he's going through the dells regardless, but he's not going through those rough dells that we did last year, and that's because that's where the instant command is for
that's why
the Crooks Fire. That's right.
Base.
So for those of you who are familiar with the course from last year, they are on the east side of the lake this year, not the west side. So last year we took the lower Granite Creek Trail with all of its nastiness. I don't know how nasty that section is, but it looks like they left the Peeve line and they're going through the dells. So I'm going to guess it's still nasty. So I'm trying to figure out, when does his life get better? His life, it doesn't get better until he gets close to Storm Ranch Road, which will then put him towards the Iron King. And once you get through there, man, that is a beautiful flat trail. And that is so runnable, and it is just awesome.
Yeah, we have more runners hitting Whiskey Row, and we'll try and take stock of them as we see them. Who is that that's actually leaving?
It looks like Annie and Jason are getting across the highway at the crosswalk to go onto the trail towards the lake as well. So they've moved their way through town, and that's a real good setup for them. These runners who are going to be getting out of the Dells soon, the Iron King Trail is a really flat. They're gonna pass some beautiful houses through Prescott Valley. Wrong town. And they're going to. I mean, there's some beautiful houses they've built right up onto the trail. They're all on the west side. The east side's not built yet, and it's a really nice, wide, multi-use trail. So, again, if you're looking for a place to run, that's a really great place.
Is that Sarah Ostaszewski that we just
Yeah,
saw?
she's got to be getting in there. I see her showing up on the map, making her way across. Is it Goodwin? Yeah, Goodwin. So we should see Sarah O coming in. We should see Mark DeFalco coming in right behind her, within the
Sarah
margin
would
of
be
error.
the second place female if everything is holding to what our tracking is showing.
Have we seen Kevin Goldberg in yet? Because he should be next in if he hasn't already arrived.
I thought he was already in, but it's hard to be sure. Right in the middle of our shot currently is our cameraman extraordinaire, Dan Pena, Spider Pena, standing there in those probably University of Arizona pants. Sheesh.
Well,
so
he could have done worse.
This is true. Little bit of interstate rivalry humor here.
So yeah, James Cooper just woke up in England. Yeah, what's happened the last few hours? Night fell. That's what happened. And
It got dark.
and there's a party on Whiskey Row, and our top runners are through, and we're now seeing.
There's Sarah Ostaszewski right there.
Yeah,
I can see her.
So Sarah O is our second female.
Yep.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
She
7,
just
8th
moved
overall,
in.
looks like.
Our
7th or 8th. Probably no. Killian's. Yeah, she's got to be around 7th or 8th or so.
see,
Yeah,
is it
and
Ruth,
Bob
if
is
you-
dropping
if you
some
can
local
hear us,
knowledge
can you
in
go
the
back
chat,
over
so-
and kinda, one of the people in Whiskey Row, if you can kind of head over and see if we can get a thumbs up or thumbs down or thumbs sideways from Sarah. Oh, maybe we'll see if we can touch base with her. Of course, Sarah, 5th place finisher last year in the Cocodona 250 and Aravaipa Racing Team member this season. So,
And we're hearing Versteeg is out of Whiskey Row. He is.
he does not want to be seen on camera this year.
I don't blame him.
He was definitely playing to the camera last year.
No, actually, there's a question. Not is. Oh, not a.
Oh,
not a.
okay.
Okay, yeah, but he's definitely. Yeah, he's just kind of.
He was barely visible before the race. I mean, he basically just kind of showed up out of nowhere.
I had never seen him that animated last year, so that kind of threw me off. And now we know why. And that was, and so I mean, he's not a crowd person. I mean, let's just start with that. That's who he is. He's not a person who does crowds. I'm really glad he spoke and just shared his experience afterwards. But yeah, he's just being Versteeg, nice and quiet, doing his thing. Yeah, and Bob was talking about the Iron King, that rail to trail, and one of the cool things about that, which these runners are not going to get, but our mid-pack and back-of-the-pack runners may, is seeing some of the ore cars that are still on the side of the trail as part of a display of the history of that area. So.
Wait, is that flat course in the half marathon for Whiskey Basin? Is that part of
I
it?
haven't done. I don't know about that part.
Oh, okay.
I had to look at the course.
So, who's that right there that's leaving? Was that Kevin Goldberg?
I think that might have been. The pack looks like the right color.
Yeah, Gemma.
Sorry, Diggs. That ain't the case. We had a couple of DNFs already.
Yeah, we've had a couple of DNFs. Obviously, you can check the runner tracking just below the YouTube display. There's a link to the runner tracking, and you can scroll down and see who has decided to call it a race at this point. Let's go back to.
Man, this is trying to figure out who all is coming in. I think Sarah O just came in, maybe.
Yeah, she's in.
Okay,
I'm trying
to figure who just walked in now.
It's hard to. I mean, at this point, like we said, it is going to be a very active aid station. We mentioned, it's just to that point where we are kind of hitting a big group of runners.
Yeah, is Versteeg still wearing sandals? He did change into shoes earlier in the day, and actually was carrying a water bottle earlier in the day as well. I know he started a little lean is a good way to phrase it, I think.
Traveling light.
Yeah, he was emphasizing the slack in Slack Packer.
But yeah,
taking advantage of one of the cots that one runner is there, and that's not a bad thing. Just sometimes it's just good to sit, regroup, and have your stuff all around you and air out.
I don't have eyes on. Somebody was asking if Cole Crosby is into Whiskey Row. I don't have eyes on him being in. However, the next runners to hit Whiskey Row should be Cole Crosby and or
Jeff
Garmeyer.
Yeah, they're within that margin of error with the pings on the tracker.
Who is that right there? It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I think Wednesday is going to be, well, I shouldn't say Wednesday. I mean tomorrow is going to be really interesting in the afternoon to see where people are, who's taking that first nap, who's playing the 48-hour game to see how far they can get before they take it. things are going to get super interesting, I think, tomorrow afternoon and evening. So it's going to be.
Ben Mead, it's past my bedtime, but I cannot look away. You and me both.
Yeah, I mean, I'm usually in bed by 9.
Yeah, I would definitely be.
Well,
in
that's
bed
Cole.
by now,
That's
so-
Cole's pack laying there on one of the cameras we see. I don't know if
Okay.
you can bring that up. We see Cole.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Yeah,
Let me
well,
see
and
here.
of course,
That
as soon
is-
as I say that, so Cole's sitting on. That's who's sitting on that. That's
okay.
him right there. That's Cole. So we've got eyes on Cole. That means
yeah,
Jeff.
I should have. I didn't recognize him from the other side. He was also wearing white when I saw him. So that's why.
Yeah. Hi, Cole.
Hey, Cole.
That's right. You're the man. We see you. Right back at you. And that means Jeff has got to be coming up, or if not already there. So let's keep the eyes peeled, because we're going to see him momentarily one way or another, I suspect.
Yeah. So if Cole is right there, then yeah, Garmeyer should be hitting the aid station in the next few seconds if he's not already there. Let's see our cameras. We've got the Michelle cam, Michelle cam and the Ruth cam. And thank you to Michelle and to Ruth, if either of you can hear me, for the job that you're doing out here.
Man, our media volunteers have been fantastic. Our aid station
Yes,
volunteers, they were rocking it, getting people in and out with the water. It's just been amazing to watch that. Somebody was asking about the weather for tomorrow. I'll start with what we're looking at right now. According to my weather app, it's about 61 degrees, feels like 59 in Prescott. Humidity's around 30%. Winds are out of the south at 13. And I'm bringing that up because as they get out back to the lake, that could become a factor. The wind will be at their back, but it could be a very chilling effect. The temperature should drop to about 50 or so by sunrise tomorrow morning. So that's something to be aware of. But the wind should drop slowly down to about 10 miles an hour. It is expected to pick up. And so our mid to backpack runners could be dealing with 17 mile per hour winds and 67, 68 degrees at noon tomorrow in Prescott. And then the temperature should top out around 70. So except for the wind, it's not going to be too bad. As we start, I don't have a Mingus forecast, but I can give you Jerome. And as we look at Jerome tomorrow, we're looking at an overnight low of around 51, and it should pop up and get as high as 75. Now, Mingus is a little bit higher up.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go, bring it. Who's that?
That's Sarah O right there.
Oh, there we go. We want to see.
That's Melissa Wither, I
Yeah, that's
think.
more interesting than me talking about the weather.
I'm just surprised to see Sarah O wearing something that's neither black or white. Every time I've seen her, she's wearing something black or white. Of course,
There's a
they're
stylish
talking to
plaid there her
Andre
crew
Lee.
had. All those stylish plaids. Maybe I'll have to wear mine tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, so Mingus can get chilly for some of these folks tonight.
Oh, for sure.
Like I said, Jerome, once they get over it, it's going to be a little bit. Cottonwood is the one that I think some of our front runners could be dealing with tomorrow again. We saw this strike last year, and they're calling for a high of 83 in Cottonwood
Who's
tomorrow.
this coming in here? We just had a runner coming in.
That should have been we've seen Jeff or Tyler. We haven't seen Jeff Garmeyer. Tyler Welch
don't
shouldn't have
think
been
it
too
was-
far. Or Jose Sosa should be coming in here soon, too.
Yeah.
And our third place female shouldn't be too far behind, Brianna Grigsby. And that will raise Arizona representation much higher than Colorado and Whiskey Row to do the home. Trying to
Maybe
figure
that
out.
wasn't Sarah.
Hold on, they're holding up a
Ostasinski.
pack. 21. Jeff Garmeyer just came into Whiskey Row,
All right.
bottom left.
Okay, I see it. Thank you. And is that that was Jose Sosa?
And that's
This is
Jose
as
coming
well,
in. Okay, so we got Jeff Garmeyer
which
on.
and that was on the Michelle camp.
And so that's Jeff having
There's
a seat
Jeff right
there.
there.
So he looks like he's going to do a shoe or at least a sock change. It looks like, so that's good to see. Yeah, you hear us talking about 50-degree weather, but we're also talking about very low humidity, so it really and especially the temperature swings.
I had some people come out during Across the Years, another Aravaipa event, over the course of the New Year holiday, and one of the runners was just like, I can't believe that Arizona gets this cold.
Yeah,
and
it can get to freezing.
It's 46 degrees.
Oh, well, that too.
And they were like, really? Because it feels like it's like 25. And I'm like, yeah, that's what low humidity feels like at night out here. It gets cold.
Yeah,
it gets cold feeling more so than anything else. Yeah, there's Jose Sosa right there from San Diego.
There we go. Look at that. And I love them. There we go. Looking
He's
good.
having a good time
Looking
out there.
Good.
Obviously another one of those people that came back for more this year after running the race last year.
So that means Peter Ward and Joshua Locke and Eric Senseman shouldn't be too far behind.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is that I knew that as I was looking at the list of runners and where they were at, that we were going to be get hit with several of them. Yeah, we've got, like you said, Bree Grigsby, Josh Locke,
and
Eric
really,
Senseman,
you look
Mark
at the list,
Vogel,
it's just
Lauren
going to be
Jones.
like this all night long.
Yeah, they're not, all the way through. There are, we're going to have to, peel out here.
We have
at
our
some point.
limits.
Yeah, we have our limits. But, just going off of the tracker, there are still, like, after Jose and Jeff and Cole, we've got another 5 runners that are within, 2 miles or within a mile.
Well, and that's
of
just
Whiskey
it.
Row.
I'm scrolling down the list, and really, there's only a couple of spots where you see a half-mile gap between runners, and that's really good because they're strung out, but at the same time, they're not feeling alone. They can look and probably see somebody in front of them the way some of these trails are, and they can definitely see someone behind them. So
we've got looks like Michael Versteeg with a puffy coat.
So he's still there. Wow.
Yeah.
He hasn't left yet. Okay. Is that his bib in his hand?
Could be.
Yeah, that's
kind of see what's going on here.
That's interesting. I see Danny Westergaard's at 43.5, and he's another guy who came back from last year. He was a finisher right behind me, but he's also an amazing Badwater veteran and just legend in the sport. So it's great seeing him out there doing it again. I'm trying to remember, how old is he now?
There's Cole Crosby again.
He's 62. So there, 62-year-old athlete getting it done.
Mm-hmm. So we've seen Cole Crosby in the aid station. We've seen Michael Versteeg on the outside of the aid station, but at Whiskey Row.
And not have
Jeff Garmeyer.
And we don't have any audio going on, so we don't know what's being said at the station. And also, if they're playing music like they were last year, we couldn't play the audio anyway because of the fact that it could shut down the YouTube stream.
Yeah, if they had some significant volume background music, that kind of makes things a little bit tricky. So
yeah, that was a challenge.
So to the right side of the screen, you can see a runner in blue shorts, and that is, as we mentioned, Cole Crosby, who, among other runs that he did to prepare for this, ran across the state of New Jersey. So he got some mileage in that way. I guess it's like a 200-mile run. I'm not familiar with the path that he took, but it is an FKT style attempt or style run. Is that where Jeff Garmeyer was holed up? I can't tell. Is the runner the one with the long hair?
But there's a lot of runners taking. Look at that Freak Brothers Pizza. I mean, they're They're fueling up. This is exactly what you should be doing at this point. This is a major aid station. This should have been.
Well, that is Sarah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's
'Cause
Sarah.
that was
Good
Bryce,
look at her.
Bryce Brooks on the left. So
Yeah. They're being super smart. This is a major spot, like I was mentioning earlier, to get cleaned up, go to the bathroom, apply a squirrel's nut butter, clean your hands, and then just calorie up. This is with Freak Brothers there. I mean, at Skull Valley, you had cheeseburgers. This is a great opportunity. I don't remember what Iron King has. I suspect the next major would not be the Fane Ranch, but definitely Mingus. Mingus Camp, on top of that, is inside of a camp dining hall with a full kitchen.
Yeah.
So that's another, if you're thinking about this from like, where is my major calorie stops? This is a major calorie stop. Your next real major calorie stop is going to be on top of Mingus at the camp up there. Yes, you have aid stations with food and stuff, but really this is a great place to say this is where I'm going to load up for the next block of the race.
Let's take a spin around and see if we can get some other vantage points. I know that Ruth is out on Whiskey Row looking for runners as they come in. We've got our static cam. I see our not sure who that is getting their pack together on the right-hand side.
So Tyler Welch should be our next one coming in, if I'm looking at this correctly. He should be coming down Goodwin now. No, wait, he's already in because, everybody else's Cole's already in, right? So, yeah, he's already in.
Somebody's coming in right now.
Let's see if we can figure out this number.
Oh,
Bib's on the other hip.
Literally on the other side.
Hold on. I'm trying to look at the other camera, which 84.
84,
Oh, that's who I
that would
called
be
it.
Tyler Welch.
I did
yeah.
call it right.
You were
Okay.
right.
Phew. I can read a web page.
Tyler Welch coming in. We don't have the exact placement, but yeah, we're.
Hey, Pete, I see your question, and I'm asking myself the same question, but not having any audio or any real information. I have no clue, so I'm making zero guesses.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
mentioning Versteeg his puffy jacket.
I think he had one for his Arizona Trail FKT.
Oh, I'm sure he did. But yeah,
At the Utah border.
these are the things that we ruminate about when we're doing live stream coverage. Wait, is that? Hold on.
Yeah.
Which camera is that? That is the Michelle O. Crew. Okay, so that is a pacer that is looking to pick up a runner. I didn't recognize who she was though. So. Oh, was that Mandy Holmes? Okay, Mandy Holmes has run Desert Solstice, so she's a very strong runner.
Nice.
She'll be pacing for Bree Grigsby when Bree gets into town, I guess. So,
And that's one of
she's in good hands.
Yes, she is. And that's one of the things I think we haven't done a shout out yet because we haven't really had the opportunity. Is that's the pacers. I mean, we've talked about the caliber athletes we have here. But, man,
Look at the people that paced last
I
year.
mean, the Pacers last year and this year, there are some top caliber athletes who are out there just to pace,
People
for lack of a better term.
Courtney DeWalter was running the race that we're not paying close attention simply because they saw her pace so many miles for Jamil.
She paced three
for
different
Maggie,
runners.
yeah.
I mean,
she was all over the course.
and again, for those of you who want to get involved in this, you're not quite sure if you're ready to register yet. Like I said, volunteer pace. Hook up with an athlete and say, hey, I'll come out and crew and pace and see what it looks like.
And I didn't realize that was even Vivian in the chat. Viv, great job today on the live stream.
Yeah.
You and Matt kicked it off and started us
Someone
off in good
just
shape.
took
There's
off.
Bree Grigsby, Aravaipa Racing team member, heading into Whiskey Row Aid. As we mentioned, her pacer is Mandy Holmes, and Mandy will be picking her up as she leaves the aid station. I spoke with Bree this weekend, and she was just in such great spirits. She's so excited about this race. Last year, prior to her, and you could see her in the middle, just walking in, and she was so excited about running the race last year, but she had a 11th hour injury a couple weeks beforehand, and so she's been looking forward to this. Looking forward to this race since last year because she was ready to run it. Campbell Hansen mentioning, Melissa Ostazuski paced Sarah O for 125 miles last year. Melissa's an outstanding athlete in her own right as well. I mean, both the Ostazuski sisters can throw down some miles and throw them down quickly. We've got some action going on. Bib number 24 right there. That
would be Adrian
Bagrin.
Yeah.
Hitting the aid station, and if I can, the Adrian's crew was right there, and
give that girl a pretzel refill.
Lots of people in the aid station still. Right now, it's a huge buzz of activity. There's a lot going on, a lot to see. It's like you said, it's of course it happens right at the stroke of 11 when we had initially planned to head on out. I mean, we're not like set to have to duck out of here. We will need to duck out of here fairly soon.
We do have to, I mean, there are some limitations to YouTube where we have to end the stream within a certain amount of time or we're going to have a problem.
Yeah. And we also just have limitations
and then there's the human limitations as well. There's not a...
we're not as invincible as we look.
We really pretend to be on TV.
We've got some, a lot of energy buzzing through, and, it is great, and I love seeing it.
I was going to say, that's a good one to pull up.
Yeah. Is that
I mean, again,
Carmeyer
this is...
again?
I don't think that... I think that was somebody else.
Okay.
But that's
he was on that side of
doing
the
he was. I think there's so many people coming in and out that unless we had someone feeding us a checklist, it would be almost impossible to keep track of right now.
Yeah.
I will acknowledge in the chat that there are some folks saying that Versteeg is done. We don't have confirmation of that.
I'm not saying anything to that effect until we have confirmation.
And with us not having an audio feed, I mean, to have him tell us, I'm knocking this out of the park or I'm whatever, until we see something officially on the on the system, we're gonna stick to that until, because that's just it. Here's the deal. You could say you're done right now. And you can say, I don't have anything left in the tank. I'm going to come back to the fact that if you can manage to get yourself out of the aid station at Whiskey Row by 9:30 tomorrow night, you are still in the race. We have another, 22 and a half hours? So if you're having a really bad day and you're going to say, I'm done, take a nap, take a sleep, and then come back. And that is something I think is really important to remember about a race like this. But we'll try to get confirmation of what's going on as quick as we can. We know some of you guys are there. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in this kind of situation, especially when it is a high profile like this, we do have to kind of wait until we have confirmation from the race command side of things. So it's not that we don't, believe or anything like that, but there was a race last year. Did you hear about this? So there was a very high profile 100-miler where we were told that by a fairly respected social media account that one of the fastest runners in the world had dropped, and no, they were still in the race. The social media account had just been, inaccurate. So So I get that if you're there, but I need to hear from race command in order to confirm that.
And I think as folks consider possibly doing this race next year, that's one of the things I think I want to emphasize the most is how much time you have this year with the cutoffs. You could literally take an 8-hour nap, wake up tomorrow morning at 7:30 and say, "Oh, I've got time on the clock," and go continue. That is an entire possibility. What's that bottom center one?
Let's take a look. That would be the Brianna G. Crew Cam.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look. She's got an interesting bottle there. I'll start with that.
It is a...
She's got her Freak Brothers pizza.
Freak Brothers pizza, represent.
So that's a good call. Like I said, get those calories in.
Yeah. Aravaipa Racing Team member Bree Grigsby eating a pizza, and we are just completely captivated by this.
I just feel like waving at her and going, "Hi, we're watching you eat."
We're just waving. Hello.
Getting their flasks refilled.
Oh, is she sitting next to? Was that Josh Locke?
He could be in by now.
Yeah. Hey, let's see if I can. Who is that next to? No, that's not.
No, he's not. Josh.
I believe that would be.
Not sure who that is.
Mark DeFalco? Yeah, I think that's Mark DeFalco sitting next to.
He's got a Black Canyon bag. Or what looks like one, that yellow bag.
Yeah, I believe that's Mark DeFalco sitting next to Bree Grigsby. So.
Yeah, and that's a key, and for me, I hate fire. When I'm running a race and I see a campfire,
it is so comforting.
That is exactly why I hate fire. But like we said, there's been a dramatic temperature swing for these folks today, and they're hot and sweaty, and so in the Facebook group, leading up to the race, people were asking for advice for managing the cold, and my first piece of advice was when the sun goes down, make sure that closest layer to your body comes off and get something dry on. And so I'm hoping a number of the runners are doing that right now at whatever aid station they're at, whether that's Skull Valley or that's here, and just get that dry layer next to your body so you don't have to fight that. And we see a couple with blankets and puffies, and we just lost the video feed.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess
we'll just switch something else.
Feed.
So, yeah, and that's just it. Oh, there's your pacer sign in. So that's one of the things is that
yes.
You just can't show up and say, I'm going to pace. You got to sign a release and pick up your pacer bib. And I'm glad we caught that by accident because that's a good one. But no, as I was saying, you in the aid station, that's another thing that we don't think about enough is while you're trying to get in and out in a reasonable fashion and knock down all the things you're doing, you do not want to lose your body heat because you'll spend the next mile or so trying to get that going back up again. And so, yeah, that's just some of the things you've just got to stay on top of. Jose Sosa should already be out of the station according to what I'm seeing here. He should be back on course, working his way to Lake Watson. So, because I'm showing him at 59.9 mileage-wise with Jeff Garmeyer and others. So
looks like we might have one more runner hitting. Or did Tyler Welch hit?
Tyler's hit, I thought.
Okay.
He's kind of sat here for a while in that one spot on my tracker, but I thought we saw him maybe. He's been sitting on that one spot for quite a bit.
Because it looks like we've got we've got a large contingent that hit Whiskey Row already, and I just don't know. It looks like we might have one more runner hitting it fairly soon, and actually at that point we might decide to call it a night. But we're gonna verify how close or how far this next runner is.
Yeah, I mean, because when I look at the map, I see I see that one runner that we're talking about. That's 117 Joshua Locke. He should be working his way up the Senator Highway now. And then that goes into a very nice neighborhood, even though they still call it a highway. And then there's a clump of four runners that we see entering Prescott and getting out of the National Forest section that's still open, with the other section being closed due to the Crooks Fire. But that looks to be, as I look, Mark Vogel from Spokane, Washington. That looks to be, I think I saw in the chat, it was Rhoda, not Rhonda, but Rhoda Smoker from Elverson, Pennsylvania. I also see Lauren Jones from Atlanta, Georgia. And then let's see, and then of course Eric Senseman is leading that group of four. So they're running a very patient race right now, and again, I think any of these folks could be on the podium tomorrow in a couple of days in
Absolutely.
Flagstaff.
We're so far
I want to make
from
that very
this
clear.
being a race. I mean, like for instance, we're talking about the next runner that we anticipate coming into Whiskey Row, Josh Locke. He was somewhere in the 20s or 30s for the first 100+ miles.
Yeah.
We're possibly getting confirmation, and I want to double and triple check this. Who do we have as far as race officials on site at Whiskey Row? I want to make 100% sure before we go with some of this news that we've received. So
Well,
we do have some people confirming not confirming, but corroborating what Glenn had said, saying that
yeah, the race director's tracker is showing up there, but it hasn't pinged in 2 hours, so I don't know if he is somewhere near there, but not in the station.
I do have some people saying that that Versteeg said he wasn't feeling well when he got there. I don't have confirmation of him withdrawing from the race, but I do know that he was definitely not feeling well. To corroborate what Glenn had said, it wasn't that we didn't believe you, Glenn. It's that we just had to make sure, and we don't know what his current status is. His bib is still showing as active.
Yeah, and that's just it.
And
a lot of people weren't feeling well this time last year. Let's make that very clear. So, and they ended up having really good weeks before it was all said and done.
Yeah, compared to last year, everybody is is looking and feeling a lot better as far as I'm concerned. It's a completely different animal.
We've only had 3 confirmed DNFs the entire race. Nothing's changed lately.
This point last year, we had 10 times that at least. Yeah, I mean so many people got run ragged by at Crown King and that climb, like they basically
just shredded.
Called it at the saloon. So
I kind of I was telling people, I was like, yeah, this race started by punching you in the face, and then once you got up, it was like, oh yeah, we're not done yet.
Okay, so we've got so I see. I see. Okay, I see Dylan Harris on Emily's cam. We don't have audio though, Dylan. I mean, we can go to you. Can you just give us a kind of a hand sign? Is Versteeg still in the race? I can't hear you.
Yeah, he's trying to talk to us. We need hand signals, like thumbs up or thumbs down. See? Oh,
all right. Thank you very much, Dylan. Dylan is confirming that Michael Versteeg has pulled out of Whiskey Row. I mean, that is, pulled out of Cocodona at Whiskey Row.
I'm going to say that this is probably highlights why you don't jump into a 250 at the last minute. I mean, I'll be honest, I thought about it at the beginning of April and said, no, not a good idea. And that's where I'll go there. I'm looking forward to hearing more. I really would love to hear more about what's going on, and I wish him well.
Sarah
And
Newberry mentioning 294 Crazy still up watching. What did you miss? If you literally just tuned in, we received word that the 2021 Cocodona race victor, Michael Versteeg, has dropped out of the race. That's a pretty big one. That's some big news. So,
and he was one of those runners who was moving quite well in the first part on those roads.
He
And
was in the top 10 the entirety of the race that he was in it. And when he got to Whiskey Row, he just decided that he wasn't feeling well. And I get it, because this is not the kind of race where you continue on as a contender if that's what you're.
Well, I'm gonna go back to what I said a couple hours ago, that where last year we had a lot of carnage in the first 40 miles, and it continued. This race is not easier. It is a flatter, faster course, and the carnage is going to be spread out in different ways in different places. So there's a lot going on, and this flatter, faster course may have led to some folks coming out a little sooner and a little hotter than they should have, feeling really good literally until the moment they weren't.
Yeah.
And I think tomorrow is going to highlight that because like last year, most of us spent day 2 just recovering from day 1, and that shows how great a 200 plus 250 mile race is because you have that ability to just literally spend a day recovering from the day before and still do well. We'll see. Well, and there's plenty of time. I mean, I've been watching the back of the pack as closely as I can. There's so many runners who are clear of Skull Valley or at Skull Valley right now. And here it is, 11:16 local time. They have 5 hours.
Yeah.
4:30 a.m. They have 5 hours to move on out, which means they can take a nap there. If they're feeling off, they can take a nap. They can get some calories in them and rehydrate and have plenty of time to make it before 9:30 p.m. tomorrow night, which is the cutoff for Whiskey Row. They are still in it. So if you have a lot of friends or loved ones who are not on the top end and not into Whiskey Row yet, not a problem. That's not a problem yet.
A couple of what we're going to do is as we kind of wrap things up on this day 1 broadcast from the Cocodona 250, we're going to head over to the social media side of things and share some of the things. One of the things that we did was we asked for people to share their watch party or their watch setup at home. Killian Lord in Prescott, watching the live stream while winding down the night, just ran past the Whiskey Row aid station on his evening run.
Nice.
Sweeping the course from Whiskey Row to Iron King tomorrow night.
Excellent. I was going to give him trouble for being at home when he could be on Whiskey Row, but that's a good reason. If you're sweeping the course tomorrow night, thank you for your volunteering.
That's fair. Of course, the man with the golden hat, of course, TJ Gardner, studying and watching while he is hanging out tonight. DC Doran, watching the live stream with somebody who was supposed to be running but wrecked her knee next year. Volunteering at aid station number 14 tomorrow night. Thank you for volunteering. We appreciate it.
Oh, I want to give hold on. That's aid station 14. So they're going to be at Sedona. They're going to be at the Sedona aid station. That's where action happens.
And what better way to close out the evening than with a picture of Jeff Garmire's feet?
Yeah, got to do the right things. He's doing a taping job. He's not the only one doing that out there today. I can tell you that.
Yeah, as Tom Abbott says, it's pretty heartbreaking that Versteeg has dropped. He and Maggie Gutero last year really represented the Cocodona 250 spirit last year, but this is a new year. And others are going to step up to continue the spirit. Absolutely. I think that that's kind of how it rolls. I mean, it just sometimes doesn't go your way, and he'll be the first to admit it. As he's, if you watched inaugural year, he did say sometimes the course just beats you up. He didn't quite use that language, but
that's a good summary.
Yes, that is true. That is a good summary. I'm going to try one more thing to see if I can
break the stream.
If I can break the stream one more time, we'll see if I can I don't know if it actually.
I don't think that's going to work the way you want it.
I don't think it's going to work the way I want it to either. But we're going to give it one try, and if it doesn't work, well, we were signing off anyways.
Yes, let's go out with a crash.
Yeah. Okay, that's not going to work, so we will figure it out tomorrow. But thanks for tuning in with us on this night one broadcast of Cocodona 250. I am Chris Warden. This is Stephen Crawford. Thanks for being on this side of the camera.
Yeah.
Last year you were out on the course.
That's right.
Any final thoughts for the first night?
I mean, it's been amazing just seeing everyone out there. They're moving really well. Obviously, some folks are doing some problem solving, and some have bigger problems than others to solve. And, that's the patience of a 250. So we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. There's still a lot of race to go, and that's why, while the prognostication is fun, we're nowhere near where we're going to be. So, we'll see where the race leads us. And with that, we're going to sign off. And
let's do this again tomorrow night.
Yeah, let's do it again.
Let's do it.
All right. For Stephen Crawford, I am Chris Warden, and we are going to sign off. Thanks for viewing. Thanks for staying. And we'll be back on in just a few hours, I believe, 6 a.m. local time here in Arizona. So in about 6.5 hours, we'll be back on. Thanks for being here.
In 2019, I set out with my friend Anthony Culpepper and a support team to pre-scout what we were planning to create, which is the Cocodona 250. And we set out the same time frame as what would be the future race, so the first week in May, and to experience the conditions and the trails, and we really didn't know quite what to expect. A lot of this was uncharted and unscouted. We had the route in mind, but we didn't quite know what to expect. And what we ended up with was a crazy week of weather, a bunch of dead-end stops along the way, and an adventure that I'll never forget. Good morning. Here we are. This is the start of the first ever Cocodona 250.
Have a good time.
Thanks.
All right.
Alrighty. Okay, so the first stretch of this route is on the Black Canyon Trail, which is just an awesome place to start. The first mile or so is just through the desert here, climbing up, and we're gonna be dropping down and crossing the Agua Fria River almost immediately, which is amazing way to begin this journey, because the end of the route in Flagstaff will be in the pine trees. So it's really highlighting the diversity of Arizona. I think number one reason was, I think it was the most efficient way to scout the whole route. And we pieced this whole thing together. Myself, Anthony was a big part of it. He hiked the Great Western Loop, I believe it's called. And so he had been on a lot of the areas. He's also used to live in Prescott. So using our knowledge and our experience, we have a lot of race courses that touch this route in general. Crown King, Black Canyon, Whiskey Basin, different events in Flagstaff, Big Pine, Flagstaff Sky Peak. So it's like a connection of all of these things together. But I wanted to, see if it all actually would connect. There were some unknown pieces in there. And it's also just, I wanted to be the first to do it before I put anyone else through the ringer. Like, I was going to cover it first, basically, was the thought process behind the scouting mission and the scouting trip.
And plus, it's what we love to do. I mean,